The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The top board's been decided at the Grand Chess Tour Finals in St. Louis. Last year's fourth-place finisher Praggnanandhaa Babu was not settling, winning both rapid games to clinch his match. With all classical and rapid games drawn in the American matchup, Caruana's 3 blitz wins were enough to continue his title defense. Pragg and Fabi will battle for the crown, while Keymer and So fight for third and a coveted spot on next year's tour. Day 4 of electrifying chess, coming up next.
The stage is set as the reigning Grand Chess Tour champion, Fabiano Caruana, takes on the young gun, Indian superstar Praggnanandhaa, for all the marbles for this year's Grand Chess Tour Finals. Hello, everyone. It is day 4 of the Grand Chess Tour Finals, and we are all set for a fantastic pair of matchups. The big one, Fabiano Caruana, the reigning champ, the big dog for so many years, playing against the youngster Praggnanandhaa, ready to show that he is capable of taking over the crown. We have a third-place matchup as well between Wesley So and Keymer. We'll see, Vincent Keymer that is, we'll see whether or not the champions will remain or the young guns will take over.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Grand Chess Tour Finals. I am your host, Yasser, and I am delighted to be surrounded by a pack of all-star chess commentators, Maurice, Peter, and Nasi. Maurice, we are in the finals.
We are in the finals. It's been a long month. It's actually been a long tour. So the players have been playing since Romania, since Croatia, the other one I've forgotten already.
Bucharest.
Since Bucharest. No, we got Bucharest, we got Croatia, and we got Poland. Sorry, Warsaw. That actually was the one that started it all. Then we played 2 tournaments here. And finally, after that long walk, jog, marathon, whatever you call it, we're now in the finals.
What are you going to add to that?
Well, Yasser, I can't wait to watch Fabi trying to win this tournament back-to-back. Young Pragg trying to win this for the first time. Then Vincent and Wesley both trying to secure their spot for the next year. So we're set for thrilling finals, Yasser.
Absolutely. And Peter, tell us about the semifinals, what happened?
Absolutely, and we're done with them finally. It's been 3 days of exhilarating chess, but there they are on your screen. In the first one, Pragg did manage to win that incredibly topsy-turvy game with the black pieces in the classical, and that 6-point cushion propelled him to a very convincing 19-9 match win. And in the second one, it was very difficult to separate Fabi and Wesley, and only really in the blitz, Fabi convincingly pulled away, winning the match 18-12. And that sets us up for those fantastic final 2 matches.
Peter, there are 4 finalists. How do they rank in the world's ratings?
Let's take a look, but we do know they're very good.
Yes, they are.
And it will be confirmed on your screen right here. The tournament began as 4 of the top 8 players in the world, but now it's 4 of the top 7, with Pragg overtaking Vincent by beating him in that classical game in the semis. Fantastic lineup for the final 4.
Tell us about the format for these final matches.
Let's take a look. We're back to a full schedule. We're going to be playing 2 classical games, first one of those today. Those are incredibly important because a win in them nets you a full 6 points, and that is a lot of points in a reasonably short match. Then on the third day, we will play all of the shorter time controls, beginning by 2 rapid games, 4 points each in those, and 4 blitz games, which are worth 2 each.
Exactly.
And if there's a if the classical match is, both games are drawn, which has already happened once in this tournament, there will be a bonus blitz match as a kind of an additional treat to all of us and a punishment for the players. So they play a bonus blitz match, which is worth 2 points, so that match will the classical portion will finish with an 8-6 score.
Gotcha. And drill down on what we're doing today, Peter.
Today is day 1 of the classical portion of the final, so they're going to play 1 game today only. The time control is the same time control used for classical tournaments throughout the tour, which is 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, 30 minutes for the rest of the game, with a 30-second increment beginning from move 1. And once again, to restate the obvious, 6 points for a win in this one.
Wow, that's a lot. And Maurice, tell us a little bit more about our finalists, if you will.
Yes, and it is Gen Z versus the Millennials, and actually in both the matches. And they got here different ways, but they are here now. This is going to be absolutely amazing to watch. But let's take a look first at how the youngster Praggnanandhaa got here. And that game 1 in the classical, he was just winning with the black pieces, but failed to seal the deal, allowing a draw. But it was the second game that, as Peter said, was absolutely topsy-turvy. He could have just as easily lost that game, but he ended up winning against Keymer. That gave him a big 6 points. And then in the 2 rapid games, he just dominated. It looked way too easy for him, as Keymer was dispirited in the games after that bad game in classical. And then the blitz, you see those 3 zeros. It kind of saved face for Vincent, but it did not matter that much, as you see the final score, 19-9, show that it was a definitive victory by Pragg. And now we take a look at the Grand Chess Tour reigning champ. He had a tough match against Wesley So to start. You see they had 2 draws, and games could have been decisive there. For sure, one of them, he was dead busted, but managed to put up an amazing defense. Then he won the bonus blitz games. That was important to get that extra 2 points to take the lead going into the Rapids. The Rapids featured 2 draws. You see 2 points there. But it was in the blitz that he struck immediately, winning the first game and then the third game as well to get a very solid 18-12 score. Well, we're talking about the Gen Z versus the Millennials, and there's a little bit of difference in ages. Not that much, but enough to say, hey, we're trying to take over. You see, Fabi has been around for 34 years. 34 years old he is. 13 years and 11 days separate them. 13 years? Pragg was 13 years ago. So they definitely come from different generations, as do the others as well. As you see that Wesley So beats his young opponent by 11 years and 37 days. Pragg had a statement, though. We're here. We have arrived. In fact, he said, we're winning everything. We're winning everything. We're winning all the tournaments, and nobody could actually complain about that because he's been proven right, as the youngsters have absolutely taken over. But you have a couple of details about the matchups, Nazi. Let's hear it.
Yes, Maurice, even though there's a big age difference between these players, some of them know each other quite well. And I'm talking about Praggnanandhaa, who's been on top already for many years. So let's take a look at their head-to-head between Fabi and Pragg. 13 years difference, but look at that. They've played a lot of games, 12 draws, only 3 wins for Fabi, 2 wins for Pragg. Almost completely evenly matched, which is incredible for Praggnanandhaa. And let's not forget, in 2023, they played in World Cup semifinals, and Praggnanandhaa knocked Fabiano out. He only lost to Magnus Carlsen in the finals. So what a final we have coming up. Now, for the 3rd place match, these 2 players, before I jump to that, we see the players that are arriving. Vincent is ready. Pragg just got there. The other game is between Vincent and Wesley. Now, these 2 are not that familiar with each other. Only 6 classical games and very evenly matched as well. 4 draws and 1 win for each. Kind of unpredictable who's going to win this one, Yasser.
Absolutely, Nasi. Very, very close scores between them as we see the players taking their seat. Wesley with the black pieces. I'm impressed by Vincent's classical chess, Peter. It seems to me he's brought great ideas, great determination, and just a little bad luck in a few moments, and it could all be so very, very different.
Yeah, conversion led him astray in the semis. He had winning chances in the first game, although then later he was lost, but he did have very good winning chances out of the opening. And in the second game, he was dominating. The first 35 moves of that game, you could make an argument he was playing a perfect classical game with the black pieces when you want to actually give yourself chances to play for a win. And then that one move mistake turned a full point into a loss. Heartbreaking. And the challenge for him, I think, will be to recover from it, because at times he cut a very disconsolate picture on our screen yesterday.
Yeah, I just really felt the energy zap out of him.
Look at this pause. What are we going to see? Are we going to see a French again? Or will we see E5?
Or?
I mean, it's a long wait. It's not as though he's never seen the move E4 before in his life.
He always does this, though. This is very normal for the new cadre of Indian chess. They all do like a 30-second meditation exercise before making the first move.
Just getting a little extra calm. We've spoken about Bobby and his form, if you will. He complained about his form during the Sinquefield Cup, but I feel, especially because of the semifinal match and his pressing against Wesley in what I thought was kind of throughout the match, but most especially in the blitz, Bobby's finding his form, and what a great time to suddenly play good chess, Peter.
Absolutely, and he was a lot less critical of his own play yesterday when he came to our studio after the win. He said, "Yeah, I think I played pretty decently today." And,
yes,
and in fact, he did.
Look at this. He's actually moved his pawn, and now he's adjusting every single piece. He has not yet hit his clock, and now he hit his clock.
That is the correct procedure. You're supposed to do the adjusting on your time.
On your time.
But he could have adjusted first and then made a move.
True.
Did you make the move first and then adjust?
I did. I did it just the way Pragg. How about you, Peter?
I think he got to the board, because normally I think you do all of this before the clock is even started, or at least I would. But he got to the board a bit late, so I guess he didn't have time.
Joko piano, bishop c4. I think that the Berlin that Wesley played against Fabi kind of showed there's not that much danger existing in the Berlin.
Pragg doesn't play the Berlin exclusively, but he can if he wants to. And
Knight c3.
Knight c3, Maurice.
And which one of us three is going to give the speech here?
I'll do the honors, Peter.
The speech here is basically, this is what you get taught, or maybe this is what you even gravitate towards naturally when you're like 8.
8. And
then you're told to stop doing this because it gives absolutely nothing, or at least that's the way we were brought up. I'm assuming all three of us were brought up that way.
Yes.
This is a very harmonious way of developing, but you're also not really fighting to occupy the center with your pawns. Ideas of c3 and d4 have become a lot more prevalent since, I'm guessing, like the 17th century. But it's very topical now again. This has become the way very strong players are treating the Italian, and it's interesting how things go around, and fashion and development of chess theory sometimes does the entire 360, not the 180, the entire 360, and returns to what was fashionable what was fashionable when the first ever chess books were written.
The days of Greco and others. It's so interesting you make this point that if Greco were to come back, the great Italian theoretician were to come back, and he landed and he said, okay, so what's happened in chess the last 400 years? And then he looks at this and he's,
nothing.
Nobody's done any work?
Nothing much.
Nobody's
apparently.
done much work since you left.
Although I want to say Greco was probably not playing knight a4 all that much.
He'd probably also sit there and say, well, what kind of move is this?
I think he would have gone bishop g5 there without a second's hesitation.
And what do you think about a3 to follow it up as well? And I can just see Steinitz and Lasker and these guys going, are we for real? I mean, who are these guys?
Right.
But modern chess has its own flavor, its own depth, and these guys are very, very good, as Greco and Steinitz would find out quickly once they enter the middle game. see who they'd be up against.
And alternatively, we could show them the opening in the game between Vincent and Wesley, and they would just say, okay, I mean, I would like to go back to the netherworld by this point.
For me, once again, E2, E4, and there was a time that I played the Sicilian, C7, C5. And it seemed to me like when I was on the black side of a Sicilian, knight f3, D6, D4 takes, every single move, every single tempo counted almost as if your life depended, especially when you played the dragon Sicilians. So it just, this absolute decisive quality of the position prescribed that you have to be incredibly accurate. Now let's look at the live position right now between Fabi and Pragg. And what do we see? White has played A2, A3, D2, D3. Black has played H7, H6. And it's not as though your life counts on every small detail, Peter. E4 playing it to win on the spot, but no longer the case.
I will make an argument that this isn't the Sicilian, this is the Gioco Pianissimo.
Exactly, the open game.
So we are maybe...
The slow game.
The slow game.
By translation.
Yeah.
The very slow game, as Peter just pointed out.
So they're doing what it is what it says on the tin, basically.
The quiet game.
Yes.
And Maurice, you're the same. I mean, E4 players, man, they came at you with knives. This is like D3, A3, very quiet.
No, I'd be ashamed of myself playing like this with the white pieces years ago.
Right.
But there is one point to make, and we always had the classification between the open games, the semi-open games, and the closed games, the openings we're talking about, right? So when you had open games, the way Morphy proved, every tempo mattered.
Right.
Every single tempo. He's coming at you, guns blazing. You make one soft move, and he's brilliant, mate. But then you have the semi-open games. You mentioned the Sicilian. The French falls in that category as well, the Caro. Those games could open because of the trades, but they can also have a bit slower character. Then you get the D4 games, the really sling down the Queen's Gambits.
Or the Gioco Piano, all the pieces
and so you get those games. And their tempo doesn't matter as much. You see A6 show up on move 3 as early as move 3, and you go, you could do that? It's like, well, we're not playing a wide open Evans Gambit or King's Gambit. We're playing a much more solid game, and strategy matters. Future pawn structure matters. Which pieces remain on the board matters. So if I need to preserve my bishop, I play a move like A3. That's long term. If I play a move like H6 because you're not blasting open the middle on me and I have to be terrified, then those moves are okay. You get the long-term benefits of these slower moves. So now you see here the Gioco Piano being played like a closed game, but it would not be classified in 500 master games of chess by Tartakower and Dumont as a closed game. This would be considered one of the open games in that chapter. Times have changed, and they're approaching with a blend of strategies here, supposedly open game being played like one of the closed ones.
All right. Rook E8 on the board. Are we still in the throes of theory, Peter?
I'm assuming there will be some games that reached this position, maybe actually quite a lot.
Quite a lot, I see.
Almost 200 games, I guess, in total. Although these are not exclusively over-the-board games. They do include online, which obviously bloats the numbers somewhat.
Okay.
This is going to be, I think, a maneuvering battle. Black is indicating that they want to play bishop e6 and get the bishops off their way. And here, I think you pretty much always recapture with the rook. Yeah, Fabi played something. Let's wait for... He clearly responded with, I think he played rook e1, judging by my screen. And then after bishop e6, the interesting moment will be sometimes in these structures, white wants to take, and then perhaps play c2, c4, which is a
c4,
which is a kind of a structure change which has become, I think, somewhat popular, trying to prevent d6, d5 as conclusively as possible. You obviously do have to worry about knight d4.
Trading
but
minors.
Yeah, let's say we get to a position like this. In my opinion, this is not a lot, but you could make some kind of an argument that, let's say, if I get, I don't know, b3, bishop b2, and d3, d4 in, I will have a bit of a pull, but black is obviously incredibly solid.
Yeah.
Fabi did move.
We think it's rook e1.
But it's not registering on our...
Yeah, the board's
board.
not updating, but I think the screen is clear enough that there's a rook on a dark square. There's only one dark square it could go to.
There it is. Rook
There it is
on e1.
Our clock times are running down as well. So the digital feed right now, they'll correct soon.
Right.
Because our clock times have him way down and it being his move when in fact
It's Pragg.
it's Prague's move and he did move rook to e1.
Let's take a look at the other one, though,
Please.
because I do want to... This is very curious to me, although they have progressed now, because Vincent is doing this again.
Queen b3.
And this is d4,
C3,
knight
sorry.
f6, knight f3, d5, and c3. He's done this twice in this tournament already, as far as I can remember, including that all-important victory against Fabiano in the round 8 of the Sinkfield Cup, which turned out to be necessary for him because Jawahir did manage to win 2 in a row on demand. And without that victory, Vincent would have to maybe win his last round game against Jordan. But this was a very, very important win for Vincent.
Yeah.
And what I want to say is people continue thinking at this point. I think Wesley's thought for about 10 minutes here, maybe 7. Considering the fact that this is clearly something that Vincent is intending to do with white and has been doing.
And has played.
This still somehow manages to surprise his opponents, which I think is a bit funny.
Maybe they don't believe he's going to play it.
Yeah.
Right.
Clearly they think, okay, you've done this twice in a row. No way you're going to do it again. But yes, he will. There
Are we
it
going to
is.
start calling this the Keymer system?
He can't have more than one. Come on. I have none whatsoever. Like, I'm going to start lodging a strongly worded complaint. You know.
See, but if you play bad moves like c3 and queen b3, you could have an opening named after you. You may not want it.
Maybe that's my mistake. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Wesley goes with a7, a5, which is also, and this is what I meant when I said that if we show this to Steinitz or Morphy or somebody, they might
would
think we're
giggle.
pulling their leg. Yeah.
Yeah.
But there is some point to a5 here. We're gaining some space.
Young man, you say you're from the future? A5?
a5. Yeah.
Right.
This being the cutting edge of theory is never going to be not slightly comical to me. I mean,
Exactly.
but yeah, we're gaining some space. We're also not really committing to anything. Arguably, we're preparing to play c7, c5. One of the points of c3 is that if you play c5 here, white absolutely will snap on c5. And it might become a gambit because we are decently well prepared to protect it.
Yeah.
But if you play a5 and white kind of ignores it completely, although I don't know what move here completely ignores it, we are better positioned to play c5 and then e6 because we already pre-attacked the arriving pawn on b4.
Can't I play after a5? C3, C4, make the argument.
I would seriously consider it. I don't know why this is bad. We would have to think about, like, you can't play the Slav anymore. This much we can certainly, like,
rule out. No, this is not a good idea.
This is a horrific exchange, Slav with a b5 square constantly available to the white knight. So it's definitely...
You can't play the Queen's Gambit accepted either because there's no a6, b5.
Yeah, it's at least a serious part of your counterplay has been ruled out by you playing a7, a5. This also looks kind of bad.
Right.
So I'm guessing we are playing
Queen's Gambit
QGD or, I don't know, Rogozin or...
You stop the minority attack.
Yeah, so...
But now, if you play bishop b4, I'll play a3. And I'll happily say...
Seriously, why isn't this the refutation of c3,
a5? you're not playing a Nimzo with knight c6
I like every single one of these.
I love it.
I
love it. I love the start of c3 to c4.
It's a very nice stop and go. Yeah, but
why wouldn't you do that?
F4.
Bishop f4.
That looks very logical.
Another way to justify playing a5 would have been to play rook a7 here, which isn't even stupid necessarily.
No, we're talking.
Wesley played queen c8. White decided to stop a5, a4, which is logical, and black played e7, e6, and h2, h3. And this is if what Reti and co were doing in the 1920s was hypermodern. I don't know how to describe this.
It's not romantic.
This is sort of through the other side. We went so far into hypermodernity that we kind of came out from the other side, and this is now.
The word modern and hypermodern, obviously, those words are dangerous words to use anytime.
Right.
Because what is modern for 5-10 years suddenly is old stuff. I mean, we're calling the millennials old, even at 33 and 34 years young, and that ain't old. But
this is.
But just somehow you use these terms. We're very present-based, right?
Yeah.
Present-biased. But this kind of play, I got to say, you got A4 on the board, A5 on the board, H3 on the board. I'd seriously look at my students and say, what are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Actually, I've castigated many a student for playing these moves. But
this is you better not show this to anybody who is only learning to play chess just now, because it'll ruin them for life.
Yeah, well, it's like, if you don't mind, the very starting position, Peter, it's like parents come to me, E4, E5, if you will, and say, Mr. Seirawan, would you please teach my child to play chess? I said, well, could you give me the latest score sheet? And they give me a score sheet, and here their child has played bishop d3. And I would say, now this is something I can work with. I can teach them how to do this. And I'll ask the child, why are you playing bishop d3? Oh, Magnus Carlsen played his latest game.
don't.
Like, okay, I shouldn't be his teacher. This gets too bright for me. I mean, if you're going to follow Magnus's play, what can I say? And they do that strange bishop to d3 move when you've played both knights out. The 4 knights.
Even that, yeah.
Yeah,
and bishop d6 with black as well.
with black as well. Okay. Let's switch back, if you don't mind, to the Fabi Prague game, because they are still in the dictates of theory. And unlike your knight takes b6, c4, bishop d2, or b3, d4, we have b4.
Yeah, b4 is another. I think the pawn might still come to c4. It's just that maybe this is slightly more flexible.
Okay.
And maybe we have a better answer to knight d4, because now after knight d4, we have the option of playing something like knight h2 and then kicking it away.
Okay.
So maybe we preserved the option to keep a pair of knights on the board for a bit longer. Fabi clearly knows what he's doing. He's playing very fast, and Prague is also seemingly completely unsurprised by this. It's interesting to me that on my screen right now, one of the top moves the engine suggests is a move I think that would be very difficult for me to stomach if I didn't know that, and that is a7, a6, because this is another thing that you're being taught. Like, never do this to your structure.
This is what white is trying to achieve.
But specifically here, we get to play b6, b5.
Okay. Stabilize a little bit.
Stabilize it, move it away from a square where it could potentially become a
but it's
weak.
white's move, even after c4?
Yeah, we are reacting to c4 with b5 straight away. And then, I mean, I still like this for white, but I can sort of see the point. We maybe want to play queen d7. This knight gets maybe switched over to g6. We put the rook on c8. And
you're right, Peter.
We're challenging the white center to a degree.
But I can't stomach this. I can never play c7 takes b6. I was just taught not to do that. I liked your knight d4, knight h2, rook e8. Just making room for the knight. I've always thought the knight on c6 should be going over there. Yes.
And I guess now we do what I was describing earlier. So we gain some space.
And you kept an extra pair
And we
of
kept
minors.
maybe this one actually goes to f1, g3, f5, tries to get to f5.
Man, you were just telling us that that c6, a6 was good with the fractured structure, all those same plays you just said, all in effect. And now you're saying, well, actually, no, this is actually better for white.
No, I don't know if any of these positions are legitimately better for white. They may be slightly more pleasant, but it's not a lot.
You're saying black can just do whatever he wants?
I mean, are you surprised? We played a3 and h3.
Shouldn't be killing it. Yeah, that is for sure.
Principles have gone out the window. Forget principles. How do you teach the modern chess player, the modern kid, how to play chess in this era, so to speak, modern? We did have a conversation with Fabi about his matchup with Pragg yesterday. Let's listen in. Final question from me. If you win the title again this time, what is it? What's going to be the reason?
I don't know. We'll see in the next few days.
Well, you didn't even say playing better or you spotted a weakness of his, nothing like that?
Okay, let's say if I feel Pragg has some weaknesses, and of course everyone does, it's not like I'm going to just say what I think those weaknesses are. It is clear that he is a player who takes a lot of risks, and he'll give you chances, and he'll also punish you if you don't take those chances. So that's the kind of player that I'm playing against, which makes it obviously very challenging. But I am very happy to be in the final and to be playing against him.
I'm glad he said he was happy. That's good. I got a little emotion out of him. And it's definitely going to be a lot of work, and Pragg is somebody who's willing to take slightly inferior positions, will make all risky, and just turn them around. And we have some thoughts on the other game from Nazi.
Thank you, Maurice. Yes, you guys were so critical of Vincent's opening choice, and of course I understand for a good reason. You know, all the new players who are just starting out, maybe just watch and learn, but don't repeat. However, with the modern engines, pretty much every opening is playable, but I really wanted to come up with some interesting ideas here for white. So for example, let's develop normally bishop e7, e3 castles, and I'm making all logical moves, and at some moment I'm going to play g4. Once you step back, I'm going to play knight e5. I'm going after your bishop. I want to trade it and have the pair of bishop advantage. It's small, but it's long term. Then at the right moment, I also considered maybe I take on c5. Of course, you don't have to take it back. You could go knight d7, after which I'll play bishop d6. And if you take here, I'll take. We have opposite color bishops, and I have some ideas of an attack on the king's side, which is you have to believe in it to make it work, but it's interesting. Now, if you do take on c5, after you take c5, sorry, one sec, bishop c5, I'm going to castle long. And typically, when we castle on opposite sides, you're afraid that your opponent can attack you. But here, I have such good control of the b5 square and the b file in general that I don't think black gets to open up this file. However, white's plan is very simple. I'm going to start pushing this each 4 pawn as far as it can go. On the other hand, I did give up the center. So let's say you play e5 and try to punish me for giving up the center. Bishop g3, rook d8, and king b1. And this is the position I wanted to discuss because it looks like white made some maybe technical errors in the opening, but I still like white's position, and the eval bar also seems to agree with me. We've got 2 beautiful bishops and a good plan. The pawn is heading to h5. White king looks quite safe on b1. So what has white really done badly? I want to ask you guys, because you're very, very critical of white's opening choice, so you need to prove why this is not so great for white.
I really like the position you got there with white. I think I probably, clearly in the line you gave, black did not play h7, h6, and Wesley played h7, h6 as early as possible. But yeah, we weren't critical exactly. We were just giving the old man speech. You know, it's mainly just old man yells at cloud. You absolutely can do this with white. It's one of those, like, they were so interested in whether they could that they didn't consider whether they should, kind of thing. Yeah.
And Vincent did win against Fabi with this opening, so it's definitely playable. And the current position, what do you think? After h6, Vincent followed up with g4, rook g1?
g4, rook g1, yeah. Vincent he has not come here to play a slightly dull, symmetrical game for nothing.
Right.
And just as in his game against Fabi, the idea of h3, g4, I think, very much figures into his considerations in these types of structures. There's no king on g8, which kind of, I think, blunts white's play to some degree. But it's very interesting. And honestly, I would much rather watch this than, you know, yet another forced draw in Rogozin. This is really not even a complaint. It's just that it looks so silly that white like goes c3, queen b3, and then a4 and h3, like playing absolutely everywhere by move 7. We've touched both of our rook pawns by move 7. This is not very usual.
It's hard to believe that you can play like this with white and get such a playable position.
Right.
I think it's important to note, first of all, white moves first, right?
Great.
Big revelation.
Yeah.
With the way we were taught, we're going back now decades, we're older than the average person watching. We were taught that white was supposed to try to figure out how to get an advantage, right? Like you have the serve, figure out how you're going to get an edge. And how you're going to get an edge, you're going to play some serious moves, testing moves in the opening, see what you can do.
And that means controlling the center as well.
Control the center, play for breaks, maybe even sack a pawn. Use a Gary, for example, with the white pieces. You're not catching Gary play like this.
No.
Period. Right? But because you also have the white pieces, you can delay and play some other things. You won't get an advantage, but you won't necessarily get a disadvantage. And this is the most important thing. If you could just put an original position on the board, you're arguing, when black equalized, we usually said, well, white's opening was crap back in the day. But now when black equalizes, they're saying, but it's a different position. This guy's never seen this position before. He's extremely well prepared in all the other lines. I'm not walking down some Berlin where the guy just draws on the spot. I'm going to play some generic stuff. It's going to look a little bit different. I'm going to look at my engine, and my engine's going to say triple zeros. Great, because when I walk into it, I'll be prepared. My opponent won't. Let's see him play chess.
And that's the modern chess.
And that's modern chess.
Yeah, because everyone's so well prepared against all these great theoretical battles that you have to try things like this.
I understand what you're saying. I'm not saying I disagree or agree yet, but I don't want to be worse with white. And I look at this position that Vincent has, and I said, okay, I asked myself a salient question. Where am I putting my king? Just where am I putting my king?
It's going to be only one for the rest of the game, I'm pretty sure. It's not castling queenside.
So then my rooks will be disconnected for the rest of the game.
You are, I mean, I can maybe imagine some scenarios where you clear the clutter and then castle queenside. But for the most part, I think you will be on like e1, e2, maybe to connect the rooks.
Before the move knight e4, the question that I was going to ask, or was hoping to get, was more than likely, I'm staying in the center, or obviously after rook g1, I'm not castling kingside. I might be castling queenside. And when I castle queenside, specifically with the pawn on c6, c7, then I'm worried about c6 and b5.
Very much.
With my king on b1, I'm worried that I will have a disadvantage.
Let's actually
That's a good point,
paint
Yasser.
that picture.
Because when I
If you
castled long,
here,
it was after c5 specifically
Right.
that I had control
In
of
the,
b5
in the game
square.
that you showed us on your big board. This is where I get a little worried.
This is borderline lost
Lost,
for white
probably.
instantly. Yeah,
Yeah.
you just can't
Yeah.
do that.
So suddenly I got a really big disadvantage, and that's when I
But where is
decided-
this one going, though?
It is definitely going short. 100%.
Is
Then walking into the
100%.
attack?
Yeah, I'm going to go like knight e4 and stuff like that. Yeah, I'll go knight e4 here. And, well, now it's staying on e. Now it's staying on e.
That's sort of the point I was driving at. We might be playing, like, white is at a disadvantage, but it's somewhat likely both players will be
With their
in a
kings
kind of a
in the
very
center.
similar boat there. Because castling into it here is, I think, fraught with at least some danger. And Wesley,
Maurice, I was going to say, we love those positions where our kings are castled on opposite flanks. What do we think about those positions where our kings never castled? They're both stuck in the center.
And we go back to that open game, closed game principles. One thing that confused me as a player, a concept that took me a long time to understand, and it's still ingrained in me, are those principles that I learned, the tried and true principles of developing all your pieces, castling quickly so you can get play.
Right.
That's just so standard since the days of Morphy. And it was just drill from all the books I read.
Right.
And then when it came to the closed games, I had trouble in my career with closed positions because I wanted to get out early. I wanted to see my quick pawn breaks. I wanted to get play going, as opposed to the slow maneuvering that might happen. And there were zero principles on your king stays on e1 and their king stays on e8. The way, was that match, the Kramnik no castle chess?
Right, rules.
Right? And what if you play no castle chess? What if you practice no castle chess? Well, maybe it's not a good idea when your opponents are castling and you're not.
Right.
But this is what it would be more like. You're saying, okay, we're playing no castle chess right now.
Our kings are
And
flat.
if you're stuck in the center, how do you play that position? Those are not deep questions we asked back in the day and tried to formulate principles around because we were always castling. What are the secrets to this kind of position? Honestly, I don't know.
And one thing I wanted to bring up here is I'm very happy that you kind of brought me back to that thought because I had it and then I lost it. I think the trick here and the reason why Vincent continues doing this is this looks completely random. This looks like he is sort of ad-libbing some really weird stuff just not to play theory. But in my generation, we had one player like this who achieved great heights, and that was Alexander Morozevich, who played seemingly completely outlandish stuff. He revived old openings. He played stuff that looked at first glance completely random, like Chigorin and really obscure French with the black, not mainline French, but like really strange-looking French. And what people, I think, often fail to realize when watching him play, and he had a lot of fans, and very deservedly, he was one of the most exciting players of his generation, if maybe not the most exciting, was just how much work was put into that. You can't do this without actually, at some point, sitting down and playing training games. It's not even just the engine work, I'm pretty sure. At some point, you need to sit down and sit somebody opposite you and get a feel for the position, which you, I think, in this case in particular, you get from training games. And really investigating sort of what is allowable, where the borders lie, like how far can I push it before it becomes completely nonsensical and no longer works. And I think it's pretty clear that Vincent has done that. And this is why he can play games like the game he played against Fabi, because he knows where the borders are. He knows that, you know, I can play in some random position, knight h4, h3, and then g4 without even attacking anything, like that game against Fabi went, which wouldn't occur to you if you didn't have time invested into studying this. And no, this is honestly great to watch. I just, because, you know, Nasi kind of pulled us up on us being critical. I'm enjoying this. It's just that it looks funny.
And this big point you guys can speak to, you know, we all have heuristics, humans do. We need shortcuts in our thinking process. We need order. We need sense in the strategic moves, or the strategic points of the moves that we're making. And we're not comfortable when people are doing things. You say, wait, that's not normal. Those are not the principles you learn. What kind of position are you allowed to start playing moves like h3, g4, not castle your king? Let's ask that question. What does it look like? I don't want to know. I want to know I'm going to castle my king, pieces develop, wham in the middle, let's go. This is where they're now in the modern era with engines pushing the boundaries, and the engines are showing that it's very possible to play a lot of different things.
Sorry, I just got to raise my hand here for just a moment. Do I see a pawn sacrifice?
No.
Vincent's game?
I mean, longer term, because if you take on g2, I'm taking with the king here.
Bishop e4.
We established kings are going to stay in the center.
Bishop e4.
Yeah, but
Take a pawn.
But then after rook h1, it's awkward, no?
Yes, but I want a pawn.
Well, have you really?
I have. I don't know. I had a queen d8.
Bishop takes c7. I want a pawn.
Okay, but your king is in the center.
But look at the structure. Are you ever going to be able to touch anything remotely close to my king?
Help me, Nasi. I want a pawn. I want a pawn.
Look at this structure.
You didn't win a pawn. That pawn structure is great, and the b5 square is
Queen
weak.
d8 was wrong.
Yes, and I have one more question. Since we established kings are staying in the center, can Wesley just play g5 here if he's not castling? Why allow white to play g5?
I think g5 is very logical, and I'm honestly a bit surprised with h4. Also, please note, this is move 12 now. Like, the last 9 of them look completely random. Vincent has not begun spending time just yet. He's back to exactly 90 minutes.
How about that?
He might actually know something about this position. But g5 looks very decent, because I'm assuming we take, although maybe he plans to play bishop h2, but this pawn I would take. I think this is perfect.
I looked at this line. I looked at this line, and back up, because the move g5 can be met by captures. I don't know, have it on my board?
Yeah,
let's take a look from my board.
On your board,
And this is chaos. And you're going to say, well, we're going to punish this guy. But if you're not ready for it, I could take on e4.
G takes?
And after g takes, let's go. You're definitely know where you're castling. You could take here, and I could play the move rook to h1. and suddenly one of your pieces hanging, you could take this, but somebody's going to have to defend this guy. And already a move like knight f6 to protect is met by knight to e5. And if Vincent has analyzed this, and he's just blitzing out his moves, he's got 1 hour and 30 minutes on his clock. Wesley could be waltzing into a bad position in this line. And you can even keep analyzing and take here, and suddenly bishop d3 lands on the board, and it's still all about your bishop on h7. And again, did he analyze this in advance? It looks as though Wesley wanted not to know any of that information, thank you very much, and has now captured on d2, and king takes d2. Now we know for sure he's not castling after that move.
At least maybe by hand, but not at once.
And
king takes d2.
He's not prioritizing castles at all.
But bishop e4, rook, queen d1 is what you said.
I think so, yeah. And
Bishop e4,
now that
queen
he's
d1.
gone from the shot, I can no longer draw attention to the fabulous, fabulous mustache that cameraman has. This is
What?
there was a cameraman on screen who has an
nice.
absolutely fantastic
That's
coiffed mustache. Yeah.
That might be Adam. Yeah. King takes d2. Well, modern chess at its finest. King should lead his army into battle.
Absolutely. And
Nice way to connect the rooks. Yeah, that is Adam with the giant beard.
Yeah.
And look at that little head nod to his children. And
not just the beard, but also the proper Prussian mustache that he sports.
You know, we've spent a lot of time on this conversation, and I love it. And I know the fans are saying, well, get back to the Caruana and Prague game. I don't know that the fans are saying that, but there must be some fans who are saying that. But it is so rare that you get this kind of conversation inside the mind of GMs, things that actually enthrall GMs, players especially like yourselves, who were top 10 in the world, who've been around, who've seen a lot of things in chess, and now to see this kind of play from the younger generation and be intrigued by, be fascinated, maybe even somehow repulsed sometimes, but this kind of conversation, you don't get this. You don't get this everywhere. And to be able to share these thoughts with two incredible players like yourselves is just a real pleasure as we look at the way our game is trending into now the second quarter of the 21st century.
Yeah, and the changes afoot. I must say I'm resistant to a number of them, but one of the things I must confess is how computers have changed my judgment of so many opening positions. There were some positions that we genuinely thought were bad, just bad, and the computers are saying no, triple zeros. Sveshnikovs especially. I mean, if you read My 60 Memorable Games by Bobby Fischer, you would consider a mainline Sveshnikov position as just lost, like strategically lost.
Probably, yeah.
But now today, Sveshnikov is respected as one of the most solid defenses.
Actually, that's been the case for maybe 25 years already, come to think of it, about the
changes,
Sveshnikov.
yeah.
And it's funny you said that because Petrosian himself said, how are you E4 players letting them play this crap? I should just switch to E4 just to refute it.
Right?
That was, like, he couldn't believe so people were putting Sveshnikov on the board, and he had to go over there as a D4 player and look, say, really? You haven't refuted this already?
Yeah.
Well, my friend,
Guess what?
wherever you're resting,
Yeah, 50 years on. And
It's going strong.
nobody wants to fight the Sveshnikov.
yeah, like people play bishop b5.
Yes.
Yeah, Sveshnikov is maybe one of the more vindicated opening theoreticians of the entire, because he also was of the opinion that d4 is a mistake. Like, I had this conversation with him personally.
Oh, sure.
He thought e4 correct, e5 is a mistake, c5 better because we want to trade the side pawn for the central pawn, if at all possible. Knight f3 correct, we're fighting for the dark squares. Knight c6 correct. And now d4 horrible mistake weakens your dark squares.
Larson said the same
Bishop b5 correct.
Interesting.
And it's basically the state of modern theory. I think you see more Salimos now than you see mainline Sveshnikovs.
Opening, and even bishop b5 check against Nidors. Let's pause our conversation and ask Ben Underwood, statistically, who are the favorites in these finals. Let's have a look. Peter.
There we go. A slight edge to Fabi in the finals with a 54.9, basically like a classic flip, 55-45 flip in favor of Fabi. And I wonder what the split will be in the match for third. I'm guessing Wesley is favored because once again I think Ben's model doesn't.
The rapids and
Yeah,
blitz.
because of the amount of rapid and blitz you get to play, and yeah, this is a very, very big edge for Wesley statistically after those 15,000 tournament simulations.
And again, I think the rapid and blitz is a big part of that. We'll see what's going to happen in the classical. Turning our attention away from the Vincent Keymer game, because as you said, our fans are roaring their disapproval.
I don't know, but I know that the Prague and Fabi fans are probably saying, "Let's go back to that game." Which, by the way, they've made one move in like 25 minutes.
We missed it,
and it was the move C4 by Fabi.
Oh my gosh!
After Queen D7 by Prague, and we're in a closed game. Is what we're in. White is looking for a bind in the center. I remember the Botvinnik English. But now no bad bishop for white. That's usually on G2, stuck behind the pawn chain. And so there is space for white here. I think this one, we feel a lot more comfortable about the way the play is going. You grab space in the center, your king is safely castled, all the pieces developed. Right now, white will eventually bring the bishop out from C1, which, by the way, we're not clear what the home is anyway for that piece. So he can often sit back there while you set up this structure. And you restrain black and ask black, what pawn breaks are you going to make in this position, as you're going to need to find play? Now, the knight usually ends up going from C6 somewhere
to D4.
But as you guys pointed out, it could have gone to E7 and think G6. Now it's centralized itself to D4, looking for further exchanges to relieve the spatial cramp in the position. Tried and true, when you lack space, trade some pieces so you have more room to breathe, so to speak, because you have less pieces that are stymied.
Absolutely. Knight D4.
Fairly certain Fabi will
Wild
say
horses
no.
couldn't stop me from playing that move, Peter.
I think Knight H2 is coming. I think if you trade all four minor pieces here, it makes black's life somewhat simpler.
I'm
B6,
taking
B5.
black.
Yeah, you might even be wondering if I could be better long term, because that bishop, it looks very beautiful, but you often kind of struggle to find any work for it. And if you imagine black, I don't know, landing C6, B5, or maybe even Knight H7, Rook F8, F5, these types of positions do occasionally become easier to play with the black pieces. I'm expecting Knight H2. The knight probably is going to get aimed at the E6 square, because you can't really, if you do something indifferent for a couple of moves, just to illustrate, if I do this and then I do, I don't know, a stupid move.
Yes.
First of all, bishop takes d4 is playable, but secondly, you're also running into these types of problems.
F4, F5, bishop takes.
The knight on d4 provides white with additional possibilities which you don't want to give them. So I think rook e2, e8 with the idea of planting it on e6. And then the knight on h2 probably, as I mentioned, gets rerouted towards the f5 square. So something like, I don't know, knight f1, knight e6. Now we do finally take on b6 because allowing bishop d4 seems silly. So we take, I guess we play a4 to stop b6, b5.
Right.
And we get a kind of a structure like this, which has become somewhat topical, specifically from this particular line where white goes knight c3, knight a4 as early as possible to kind of bank the trade on b6 for some point in the future. It doesn't really look that dangerous. But on the other hand, you can sort of see how it could go in white's favor. Let's say if we just chill for a couple of tempi to give white everything they want. So we get here. First of all, knight f5 is very annoying. Secondly, I think in some of these positions, white will be interested weirdly in the idea of a5. Let's make a couple of moves again. And yeah, something like this, and then perhaps queen b3, rook e to b1, put some pressure against the pawn on b7. Specifically here, it's not great, but it's an additional kind of a course of action.
How white improves his position.
And I think maybe the most important part here is that it's a lot more difficult to name what black's play is here.
Yeah, you want f5 or you want d5.
Yeah, you would like c6, b5, but the pawn on b6 is consistently fixed on that square. If you play c7, c5, you are completely locked out now, and white has the entire board at their mercy. You're still going to have to find a way to open it, but it's very pleasant. Even rook f1, f4 here could be something that you could explore under some favorable circumstances. Obviously, to get here, I made like 5 moves in a row for black, which are not moves.
Right, to help white along.
Which you should do.
Right.
But generally speaking, I think it's a bit easier to play with white.
All right. Maurice, anything to add
Let's,
to that contour?
Let's see what else black can do after c4, knight d4, knight h2. Do we have any other ideas here?
No, I loved everything you said.
Yeah, we have on both boards, there are still 30 pieces left by move 15-ish.
Closed positions on both boards.
Yeah, and not a lot of trades. Although obviously the Fabi position looks a lot more recognizable than the one with the king on d2 somehow by move 13.
Exactly. Yeah, the king on d2. I always had the definition of a closed position as that there were 16 pawns on the board, a semi-open position. A pair of pawns had been traded, so that 2 pawns, and then an open position, 4 pawns had been traded.
This is genuinely new to me. I guess I never really asked myself what those definitions ever
Closed,
mean. Yeah.
semi-open, and open positions. How do you define them? By how many pawns were traded. No pawns have been traded in either of the games. By the way, it seemed to me in the you were making this nice little picture there of what Fabi is trying to achieve, and really what it appeared to me like, Peter, is you were trying to avoid peace trades. Like you moved your knight to h2 to g1. Your bishop, your bishop never really. You came out to e3, but not really with the idea of capturing so much as the idea of playing f4 and f5.
Yeah, I think if the knight stays on d4 and white is being offered a chance to take on b6 and then to take on d4, those I might actually consider, because that might give me a lot of play in the center. But that's the only trade I'm really willing to entertain.
Right.
I would like to keep as much material left on the board as possible. You're absolutely right.
Peter, you said something. You've never heard the characterization of open games, or maybe not never heard, but you didn't learn it that way?
I absolutely.
Open games, closed games, semi-open games?
I use it in everyday speech even. But I never really thought how you define what differentiates open from semi-open from closed. Never occurred to me to, like, I guess I'm just not a curious person at heart.
You just accepted that. That was a closed position. That's an open position.
D4 closed, E4, not E5, semi-open, E4, E5, open. Case closed.
Wow. What was the closed Sicilian then?
It's a closed Sicilian.
It's not a semi-open. It's a closed Sicilian.
Don't bamboozle me here. No bamboozling.
Back to...
We all learn chess differently, or thought about chess differently as we were coming.
Or not thought about chess at all, apparently.
Or not.
The curious mind. Look,
8-time Russian champion.
Look what it's going to do for you. Excuse me, guys. There's a white king on d2. You're not supposed to do that. And Wesley's looking at his opponent saying, you're breaking rules.
Yeah, and it's interesting that, I mean, I guess my instinct was to play g5, but once Maurice showed those lines with specifically knight e2, g5, which I missed originally. Yeah. Otherwise, black is just better here. But knight g5 with this idea of rook h1 does create an element of very serious uncertainty. The engine actually says you can consider doing this with the idea of queen c7.
On sacrifice.
Sacrificing the pawn, but creating this very unpleasant weakness on f4, which you can attack with queen c7 and arguably even bishop d6 to follow it up.
Fair.
Appears to be completely playable, but you have to be sure. And Wesley generally, I think he aims for more clarity than that. But after takes,
knight f6.
Yeah, the engine was actually preferring, I think, bishop b4 and then a move like, our old friend makes a reappearance.
G5?
G7, G6, to be sure to be able to close the flank. We had this, I think,
understanding.
Chess understanding reappearing on our screen here.
Fantastic.
But knight f6 it seems very logical because this appears to be the best square on the board for this piece.
Put your pieces where they're effective.
Yeah. So, but white can play honestly with either order. I guess you can go g5, knight e4, check, king e1,
and
it becomes quite concrete, right?
But isn't black the one getting the open file? Take it. Put your bishop on, I don't know, f5,
f5,
g6.
I guess. Yeah. Bishop d3. I want to play king e2, and then I will return to the fight for the h file, maybe with rook h1 in some cases. And also, it's not that easy to make moves with black, right? You're still somewhat hamstrung by needing to protect b7.
Hold on, I'm trying to work out the tactics of knight takes g5, and you're telling me I'm hamstrung.
Well, g5, I guess I take with the bishop, right?
Knight take on d3.
You take on d3, I will take here, I will probably throw in knight e5. And then I think I will start taking on h7 and giving you that rook in the corner.
You'll take on g7.
Yeah, so g7, not h7, sorry.
But you have queen a3 check too, though. You don't have to sack.
This works because if you take the rook, I think you probably get mated, right? Queen a3, the inclusion of queen a3 somewhere, or queen b5 check, and after c6 I can play queen c5, and this looks
That's the nice one.
Yeah, this looks like mate.
That does. Rook on a8 is not participating. Okay.
You do have to consider all these things, though.
But g5, okay, so you're telling me knight takes g5 is just an offense. Rook h3?
Rook h3, I think we can probably, I mean, king e2 maybe now allows something like knight c5 or knight g5. Yeah. Rook f3, I need to show this.
I'll take it.
This is important. So we're not doing that, we're doing this. And now maybe we're threatening f3 or king e3 h1.
Even using the word threat in this position when black look like you're getting the initiative is so audacious.
Yeah. This remains non-obvious to me, but it is very obvious to the machine that we're better here with white. Genuinely better.
Amazing. I thought I was getting the initiative with knight to e4 and rook h3, but you're turning the tables on me.
What's great about that?
G5.
What's great about that
Maurice.
as well is that exact line you guys just mentioned. As knight e4 is on the board, after the king goes back to e1,
right?
We keep seeing this as a running theme. I think this is like, no, they did it with the queen capture on d8 in one of the games. The idea the king goes back to e1, and again, if you come to the board,
you want
the
to
king
castle.
is sitting on e1, you're thinking, okay, at any moment I'll castle. Let me work out how I do that. But excuse me, your king has moved, and we're seeing, haven't we? We've had this discussion
a couple times,
a few times.
Right.
This idea, you can't castle. Your king looks like it's back home, but you simply cannot castle
mainly
at
in
all.
Vincent's games, but also in that game between Fabi and Wesley with the king on f8.
Funnily enough, in the variations we've been looking at, Peter, Black's king has actually been a little bit annoying for me on e8. If I could play 3 moves in a row as Black now for Wesley, it would be h5, bishop f5, g6, and castles.
Yes.
And then my king is completely
But if you play
saved.
h5 after, let's say, knight e5,
Bishop f5.
Bishop f5.
And I'm just 1 move away from g6.
I think you have to contend with g6, actually.
And then f6 and knight f7?
Knight f7.
Castles.
Castles is legal.
It's legal.
I'm kidding.
Maybe it's
Because
good.
queen d1 might wake you up.
It's not great, yeah. It is a legal move, though, which is good to point out to viewers, because it looks like it shouldn't be.
Right.
But it is.
Knight f7.
Because your king is not crossing through any square that is attacked, and the fact that the rook is hanging is irrelevant.
Yeah. I was a move away there from getting a safe king. I didn't get it.
But
Can I do
honestly,
it a
even
different
if
way?
I allow you to play g7, g6, I think white is still better.
Still for choice?
Yeah.
That's very annoying if that's the
And-
case. Because I'm almost in a perfect French. You know what I mean. Perfect.
Did you just play bishop e2?
Yeah, he just played bishop
Yeah.
e2. What a move. I mean, he's just basically saying, I
think
gave you what you want.
I think the knight is a better piece on f5 than the bishop, and also I would
agree
like
with
you
that.
to not be being able to trade things
Wow.
so easily. Now, this is a lot of interesting that Vincent has not played king e1 yet. Is he considering king e2?
No.
Or king c1?
King C1?
F2 is the one I don't particularly want to give up, though. F2 is a healthy pawn.
Okay, one more look. You're going to love me for this. I can't believe I'm suggesting this, but I'm sacrificing a pawn. Keep the pawn on h6 for just a moment. I wanted to go bishop f5. I want you to take, and I wanted to go g6.
But how do you progress from here?
I have no idea. I hate that pawn on h6.
And you're not taking it off the board that easily.
f6, king f7.
The engine is being extremely concrete here somehow.
Okay, I recapture with the bishop, I guess.
It gets attacked. And if it goes back, we play f3 and we start pushing.
Wow.
Machine says we're winning here with white here, not just
even
better,
after
winning.
e5.
E5, we take, we put the bishop on d5.
Bishop to g5.
And this is
That's hilarious.
This construction will survive, looks like.
I was just about to play bishop takes h4 check as well. Nope. No. Okay. So
it's amazing. This game is fairy tale, and what's fascinating about it, we have the finals game going on.
Right.
The one for the whole championships, all the marbles, but it's the nature of the game is so much more straightforward that we are less fascinated by that game as we are by this semifinals game. Of course, the finals game may blow up at any moment, but they have spent forever on the last couple of moves. We saw Pragg play knight d4 many minutes ago, and Fabi has not yet moved.
1 hour, 4 minutes for Fabi.
I don't know what the running tally is for how long he spent on this last move so far.
Yeah.
But we've had, and I'm being told, 14 minutes.
14 minutes.
Pragg spent quite some time before playing knight to d4 himself. So basically 2 moves in about half an hour. What does that tell us? That tells us there's going to be time issues in a couple of hours' time. They will be facing some stiff decisions most likely. This happens so often. We've seen it time and time again. That's going to be a big point of discussion as the game could really kind of devolve into mistakes because of time pressure. It's early days now, but you have to project it as a potential reality in these games.
Absolutely. Now, see, for this game between Fabi and Pragg, everything they've done, to my eyes, looks completely normal. As far as you know, is this a theory, or are they on novel territory?
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that they started thinking, because especially with white, if you're playing this, you're supposed to know this far, right?
Right. I mean,
what to do next?
Everything pretty much feels standard to my eyes.
Fabi c4 is new, apparently, at least not in our database.
Okay.
c4.
It was something that
the most popular move is just to take the bishop on b6 immediately.
Gotcha.
And after takes, then bishop b2. So c4 apparently is the new idea. I can't call it so revolutionary. Why hasn't anyone played such a move? It looks very normal.
Yeah, but I don't like allowing b6, b5. I like what Fabi is doing better, honestly, Jim, than this.
But once you play the move c4, you've got to say to yourself, what's the most logical move my opponent can possibly make against c4?
Knight d4, yes.
Grabbing the center. And Peter, in my opinion, Pragg actually has a threat. Knight takes f3, check. You got to have to recapture with your g-pawn. You got to address the threat. Knight takes d4, bishop takes d4 makes no sense to me.
Time to take the bishop on
b6? He's choosing between knight h2 and knight b6. There's really nothing else that you would consider seriously. We're not playing knight c3 here.
Right.
And we're definitely not allowing, there
we go.
Whoa, I was going to say, I was exactly going to say just that while you were talking. Because
where else could the knight go?
Since we've been talking about breaking principles, the engine showed this as its top move on my screen.
H4 is
but it's the kind of move you look at it, you go,
I'm not sure.
But given this era we're in, knights on the rim, I need a rhyme that's not dim or grim.
Maybe not so dim.
Not so dim? Yeah, that's good. That's good. Maybe not so dim. After all, this is, again, not a move you would tell your students to play. Where's your knight going next? Well, it's going to get clipped off if it goes to that square, especially if they play rook e8. The knight has no future. And like, why would you put your knight on the side?
Right.
You even invite the move G5, by the way.
That's the big question. What happens after G5, Peter?
G5 is very serious in these types of structures because it does basically force-wise, I think, to take, well, you could consider knight f5, but I don't much like it. I think black is quite happy about this.
Isn't that
I want to play G4.
Yeah, you might have to play G4, which the engine, actually this makes the game very, very sharp because we're playing G4 with the intention of playing H4 maybe even straight away. Otherwise we might regret our previous life decisions, but...
By the way, look at the top 3 moves after knight H4 suggested by the engine. G5 is the top one, and by far the best one.
Well, this I can explain in human words, actually, because if you do exactly what you would have done against knight H2...
Yeah.
I mean, it's already on F5.
Hello. That was what you...
It took us 3 moves in the other line.
Right.
It takes us 1 here. It's obviously an improvement.
An accelerant.
Yeah. If black doesn't take the bait with G7, G5 here, I think we're quite happy with the difference between knight H2 and knight H4. So let's take a look. So G5, the most kind of natural response is this. And this, I think, would have been quite good, but the engine suggests there is queen A4, which I missed originally, which basically forces the queens off.
Which is a dream.
You have to take on D4, and then you're not as worried about having ruined your kingside structure. And this appears to be okay for black. If you play F4, I will just take and play knight D7, reroute it towards E5. There's enough counterplay here, I think, in the center and on the A file for black to be okay.
Right.
So Pragg needs to at least very seriously consider the move G7, G5 here. And I wonder what Fabi's response is. I think you probably don't play knight H4 with the intention of playing that endgame. I think maybe that makes the move knight F5 more likely.
Okay.
And then we get here, we have to take on B6. You are not allowing it to land on D4.
Okay.
If you play queen F3 here, you allow D6, D5, which I think will... You might have to play G4 anyway, so why not play it on a previous move? And no, this is... I am... enjoying this a lot more in the last 3 minutes, this game, than I had been until Fabi chose knight H4.
An imbalance finally,
yeah,
right?
things starting to blow up. It's definitely starting to brew. E5, E4 by black invites bishop B2. H4, there's a tickle on the G5
I just have one
square.
question for you guys. I noticed the engine suggesting C5 for black in the current position. Would that even be a candidate move for you?
I want to say no. I noticed it on my screen, and then I thought, why is this good now and wasn't good earlier? And I don't have a good answer.
It would be a candidate move for me only because I'm one of those players, I love my knights to be super well defended. Like, it just gives me some options, including maybe bishop to D8. But no, G5 is so much more forcing. I'd be focused there. We have approached a break territory. So as we take our first break, we have a special that we would like for you to enjoy. One-on-one conversation with Vincent Keymer, coming right up.
Vincent, congratulations on making the Grand Chess Tour finals. You were 10 when the Grand Chess Tour started. What's your first memory of seeing this tour and the great players playing in it?
Yeah, not that early. I would say it probably starts with Fabi's 2014 performance. You know, that's still something that's stuck in my mind. 7 out of 7 against such opposition. Maybe still the greatest classical performance of all time. But generally, I've been following along, and of course now being here, being able to play in the final is a great feeling.
Your first ever shot in the Grand Chess Tour, and you're in the finals. Is that like a dream pinch me moment?
A little, although of course after Bucharest it became much more real. And then here it was mostly me making my life very difficult because, you know, coming here I was in a very, very comfortable position, which then turned out to be not so comfortable before the last few rounds.
How did you manage your emotions up and down? Like you said, you were super comfortable coming to St. Louis, then you have a poor Rapid and Blitz event, and then the craziness of Sinquefield Cup, losing to Sindarov, your whole campaign coming into question. How did you manage?
I guess it's business as usual. That's pretty much the only thing you can do. I mean, it's not like I'm becoming a better or worse chess player one day because of one bad game. So I guess that's always important to remember, and that I can still play well the next day, even though if I did something very bad the day before. And yeah, here of course it worked out very nicely, bouncing back both times after the bad loss.
Speak to the finals now. It's a clash of the generations, if you will. Pragg made a statement, he said, the younger generation has arrived. We're winning everything. Is that how you see it too?
In a way, yes. I wouldn't say we are winning everything yet, but we have a shot at everything. And I think that's also being shown here. Pragg in particular, I mean, he's been in last year's final also. He won Norway Chess. He also won, I think, Bucharest last year. Some Vike already. So yeah, of course, he's been having a quite rough half year before Norway Chess, but now he seems to be back.
And as you coming in, what's your confidence level like? Has it clicked for you that you belong? I mean, you're one of the top 5 players in the world now. No problem playing against these legends, for example, Fabi and Wesley, that you've seen all these years?
Yeah, I think that's a great feeling, of course, but that's in a way mostly for classical. I know that for Rapid Blitz I have the ability, as we saw in Zagreb on my second day, I finished like +5. But it can also go the other way, so there needs to get some stability or I need to catch the good day. And that's of course something I'm going to be working on, but generally, yes, I mean, if we look back last year at that time, I just broke into top 10 and now kind of being there for the entire time, even pushing forward, winning Bucharest, things have been going well.
You play Pragg right away, so it's not even the clash of the generations. It's 2 players born this century who'll be playing against each other. Your battles are usually just incredible, decisive games. What do you expect from this matchup?
I guess exactly what you mentioned. A lot of fighting chess will be very interesting. Yeah, it feels like we've been playing against each other for like forever, even though we're so young. But yeah, we're like nearly same birth year, so we started playing even already in junior championships.
And what is it going to take for you to defeat him head to head?
I think just playing good chess. You know, if I can avoid making such big mistakes as against Levon and just keep the level as my games against Anish, Pragg, Fabi, then things will be great.
In terms of then winning the overall finals, what would that mean to you, having come for the first time, having seen this as a boy? What would the title Grand Chess Tour champion mean to you?
Yeah, really a lot. I think that would be still, you know, I feel like nowadays we are kind of becoming a bit more numb to good results, and because it sometimes happens, but this would still be a very special title there.
And why is that? What's different about the Grand Chess Tour?
Well, I mean, first of all, it's not only one tournament. So of course, winning Bucharest was great, and it still remains, you know, it has a special place in my heart. But winning a whole tour, in a way, maybe the strongest tour in the world in chess, that is, you know, it is something.
You mentioned that, by the way. You said Bucharest was, I believe, the first super tournament you've ever won?
Yeah, I think if you eliminate freestyle, then yes.
So combining that with your further results, doing well here, coming in 3rd place in the Sinquefield Cup, tied for 3rd. What's the trend for Vincent Keymer? What do you see this meaning for you as a player as your career moves forward?
Yeah, I mean, as I already said, I broke into top 10 last year. So this year, in a way, has been my first year of real super tournaments with coming Norway Chess, Grand Chess Tour, etc. And it seems like it's working. I'm holding up, even winning one event, also here, doing pretty well in the Sinquefield Cup. So that is a great feeling, because you never know. I mean, it's my first season, so it could have gone pretty badly. You need some more experience to get used to it and everything. So to start like this with super tournaments is a great thing.
So let me ask you this. You said the jump just came for you. I mean, somebody like Pragg, he's been around, it seems, a while. It seems like you're something of a new face, so to speak, although you've been around a while, but now in the top 10 and even better. What's the difference? What's the click? What's the thing you think has pushed you now to be this consistent at this level?
I have absolutely no idea. That's the interesting thing. I guess if I knew, I could just always recreate my best performances, and I guess that goes for everyone. I mean, I've always had some very great tournaments, but then also a little less great or even pretty bad periods. And it's not like I'm becoming a different chess player, but somehow it doesn't work in that time. And I don't really know why it doesn't work or why it does work. It's more like you just have to go with it, well, if that's the case. And I guess, you know, talking about my opponent for Pragg, it's the same. You know, last year before Grand Swiss, he seemed to be doing great. He was, I don't know, 27, 85, 90 even, top 3, 4 in the world. And then suddenly Grand Swiss didn't go his way, World Cup didn't go his way, he dropped a lot of rating, and I think at some moment during Norway Chess he was down to 27-35, which, okay, still is a good rating, but not for someone like Pragg. I mean, he has higher potential. And then he started winning everything. In Norway Chess, he won that tournament, and now here he played pretty good in Zagreb. He played very well here at Rapid Blitz, and pretty good also here in Singfield Cup, you know. Very, very close to winning it. So I guess it goes in these kind of patches, and the form, of course, it really plays quite a big role.
Well, good luck in this tournament and the rest of your year.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the Grand Chess Tour Finals. Just to remind everybody, what am I reminding everybody of?
The format, I think.
Of course. We are in day 4.
This is day 4 of our Grand Chess Tour Finals, where we will watch 2 classical games, one in each of the 2 matches, with the time control of 90 minutes for the first 40, and then 30 minutes for the rest of the game, with a half-a-minute increment starting from move 1. And if anyone wins, he will be one happy bunny.
Yes, with those 6 points. We have been discussing off broadcast the game of Vincent and Wesley, and I can't believe I'm surrounded by people who say white has the better structure. First of all, I'm confused. The structure is 7-7.
It is symmetrical, yes.
It's symmetrical.
But ours is more extended.
More space.
We have gained space.
You have weakened your king size.
The only,
Could argue that. Yes.
the only difference is the pawn on g5.
We have also weakened our king size.
Okay, so this is really bugging me. The chess thermometer is slightly in white's favor. You can see on the border, on the A file, just on the A file, the white's got a smidge of an advantage. Breaking this down, for me, when I'm learning chess, I'm learning about the rooks on the open files. So black has a rook on the open. I'm learning about outposts for knights. What black has an outpost on E4.
Do you think white will never play 95 in this game?
Well, I was thinking about playing F6. Yes, myself. That opened up the
white
G file.
White also has an open file.
So from my perspective, the issue is actually somehow white's queen is actually better than my queen, black's queen, that's to say, is in a defensive posture.
Correct.
So I've got to essentially improve my queen. And I would find the move C7, C5 attractive, Peter.
C5?
But before, yes, C5 looks insane.
You're an you're an extremist.
So we were waiting for you to play a move like that. Okay, we'll call it safe. But I would like to point out something paradoxical in what you said. You said you had the open file.
The H file, correct.
The H file. But if the knight goes to E5, you want to play F6. By playing F6, you give us a file.
The open G file.
Exactly. Now, white's king cannot castle. Black's king can. But if black castles, you lose the H file.
That's true.
Right?
Yep.
So that means you have to pick one. Do you have the file, or do you have the right to castle? And if you're putting the right to castle, then your king is in the center too.
Right.
If you are going to castle, you lose the file that you had.
Right.
So you're sitting in a catch-22 situation with that. And also, when you're arguing about the file, if I put my knight on E5, you cannot challenge that piece because you give me a file as well. Or you choose to. You want to be able to attack my centralized knight or take the file. So there is weird paradoxes in black's position where if you certain things you might want to do, you just can't simply do without conceding something of the advantage that you claim you have.
Good job, Maurice. I think we're close to convincing Yasser that white
No. Yasser's looking at me like I'm talking garbage.
No, wait a minute.
Which I'm familiar with that face.
Look. The moment I castle, I've given up the rights to castle. I can't castle anymore because I castled. Okay, C5 didn't work.
No, and I just want to say, the amount of whiplash I got, like, you were making such great points, and I was waiting for, a kind of a logical conclusion somewhere, and then you suggested C5, and I thought, is that the same person who just made sense for a minute straight?
Well, but I have to do something to improve my...
Yes.
So C7, C6.
I think it's just too slow, and after 95 or even King E2, machine genuinely likes King E2, Rook H1 now. And also, I think your problem is your Bishop D6 now has become a lot harder to play.
Bishop. Okay.
It's hilarious. Bishop D6 is meant by. And sorry, in that position you just play that line.
Bishop D6.
Bishop D6 is meant by Rook H1, and Black has to play Rook G8.
inverting the entire thing completely. Yeah, this is hilarious.
But then I would sit there and I would tell myself, look at my marvelous chess understanding. White has won control of the open file. You're laughing, but that's the way I think. I just want control of the open file. Aren't I clever?
We are laughing, but
no, I think
Wesley. Go on, please.
The point of, I remember John Watson, when I read his book, Secrets of
Chess Mastery.
Modern Chess Strategy.
Yep.
Again, modern.
Modern.
That word modern. This book was written early 2000s, maybe?
Yeah.
Right? Or late 90s?
I feel like I've known it for a long time.
It's been around for decades.
Yeah.
And he talked about this concept of rule independence. Rule independence means that each position has its own rule. Each position, you have all these principles that we pile on in chess, and which one matters right now? Is it the open file? Is it the safe king? The fact that I can't castle but I have an open file, or I have space. The stronger players understand and how to balance what so-called rule, the word rule is actually a misnomer, because the only rules in chess are how the pieces work.
Exactly.
Everything else are principles.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah. And these principles are not universal to every position.
Right.
They're totally dependent on the position you're looking at. And so this concept of rule independence makes it impossible for you to take a position and say, this factor, this factor, this factor, this factor adds up, we're done. That's a la Steinitz, which would be the accumulation of small advantages.
Right.
No, you can't do that. And it's not a great way to think about chess, is what the modern argument is. It's all this position, what's happening right now, and the Incrs are going, yeah, actually it's a pretty good position. I know all of this sucks. My pawn structure sucks. I can't castle. I got weak squares. But I'm mating your rear end on a stick. and that's all that matters because of the dynamics of the position. So this is what we're seeing in modern chess and how they're figuring out how to navigate those principles and not just be slaves to them, and apply them differently in all cases.
Right.
And another thing in a similar vein that I always liked to use as a description is that you spend, and this obviously applies not only to chess, but I'm guessing to pretty much any area of human endeavor. You spend your beginning years in the new discipline, learning those rules and guidelines, and then as you get better and better, you spend years and years unlearning them,
which is very hard to do, by the way.
And learning how to apply them properly and when to apply them and when to recognize that they no longer apply in this particular situation. It's basically what you just said, but in other words. But I thought that idea of the better you get, the more you understand that those are at best guidelines, and you are absolutely not obliged to follow them blindly.
Emanuel Lasker said something very similar to that, was that he spent years learning the principles, and then years unlearning the principles.
And there is such a thing as expert blindness. Experts are so familiar with what you're supposed to do, what they've learned, accumulated over the years, that some idiot beginner will come up and go, why don't you just take that pawn? Shut up. Oh, wait a minute. That's a good move, actually.
Right.
Sometimes we become slaves to our own expertise.
Exactly. Nancy, jump in there with that one, too. you've been trained by the computers, and you felt that certain positions are good for you, and you're shocked when the computers say they're not good for you. This is a position where I'm trying to make an argument that it's good for black, and the engine is saying, no, white's perfectly fine.
Yeah, I'm used to that.
You're used to it.
I'm used to that, and I'm not
I hate
surprised
it.
at all. And I knew you guys would have same reaction when I saw the third move C3.
Yeah.
That's why I was ready to start this discussion. That you would be saying,
you're the real culprit in this discussion.
That, of course, all the points you're making are, the principles that we all learned.
Right.
But then computers came in and they always are challenging these principles, and I'm just used to it, and it doesn't shock me as much anymore.
Right.
And I think Vincent's way younger than I am. He absolutely grew up on computers, and
Right.
maybe Wesley's thinking like you guys, though. Like
He is.
Yeah.
He said that. He
Yeah.
said, I don't understand how these kids play. He said it very clearly here. It's like, how can you play chess like this?
Yeah.
And that's exactly what's going on. And he's trying to come to grips with the position himself. We might even argue his bishop went from e7 to d6. The knight, okay, it's centralized, but it could become a target by the move f3 sooner or later. And somehow the engine is coming right here and saying, this position is looking better for white. When white plays king e2 and rook h1, what are you doing with your rook on a8? You'll start going, yeah, this is starting to make sense, actually.
Yeah.
This does look good for white. And white has that bind in the middle. That pawn on g5 plays a huge role.
King e2.
King e2 played, and I just wanted to point out that
Please,
the points you were making are kind of borne out by the move bishop d6. And if we go back here and we once again try to establish, okay, black does have the file, black has a very solid structure.
Right.
Why is it that white could potentially be better here? Why is the engine giving white an edge? The difference between those two, I think, is one part of it, absolutely, as you pointed out. Also, this one is better than this one. Which is why bishop d6 is a very solid move, because it kind of solves both of our problems as black. We are trying to get these two bishops off the board,
Fair.
and that gives us much easier time playing c6, queen c7, which wouldn't have been available to us at all with the bishop on f4 still on the board, which is why bishop 6 is correct. So now I guess we take, and we do have to start developing. Let's say we play c6. If rook h1, yes, probably we will have to play rook g8.
Right.
But it's not that horrible. And if you give black time to play queen c7 and castle long, I think black will be completely healthy. In fact, white probably needs to play quite quickly here. To my slight shock, the top line on my screen currently is the move g5, g6, which I wouldn't
even have occurred to me, frankly.
Yeah, you need to kind of delve very deeply into this to understand why this is good.
Wow.
And in response, the correct reply appears to be bishop g4 and not bishop takes g6. Why can't we take?
Wow.
Just rook a to g1, and I guess we are now ready to meet queen c7 with rook takes g6. So we successfully stopped queen c7 from happening altogether.
The queen on b3 x-rays e6.
That's a problem.
Are you kidding me?
Beautiful. We see through pieces.
Queen on b3. That pawn on e6 has been defended by the pawn on f7.
Bishop on f5, queen on c8. All this time, chess is beautiful.
Oh, my
chess is so beautiful. It's incredible. By the way,
That's crazy.
just again, for fans of the other game, I'm going to say we're going to be exploring the finals almost exclusively in about an hour and a half. Almost exclusively. Because on move 12, Pragg took 6 minutes and 46 seconds to play queen d7. Fabi took 9 minutes and 14 seconds to play his response c4. Pragg took 10 minutes and 23 seconds to play the move knight d4. And then Fabi took 16 minutes and 53 seconds to play the move knight to h4. They played 2 move pairs in 15, 25, 41, 42 plus minutes. 2 move pairs. And it's not all the explosiveness that we've been discussing at all. They're just slow playing it. It's move 14. Pragg is down to 48 minutes to make 26 moves and can't figure out a clear plan against Fabi's very typical knight on the rim, not so dim, knight h4 move. This one, yes, it's being slow played. There's not much for us to actually talk about.
Knight on the rim, full of vim.
full of vim. There you go. I knew you were thinking about that.
Vigor.
Peter, we can count on to come up with some good rhymes there. By the way, we have, as they've been thinking for so long, we've had some details about the longest things in rapid and blitz from yesterday. Let's see, are there any culprits there?
Some graphics.
And here we see Keymer's name featuring 3 times. That's not great.
Dubious move.
That's not great for his rapid and blitz results. And it turned out not to be so great, at least in rapid. 11.2 minutes spent in game 2. 45% of his clock time.
That's
He
crazy.
was already busted. By
One move. Yeah, he was pretty bad. He was trying to figure out what to do there. In the blitz game, he spent 1.6. That's not unbelievable, but still a third of his time almost. And rapid game 1, he also spent 30% of his time on move 11. That cannot be a good look. Wesley's 1.5 minutes in blitz game 2. That game ended in a draw. So it worked out for him spending some time.
But 2 dubious moves, a good move, and what was the star? That meant
that was a good move, I think, in the first.
Well, there
rapid
was a
where-
thumbs up, and then there was 2 dubious, a thumbs up, and what was the star?
Star was maybe best move. I think that was
Best
the.
move? Okay.
I'm guessing knight f3, knight c6 in that endgame that he ended up losing to Prague in the first rapid game.
Okay.
Yeah, they're progressing towards the positions we were discussing. Wesley has already taken on f4 and is now thinking about options.
And again, c7, c6 is screamer.
Appears to be best, yeah. Second best line appears to be b7, b6, a move which I think will not occur to almost anybody. I don't understand what the point of it is.
e6.
I guess just to sort of release the queen to not have to defend the pawn on b7. But where does it go?
No, I'm not playing b6.
Yeah, I
c7, c6. Let's put it down.
The hilarious response I would love to see played.
What's that?
Since you weakened the b6 square, let's just park our queen there.
Yeah, and Wesley has played c6. And now a very important turning point, because queen b6 and g6 are arguably maybe the best 2 moves in this position, and they are very different in spirit. One is trying to prevent queen c7 long castles, and one is just immediately initiating a kind of a brawl on the king's side.
Brawl time.
Brawl.
Actually, g6. We looked at g6 here,
Right.
and I was very surprised it existed at all. But g6 immediately is also something you can do. And now, if you take on g6 with the bishop,
It looks so unbelievable that you can get away with
This is
this.
you can even do it without
This is
winning
beautiful.
anything immediately. But look at this beautiful, beautiful
This is
force.
That is a great stallion. I mean, that's.
Wow.
But it's a whole exchange, Peter. I mean,
It is, yeah.
dang.
But that knight beats any rook.
It does.
Yeah. Black kind of comes out because the queen on b3 is so far away from where it actually will deliver mate.
Right.
Black is seemingly just in time to get pieces out. Like you have to play rook h6 here, but then you are going to play queen d5 next move, and the machine says white has enough compensation for the exchange, but not more. I noticed it's pretty much never f7, f6 for some reason.
Which I'm very attracted to because I want to stop knight e5.
It's very specifically because rook h1 is very strong. You have to play rook g8, and now I get to play knight h4, and this becomes awkward, apparently. Although,
And
maybe
why?
not that awkward.
Queen c7?
Bishop takes f3, bishop f5.
Well, sorry, Peter. Even that, no, queen takes a.
That's queen b7, I think.
Queen b7, f7 check.
Yeah,
I mean, rook b8, do me a solid and take my c6 pawn. But no, queen f7 ends the discussion. Sorry. No.
So bishop f5, and it says white is somehow slightly better here, because I guess we have the h file. And we have some...
King g3.
Stop it.
Safe. Look at our beautiful pawn shield that is protecting our king.
I mean, that's completely ridiculous. And by the way, I want to show you another ridiculous line. You ready?
Yeah.
All right.
This is completely ridiculous.
Okay.
I followed this path that you guys left behind I said, no way, we got to leave that behind. That's too juicy to ignore. So this move, G6,
Okay.
which you got to analyze.
I mean, you got to overcome a lot of bias to play.
Okay, bishop G6,
All right.
rook G6. This is the line you guys are just looking at. Takes 95.
It's bang.
And now you have to make a move for black. And you can't move your queen away because of queen E6.
Clear.
So the move rook B8. You no longer can castle on that side.
Clear.
Rook G1.
Okay.
Now this pawn's hanging. And now the agent says black's better after B5. Not the first move that necessarily comes to mind, but you're going to use your rook to open a clear file.
There's a king on E2 after all.
And I play rook takes on G6.
Okay.
Now I'm threatening rook takes E6 with check.
Time to castle.
Time to castle.
See?
Are you kidding me?
Giving up the H file.
We now know how his brain works. Yeah.
What? I mean, the E6 pawn is hanging right
Show it
now.
on the board though.
But the black rooks are suddenly awesome, and the file's opening so fast that taking on E6 doesn't make. I mean, rook takes E6 is almost winning, right? You take queen C4. I'm
I
okay.
don't think we have your board.
No, it is.
So rook takes
Maurice's
G6.
board, but-
Yeah. Rook takes
I thought
G6.
I'm making moves.
Well, it's,
I'm not
I
seeing
guess
them.
it's
Is what I'm
frozen,
saying. So
Which
rook
is-
takes G6 castles.
I can reproduce it on mine. Hang on a
I
second.
mean, mine must. Is it frozen or something? Because I have
Looks like
exactly
it's frozen. Yeah. But I can.
Right in the
maybe-
middle
okay,
of
everything is
the
frozen.
best combination ever. Rook G6.
Yeah,
rook
maybe
E6.
Peter can pull it up.
Everything is frozen now.
Everything is frozen. Okay. Well, let's hope Nazi's board is not frozen.
Well-
Nazi, take it away.
Thank you, Maurice. Yes,
no,
you
it
guys
unfroze now.
are having so much fun with the other game, but I do want to catch you up on the final that we have between Fabi and Praggnanandhaa. Prag took 45 minutes in this position after Fabi's knight h4 to decide on a move. We discussed g5, we looked at other moves like rook e8 and computer's weird move c5, but he chose none of these moves. He played knight back to c6. I'm a bit shocked. I don't know how else to describe this move. I mean, you just played knight d4 on the last move, and then 45 minutes later, you go back to knight c6. We'll try to figure out what is the idea behind this. So if, for example, we make a simple move, bishop b2, black goes bishop d4, I'm thinking that's maybe what Prag wants to do instead, replace the knight with the bishop on d4. But then I play b5, you're forced to move the knight. Actually, I think my screen is also frozen.
The only screen that works
showing
in
up.
studio is mine. I'm very happy to show you.
Unfortunately,
I don't think
we
you're
pull up
connected to
yours.
anything.
And I'm the only
I
one who's
think now
not.
it's on. It's on though.
All right.
It showed
No,
up
it's not that our screen doesn't work. It's that it's free. My screen moves. It's just that it's not showing up on the screen. It's just not transmitting.
We're not transmitting.
transmitted.
So it's not that the screen is actually.
I think we're off air.
I think it's back on if we can try again.
You think we're off air?
That's what he said. Yeah.
Oh no. Okay. Well, we'll just pretend that we're still on air.
Keep going, Nasi.
Okay, so I was showing this line that after knight h4, Prag went back to c6. Maybe he wants to put the bishop on d4 instead of the knight. So I will allow it. I'll play bishop b2, you go bishop d4, and I go b5. You do have to move your knight. Knight goes to e7.
Right.
I take, and now you have the pawn on a d4 that you may or may not lose. I'm going to follow up with f4.
Oof.
Now your rook on e6 also is not too happy and might get trapped, so you have to be a bit careful. I looked at knight g6, trying to get rid of this knight. I'm not going to trade it. I'm going to play knight f5, sack the pawn on f4, and then take the pawn on d4. After, let's say, you move the rook somewhere, drop back, I go rook f1, and this looks like a great position for white. Knight comes back to f5, I've got the center. All I have to do is bring this knight from the corner back into the game, and white is much better. That's one line. After knight c6, white could also just simply play b5. I'm sure you're not going to go back to d4, so you're going to go probably to e7, and I could just take your bishop and just enjoy bishop versus knight when my bishop on b2 is going to be very pretty, preparing d4. So I really am struggling to understand why Prag took so long to make this move knight c6 back. Can you guys help me out understand this idea behind this move?
I I don't like it. I think he had to kind of grasp the nettle somehow. I understand that we are somewhat fixated on G5 because we've investigated it to a degree and we think it's good, but spending too tempi just shuffling back and forth while white actually makes progress. Knight h4 is very much part of your general plan. It might land on f5. Yes, you can maybe chase it away, and yeah, we apologize for the slight technical issues here, which we are trying to resolve, believe us. Yeah, I think knight c6 is way too meek. I can sort of see the reasoning behind it. I guess he didn't like g5 for whatever reason. I'm sure if we ask him after the game, he will provide a very detailed explanation. I'm sure he saw g5. There's no way he didn't consider it. But yeah, I think the decision he finally ended up on is not great.
To begin with, the move simply wouldn't have occurred to me. Really, yeah, I mean, the knight...
Is this case of long thing, wrong thing? Because he took 45 minutes.
Oh, for sure.
45 minutes?
Yes.
That is a very... in my mind, you know, the knight on d4 has found its outpost. If you had given me this position next turn, you know, it's sort of like hand and brain. You know, like I get the position, I'll put my knight back on d4 and say that's where the knight belongs. So it's not just g5. I would have been about c5, you mentioned. I would have been about rook on e6 to e8, maybe on a knight h7. I thought the knight belonged on d4.
And we are talking about Fabi's game.
Yes, exactly.
Against Pragg.
We are talking about the...
By the way, this game right here, this is just like a chess joke, like chess humor. The goddess of chess, Kaisa, is saying, you guys know nothing.
Nothing about chess.
You literally nothing. The game is so rich. Remember the days when Capablanca and the like said, chess is dead. It's a draw.
Yeah,
it's so boring.
Oh,
all the lines have been played out.
We have to change the rules.
We have to change the rules. No, not yet, says the engines. We've got fresh ways to think about it. And I'd like to draw your attention to another line in this game between Keymer and Wesley. This is ridiculous. What I'm about to show belongs in the Museum of the Ridiculous.
Right.
So let's take a look. And
okay, tell me.
So we're talking about the game between Wesley and Vincent.
Right.
And
C7, C6.
We have your board there on the left. We don't have we have another live position. But now take a look at this.
Okay.
So G6.
Yes.
G6.
And Bishop G6.
Okay.
And we already agreed that Rook G6 is a move, but try the move Knight E5.
Very reasonable.
Check. And now Bishop H5 check.
Check.
Where are you putting your king?
Forward. No, but this
Yasser hesitated for a moment. Now he's looking at you like you're crazy.
Maurice.
No, I mean, definitely.
King E3
definitely
in the nestle.
forward.
We're not friends anymore.
Now the move. Let's keep going. That's already a problem, right? Yeah, it's like, are we still analyzing this variation where Peter says forward, of course. And now the move F6.
Right.
Now your knight's hanging.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So we've got a couple of choices. Then just top one,
Rook G7.
forget the knight, Rook G7.
They're the same choice, actually.
It's the same choice, yes. Rook G7. You can have my knight.
Okay.
And now I'm going to play Bishop takes on E4.
Oh, my.
Now, this is a moment you say, press pause. I can capture on a forward check. I can take a D4 with check, etc. Let's just make one casual non-check for now and take on E4.
Okay.
Which we now have triple pawns on the board. It's momentary.
But
and
we've
now
got an extra
we're
piece.
worse if not for the move Rook H1. With the threat of taking and then playing Rook G8 check and picking off your queen.
Okay.
And then your whole position falls apart.
Okay.
E takes F4 check. After Rook H1, king back to D2 hiding. And don't try to drag the king back by playing E3 check right now, because we're taking twice. Just go ahead. E3, give me that, and I'm just taking it. Like, what are you doing? You're not stopping me from playing Rook takes on H5 and Rook down, because your queen is trapped on the back rank thanks to the one Rook sitting on G7.
Amazing.
Also, Rook G5 might be a very strong threat.
This position is completely insane development from the position we just had.
What a peace sacrifice.
What a sacrifice. Of course you would have suspected all this happened when the king marched up to the E3 square.
Wow. Wow.
And Vincent has been in the tank for a while now after he takes f4 and c6, and he must be considering all of this. And he also must understand that the shot clock is pretty short here. If you give black time to play queen c7 and castle long, black will probably genuinely be better because all of the things Yasser has been talking about will become just straight up true. King is safe, rook's connected, about to play f7, f6 and kick the prospective knight from e5.
But if that all were to
in
happen,
control.
if Wesley ends up playing queen c7, castles long, rook h3, you understand my positive reinforcement, right?
You just want that to happen to be proven, right? Yes, I know you.
That's I told you.
One more line, please.
Please.
G6 again.
Yeah.
We're back to
All right.
G6, and
We're
we
back to
have
G6.
my board apparently is alive.
Oh my gosh.
So if you want to try, Tom, if you want to try to get my board up, it would be great. So we're going to go through this line again. Bishop takes G6, and they're not following my board at the moment. Peter, you can do it until they bring my board. Okay, I heard it's up. All right, rook G6, pawn takes, and knight E5.
Right? Not even bishop takes e4.
Sorry, bishop
Let's
takes
take on
E4.
E4
That's the
first,
line.
yeah.
And knight E5, right?
Okay.
And we played rook B8, and then
Yep.
we played rook to G1, and then we
Yep.
played B5.
Yep.
Ignoring rook takes with the devastating threat of rook takes E6.
Right.
That's just crushing. Until they castle and laugh at us,
Right.
because
That's so cruel.
rook takes E6
B takes
means
A4,
nothing.
yeah.
Because of takes,
On a4,
On
threatening
A4.
the queen.
we can't move some nice deadly discovery yet, so we have to move our queen out the way.
But
And now rook takes B2 check.
that's what
We're going to go hide, trying to hide at least.
I would
And now you could throw in a check. We'll hide on the other side. Haha, now what are you going to do? You're busted.
except
just king h7, I think.
Except there's king A7. And
just sidestepping.
good luck. Good luck surviving this. Now that rook F4 is coming, don't let our queen wake up and get into the position.
Right.
And you have these great pieces. Knight on E5, rook on E6, queen on C4 looks pretty good. If only you could play queen E2, you would be completely winning.
Probably, yeah.
But
With
the
queen
rook-
H5 coming and queen E4 coming. And
The rook is hanging.
the problem is this rook's hanging.
Yeah.
So you can't waste time. You can't play a move. Like, what do you do? Rook here can be met by rook takes on F4, and now this is no longer hanging. And queen E2 can be properly met by queen F5, and bye-bye to your attack, and that's that.
Yep.
So Vincent may be deep in the tank in these variations, 15 minutes on his clock on this last move, C6, and he has to believe the lie that his king is safe, marching up the board. But it turns out not to be a lie. It turns out to be amazing chess to play going back to the live board. G6, bishop takes, knight E5, this check, and how many times does this king move? He moves to D2, to E1, to E2, a fourth time now, nestling itself in the cocoon of E3 and saying, this is just good for me.
The cocoon suggests that you're nice and protected and safe. You know, Peter, White's been having a lot of fun at Black's expense. You know, again, I see Wesley's threat, and I mean it really is a strong threat of queen c7 and give me the pawn
Let's
on
talk
f6.
about queen b6.
Thank
Shall
you.
we?
Yeah, let's stop the threat.
And the interesting part here, and this I think might be extremely challenging for a practical player, is that by far the best move in this position is queen g8 with the intention of meeting queen takes b7 very specifically with castle.
I rest
Yasser's
my point.
Yasser's going to stab himself.
Yeah, I mean, Vincent is very intently looking at the king side, and sometimes you can actually infer what they're trying to play by the side of the board they're studying. But this is also quite spectacular because. And
Here we go.
Whoa,
Queen
okay.
b6.
Very good.
On cue,
Yeah,
Peter.
and if you don't play queen d8 right now, your second best move is maybe knight d6, but then after bishop takes f5, let's say you continue playing proper positional chess, you take on f5 with the knight.
Okay.
Rook h1, you probably have to play rook g8. Let's say the knight comes to e5.
But this isn't good. Knight, queen on b6 looks so.
But maybe this is not that bad actually.
Okay. Okay.
because we do reestablish some semblance of control. We protected b7 now. We can kick the queen away with queen d8.
That queen
If you give the
posting
machine some time to think, maybe it stops panicking as much as it used to here. But queen d8 is quite spectacular, though. We provoke queen takes b7, and now we cannot afford to allow this to be a check. So we castle, but then rook b8 is an incredibly strong threat.
And after, I don't know, rook b1, we just stop.
Rook b1, rook b8, we actually give a perpetual to the queen. You can even take on c. Oh no, if you take on c6,
I get trapped.
You get trapped. So, but you can play queen a6. But then after queen c7, you're once again going to get trapped.
And
so the only move genuinely is queen a7, and then black has nothing better than rook a8, but you do have this draw. I guess the way to not take on c6 would be to play queen b3. But then black gets a lot of counterplay. You can play immediately, let's say c6, c5. After queen c2, we can maybe throw in f7, f6 as well, trying to blow open everything that is
you almost have me at
stable in the
c5,
center.
c4 as well. I'm beginning to like black's initiative.
Exactly, yeah. And interestingly, white can also play something like knight e5, rook
This is
b8.
my favorite line.
Queen, let's say queen takes c6.
Okay.
And black
That's
throws in rook b6 to force the queen to g7. And we get some.
Nestle yourself on e3 yet again.
But it's just it's very good on e3. And this is somehow equal, which is absurd, but much of modern life is completely absurd. We shouldn't be surprised.
We tried to avoid the absurd, by the way. G6 was that kind of sharp move that white was playing for the initiative. Suddenly black plays queen d8 in this position and forces you again into the land of the absurd. So it's not like you can avoid it. The way you've been playing suggests that this is the kind of position that's going to come up time and time again. It's hard to control unless you decide you're just going to run into some endgame, trade off the pieces, and leave and say, this is too tricky, even for me being entertaining or enterprising chess.
This is an interesting turning point as well for Wesley, because 96 appears to be playable, and Wesley in general, I think, tends to lean towards conservative, non-sacrificial options.
Right.
But maybe he considers queen d8 and castles, and the more he considers that, the more I'm sure he will come to the conclusion that it's at least playable. And maybe
What did you have for knight d6, bishop takes f5?
Yeah, I only showed knight takes f5. It takes you can also go knight c4, by the way, getting rid of that queen on b6 and then recapturing with the pawn. But these types of positions, the engine says we may be slightly better with white, because we will go rook e1. We will deny you castling as well, because we'll play king d1, discover check next. Like, let's say queen c7, I give you this check, you go king d7, I go knight e5 check.
All the advantages I spoke that black may have had.
But this is very symmetrical, though. This is weirdly some kind of a Petrov, right? Like the queen side is just a symmetrical Petrov.
Right.
The extreme weirdness on the king side kind of puts the lie to that suggestion.
Right.
Yeah, but this is just even. Black will play rook a to e8 and start trading.
Trading, I see. By the way, Wesley, 20 minutes into his thing, but that move, queen b6.
Queen b6 just landed.
Wesley's not 20 minutes into his
that was earlier.
This
queen
timing
b6 just
off.
landed. Wesley maybe has been thinking for like 3 minutes.
Wasn't it? But I mean, g7, g6 versus queen b6, two extraordinarily different plans for white.
Yes.
One, white is sacrificing a pawn in exchange and following up with an attack. The other, very positional concept, I'm going to deny you queen c7 and castles. What I wanted to ask, Peter, was g7, g6, and let's say you terrified me with this exchange sacrifice. I was going to go queen c7.
Queen c7
And
it doesn't like very much.
Queen takes, and suddenly after knight e5, just for argument's sake, queen check. Can I at last get to your king?
Well, I'm getting to yours, actually. b7 and g7 both hanging. Machine says lost for black, not even worse.
Wow.
Because you will have one more check, and then you will run out of checks entirely, and then, like, my turn,
coming,
things go bad. Yeah, 96, queen b6, for instance, with ideas of queen c7, queen d7. It starts collapsing.
I think the problem I'm having is recognizing just how safe White's king somehow is.
It genuinely is very safe on e3. On e3.
E3, yeah. You gotta surf like the young boys.
I'm not sure. Take queen h3 back just a moment ago.
Oh, hang on.
If I had gone queen h2 with the idea of rook h3, no, you just take
yeah, I mean, bishop takes e4 exists, yeah.
Bishop
Would have been very
takes
strong.
e4, queen takes b7.
But now you no longer have any threats, yeah. And I definitely do on the other side of the board. Like you can give me one check and then your checks run out. Yeah.
Amazing. Okay, that does it. I was trying to get the queen on c8, which has been doing absolutely nothing. See how I teleported it to h2 and came empty-handed?
While we're on the topic, I think maybe Vincent realized that apart from bishop to h6, you can also just do this, maybe, and then queen c7 and castle long, and this is not bad for black at all. I suspect something like this is what turned him away from
rook g6 is playable.
So the idea of just like
rook
yeah, but
is
then I
playable,
don't have
but then
I
we
don't have
castle,
to accept the exchange sacrifice.
Yeah, but yeah, we expected Wesley to play 96, I think, and he indeed has played 96 now.
And he played it rather quickly too.
Yeah.
All right, this game is keeping us transfixed. Let's take a look at the other one.
Please.
As a couple of moves finally were made and the exchange did occur on the b6 square.
So White achieved more or less, Peter, the outlines of what you were suggesting, and got some tempi to go with
this
the
is
good
a
bishop.
dream scenario for White now because it's very difficult to name a source of counterplay. I really like what the engine is suggesting here, and this is a kind of position where you wouldn't think the engine would be teaching us things necessarily, because at least when we began working with engines,
they were so weak positionally.
Yeah, you could absolutely rely on them to give you mate if you provided it with an opportunity. But in slow positions, it wouldn't necessarily show interesting plans. But here, I really like this idea of going g3.
Followed by king g2.
Maybe even knight g2 e3, because we're preparing f4. So it doesn't even... I'm not even sure the king goes to g2. Maybe the king goes to h2 and the knight goes to g2. But we're also...
Specifically f4.
Yeah, we're preparing f4, and black will struggle to do very much about it. You can play the knight back to d4, but one thing to note is that we pretty much never allow b6, b5. That's the one break black has. We're not letting it happen.
We're shutting it down.
Yeah, but then, even against, let's say, c7, c5, the engine just slowly continues building up on the king side.
Wow.
Rook f1, king h2, eventually I will play f4. What is black doing in the meantime? You can throw in g7, g6, I'll play king h2, for instance. We're never taking on b4, because then the entire queen side will get collected one by one. So, I don't know, you make some move to free up a square for the knight. I go knight g2. I don't know, knight d7. Machine even throws in some weird rook moves. Let's say, I don't know, rook b1 or rook a2 or something. And the next move I will play f2, f4. And you will have to react to it somehow, and I'm not sure if there's a good reaction. Because you don't want to be taking and giving me all of this freedom. You don't want to be allowing a 4, f5. That also looks very, very poor. These are troubling times for Prague.
Wow. And if you don't mind me saying it, it came from the knight d4 back to c6. That looks like
a strange decision.
A tempo waster. But go back a move, because it's actually 2 tempi wasted. So we have this position.
Yeah.
And
he absolutely could play 97 here if he wanted to, which would have given him a playable position. White probably takes on b6, goes a3, a4 as described. But yeah, we put the knight on g6. We maybe play c6,
well,
b5.
This is much more flexible than the game position for black.
Yeah. Of course it is.
Maurice, did Prague back down from g7, g5 when the knight was on d4?
Yep.
Something disturbed him about the move g5. Could you take a guess?
I think it was just his weakened king side. There were no variations that you mentioned. You guys broke down the position very beautifully. And I think he just didn't feel it was necessary to play this move g5, which we notice that Vincent in particular plays g5 freely. So we can't call it a generational thing. G5 was a very natural move to play. The king is fine. He just didn't like those lines, but it was supposed to be the key move, and he just didn't play it.
Well, it was specific to the position after knight h4, Peter. Yeah, and he backed down from the challenge.
And it's also, I think, quite unusual for Pragg to not take what I'm sure he realized must be the principal choice here. And he normally goes for those full-heartedly, but today, yeah, knight c6, you kind of know you're wrong if you're playing knight c6. I don't think you can even convince yourself this is good, frankly.
Exactly.
So it is very much a bailout.
A perplexing question. By the way, picking up from the game of Vincent, they did, how do you say, win control of the H-file. Rook H1, Rook G8. Wesley backed down and said, okay, you got me. You can have the rook on the open H-file. I really just want to go knight to D6, and I want to go queen to B6 and chase you away. Good idea, Peter?
It seems to be very solid. Black is now kind of passive, right? White generally has the better pieces, apart from maybe that beautiful knight on F5. But what Black has going for them still is a pristine pawn structure. No weaknesses, no pawn breaks really available to White anymore.
When I said pristine pawn structure, you were saying, no, my pawn structure with the pawn on G5 is better than your pawn structure.
More stretched.
Okay, but I see happy moves for White. Rook H7,
yes.
Knight E5, Rook on A1.
Rook H7 probably the strongest, and in this position...
What's Wesley doing?
Well, there is Rook A6, which we've been kind of ignoring so far, but you can, if you want, also say, okay, I'm not castling this game either, and kick the queen away that way.
Okay.
But I would try to play knight c6 anyway. Let's say you go Rook H1. Or
Knight E5.
Knight E5, okay.
I don't want to see Knight C4. I want to get my knight on a good square.
Okay. But then I think it's not that bad.
We'll pause here for a second, because I'm still not sure what Black is doing to get rid of the queen. All right, I'll fall for it. Queen C5, let's go. I just want to be my annoying self. And Queen A3. So now I want to play Rook H1, and you know what I mean, Rook H8.
Conservative option is Queen D6. More ambitious option is actually F7, F6 now, and recapture with the queen.
Recapture with the queen, because you don't want to open up
but
the
also,
7th rank, right?
If I don't want to break up my own structure, I can play Queen D6 here. And the thing is, Rook H1 is a bit empty, right? You can do it, but it doesn't create immediate threats in many cases. And Black will have time to play King E7 or something. And if you play Queen B3, I am finally one move away from completing my childhood dream and castling queenside.
Yeah, those knight takes F7 to stop you from your childhood dream. Chess is hard, Maurice. I mean, White had a dance with the queen went all around, and Wesley ended up with a solid position despite my best attempts at...
That move, Queen B6, it is interesting about chess. It happens all the time that the character of a position changes move to move. And you could be equal and say, oh, let's sacrifice something. That's triple zeros. Or you can play the quiet Queen B6, and that's triple zeros. And it's not about the best move. It's what do you feel like playing today? And how do you feel like challenging your opponent? That move, Queen B6, was not the most incisive, and that has led Vincent to not have that much, as he didn't take a big risk here, which I remember, Peter, you said, this is in Vincent's style. It's less likely that he'll be sacrificing with G6 and a pawn and et cetera than he would to try to squeeze his opponent the way he is right now and just outplay them positionally. But he's placing a customer who, by the way, doesn't mind you playing like this. Wesley's a stiff defender. Although I got to say, Wesley's tough against any kind of chess you play against him. But this one, he's ready. He'll see the dangers, he'll see how to neutralize and duck and dodge, and all of a sudden you'll be looking at an equal position.
Yeah, I'm looking at Vincent's. You can see that he feels like he's got to go forward. You know, he's got like, okay, I've got the attack. I'm seeing G6. I'm seeing knight E5. Maybe rook H7, rook H1, rook H8. There's got to be something here for me, and you can see the wheels churning, but I don't know exactly how to connect them, Peter.
Yeah, it looks promising at first glance because we do have sort of the more active pieces and we are the ones starting, and black is a couple of moves away from fully stabilizing. But it seems solid enough. But for now, let's once again remind our viewers just how big the gap is between the players in our two matches.
Battle of the generations, Peter.
Yeah, there you have it. Wesley is only 11 years older than Vincent, and in the other match, the gap is even more. No, not cavernous. No, that's
wider.
Yeah.
Can I say, by the way, when Wesley was 21 years old, the age Vincent is right now, that's when I first heard about him. And of course, he'd been on the scene for a while as a junior.
Yes.
But 12 years ago, in 2014, when he was 21, he won my tournament, Millionaire Chess, and took home $100,000. That was his coming out party. The crew working now, Tom was there as well.
Yeah, in Vegas, I remember.
In Las Vegas. And from there, the whole world found out about Wesley. So 2 years later, he won the Grand Chess Tour.
Right.
So that was 21. And now Vincent is trying to perform similarly, as is Prague, coming and winning this kind of big-time event.
Let's pause our analysis of this game and toss it to you, Nasi.
Thank you, Yasser. Yes, I want to go back to our match between Fabiano Caruana and Praggnanandhaa. They are playing this game slowly, and they've only made a couple of moves since we last looked at it. But in this position, I was trying to find a great plan for Fabi, because I really like this dark squared bishop and the potential that it has. So I came up with the plan. Start with G3. You won't guess what the engine suggests the top move here is, to go back rook A8, but I'm going to ignore this move. We're not looking at it. Queen D8. It has an idea. King H2, I just want to prep F4 and start the attack on the king side. Black plays knight B8, just trying to improve pieces. Knight F5, knight develops, and rook G1. I am planning F4, but I'm also not rushing it. I can also play G4 at the right moment instead of F4. So there's so many useful moves white can make. Queen C2, connect the rooks. Black also has to watch out against D4. They don't know what's coming, D4, F4, or G4. If anytime black plays G6, I'm going to drop to E3, and now I have a hook on G6, which will make it easier for me to go F4, F5, and attack black's king. So this position looks pretty simple for white and very easy to play. Instead, as I was analyzing this, Fabi just played move rook F1. His idea is similar. He still wants to go F4, but it's not as good. If Pragg plays the correct move, knight E7 here, with the idea to meet F4, with takes, and knight G6, forcing a knight trade, that knight on H4, we discussed it a lot. Apparently, it's a very good knight, so trading it is actually pretty good for black. Of course, there's one downside. You're going to have doubled pawns on G7 and G6, but it's not so bad. And here, you could argue that white's bishop can be pretty dangerous, but there's no targets on the black king side anymore to attack. And this position is pretty close to equality, just slightly more pleasant for white. So key moment here for Pragg after rook F1, he needs to play knight E7. Otherwise, F4 can become very dangerous. However, if he does find it, Fabi could make more preparation before playing F4, but then you didn't need the rook on F1. If he's going to play G3, King H2, and the ideas I showed before, rook F1 was just unnecessary. He could have started with G3, put the rook on G1 for the future, and open up with F4. We'll see what Fabi's idea is after rook F1 if Pragg responds with knight E7. What do you guys think? Rook F1 instead of G3?
You're very convincing, Nasi, that it seems a little imprecise.
Yeah, and I think playing rook F1 and then not playing F4 would feel a bit strange. I think maybe he will wait. I really like not allowing B6, B5, so I think a move like a4 might be pretty decent. And 97, by the way, just landed on our screen. And this will actually return us to the previous conversation, because it might be that the best move in this position is g5, yet again.
I've seen that. Wait a minute. I know this movie. I had a earlier ticket.
And Pragg has passed up on this already once, and I don't know if he will do it again. But it's difficult to make moves otherwise, because, I mean, second best long-term might be knight g6, but I think it's uncomfortable to play this. I don't think it's very natural to offer this trade so freely. Although
the double pawns,
yeah, he is so stuck, like his pieces go nowhere really.
Right.
That maybe he will end up playing knight g6 here. We'll see.
So here, g5, knight g6 looks great.
No, I think once again, if you're worried about this, you're worried because of knight f5.
Right.
But compared to the position we were discussing, there is no bishop on this diagonal, which means that after white plays g2, g4, and we play g6, d5,
yeah.
there's no way to immediately attack the pawn on g5 with h3, h4.
Right.
So we get a lot of counterplay in the center. Our idea, I guess, is to play d5, d4, maybe c7, c5, and start pushing for e5, e4.
That's a good idea.
But once again, he had this, or something very similar to this earlier in the game, and he burned through a lot of the clock and did not play it. It will not come easily for him.
And what move number are we on by
This is move 17. Pragg is down to half an hour, and Fabi has 40 minutes.
And
this is going to be fun.
After Fabi just played rook f1, we're going to see immediately f4. And I just want to show the line again, Peter, if you don't mind. f4, you got to take. And now knight g6 does look logical, right? That's why we played
now you have no
knight
choice, because bishop takes f6 is a massive threat, and we're not playing knight h7.
No.
Also, it doesn't give white time to play knight f5, have to get to this position. And can white take advantage of this beautiful center? Pawn on e5 is gone, but we can never play d4, right?
Yeah.
So then,
E4 is hanging.
I think
That's a great
if I could
trade
play
for
rook
black.
a1, f1 here, maybe I would be doing, f4 lands on the board immediately. Yeah, Fabi decides that he needs to play
He's
as
following
energetically as possible, but it is in fact letting go of a large portion of his advantage. And also, weirdly, kind of forcing Pragg to make good moves, because all the other moves just look horrible. Like with the pieces where they are after f4, you can't allow. I mean, f5 wins a rook, so it's not like you have very many choices. E4 already played on the board. Now white has to take on f4, of course. Otherwise, I will consider not. I will consider not giving it up. And yeah, like knight h7 looks horrendous. You just like whatever qualms you might have about playing knight g6, you do not pick knight h7 over it.
No.
Ever. So I think Fabi is just playing Pragg into a decent position.
I must confess, I always like those pawn structures of double pawns in front of my king. If I had my king on h7, you know, it just feels like I'm safe. On the other hand, I do think that this bishop is really very powerful, and I have an awareness.
How would you treat it, Yasser, though? Like, where do we keep the knight on f6? Do we try to put it on a better square? Do we, like, my initial idea was maybe I want to push c6, d5 here,
right,
to try and break something open. But Machine appears to be disagreeing with me quite.
if I could play knight h5, g5, knight f4, now that I would like.
Sorry, say that again, please.
Knight h5, like put the on
yeah,
f3.
and put the knight on.
Yeah, okay, on f3.
Yeah, let me play g5
to allow
so I can get
it,
to f4.
No, this would be good, yeah. But I think white probably has something to say about that.
But then the question is back to what Peter just asked: should I be redeploying the knight, like moving it to e5 or f4, or should I be playing for c6, d5? And those are two very, very different strategies.
You could also, I guess, to some degree chill, because white does not have any threats currently. Very important to note that it's awkward to play queen f3, because after knight h5 the rook gets kicked away from the f-file, and black actually assumes, to some degree, assumes control of the game, actually, with the black rook, the first one to land on the f-file, and this rook kind of awkwardly positioned.
Rook on an open file.
We're learning so many things today about open files.
Yes, we
Amazing.
I think knight g6 also played already.
I do
judging.
think our live board is stuck because we saw f4 and trade already
I think
happened.
even the knight is already on g6.
Even that has happened. But definitely, I'm thinking f7 takes g6, slight advantage for white, but I'm not sure.
I will just mention that this
how
move
to defend.
exists.
Yeah.
Whoa.
But
I will take on h4.
Yeah, we are not taking on h6 here. We're taking on h4, bringing the knight back, playing f7, f6, blunting the diagonal. This is fine for black.
But do show our viewers what a dream position.
Yeah.
Rook takes f6. If you play materialistically, this is how you get checkmated.
Yeah, this is even if you didn't get checkmated, it's too ugly for words. But you also just get checkmated.
And you get checkmated
pretty much straight away. Yeah.
and you lose membership privileges, right, Maurice?
I believe we have a time graphic. Edit.
Time
correction. A correction, and hopefully Tom doesn't scream at me for this, but I think he said it was ready. And, you know, chess players don't work 9 to 5, as the great song by the now late, great Dolly Parton, who sadly passed away just today.
Wow.
Or at least we just got notification of it. Obviously a fantastic, a great American icon. But they do spend a lot of time at the chessboard, and we see here a graphic that we had yesterday, but it was not quite correct. And now we see how many hours as they've spent this is before today, they spent this month in St. Louis. And Keymer, the hardest worker at the board, although Pragg has played the most moves, but quite distinctly, as we mentioned yesterday, Wesley has worked, 12 hours at least, or I guess it's 11 hours less than the second place Pragg, because he had a bunch of quick games with the white pieces that he just quickly, forcefully made draws. And you see those thousands of decisions the players have had to make. You could get decision fatigue very easily. You're making all these, every one of those moves represents a decision a chess player had to make. And they've made thousands so far with at least a couple more hundred to go from here until the end.
Far from done, yeah.
Far from done.
Right. Exactly. We are going to head for our second break, and in the meanwhile, we're going to present you Ben Underwood, who is going to regale you. Ben, do your worst.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to your continued break coverage of the 2026 Grand Chess Tour. My name is Ben Underwood, statistician at the St. Louis Chess Club. We're going to be hanging out and talking about some stats behind these players. We're talking openings, middle games, and maybe even end games, so don't go anywhere. We're going to get it started right now. But as usual, before we do anything, we are going to do a puzzle. This one comes from the 2019 London Chess Classic, which was, of course, the 2019 Grand Chess Tour Finals, and a game between a Levon Aronian and Magnus Carlsen. Now, there was mate in 9 on the board when Magnus resigned, but I followed the line to the very end, and this is probably what Magnus was seeing. There are 2 possible mate in 2s in this position. If you're advanced enough, go ahead and try to find both of them. Pause if you need to, and we're going to be coming back at the end of the break to solve this one together. Let's take a look at these first moves. Caruana first, e4 43.3% of the time, and knight f3 actually coming in second at 35.1% of the time. Now, this is for all the games excluding the GCT finals so far, but this trend has decided to keep up just a little bit. I wanted to know, what are these first moves for the classical games only? Well, Fabi plays e4 in almost all of them. In the GCT in 2026, he had knight f3 for one game, d4 for one game, and c4 for one game, and the rest of his classical games were e4. He's played e4 for both of his classical games in the GCT finals as well. That knight f3, 10 blitz games, he made that as his first move. So let's take a look at what it is for Pragg. d4 dominates at almost half of his first move choices. e4 at 23.1% and knight f3 at 17.1%. 0.9%. Now, I took a look at the classical games as well. Pragg has played d4 in all of his classical games except for 2 on the Grand Chess Tour so far. But in the GCT finals, he's opened up his first semifinal game with e4. So my question for you, the audience, is what do you think Pragg is going to play tomorrow? Is he going to stick with his typical d4? Is he going to play e4? Or is he going to shock us with a knight f3 or c4 that he has not done yet this year? This is one of my favorite graphics to look at. It is looking at the total time as a percent of the total clock. Of course, we're in a mixed time format tournament right here. So normally we'd look at classical and say, oh, what are the total number of minutes and who spent the most minutes on a single move? Now let's look at the total percent of the clock. Keymer at 11.2 minutes spent 45% of his total clock in rapid game 2. Now this is a huge outlier, but it comes with a bit of a caveat. At this moment in Rapid Game 2, Keymer was completely lost. And I think that this 11.2 minute think is more him just sitting at the board, realizing that he had lost a match and going on to try to pick a move. Of course, the engine gives it an inaccuracy evaluation. However, he was already lost. He just made his position a little bit worse. So this one is a bit of a caveat outlier. Let's take a look at the other ones in this graphic though. 1.6 minutes for Keymer in Blitz Game 3, 31.3% of his total clock, but he went on to win that match. Keymer at 7.6 minutes in Rapid Game 1, 30.5% of his total clock. He lost that match, but found the best move with 7.6 minutes. And then the other player on this graphic, Wesley, spent 1.5 minutes in Blitz Game 2, 30.3% of his total clock, and ended up losing that. Also was an inaccuracy spending that much time. So I have a question for you all in the chat. Do you ever think it's acceptable to spend that much time on a single move, that much percent of your total clock on a single move, or are you doomed from the start if you decide to think for that long? I say yes, but a lot of people have other opinions. So go ahead and throw it in the chat what you think. They have played a lot of chess this August. We just saw this graphic, but let's take a look one more time. Pragg, 47 games, 55.8 hours spent playing chess this month. Keymer, 44 games, but the most hours spent at 60.6 minutes at the board. Caruana, almost 2,300 moves, 56.9, and so quite a bit less. You know, he's had some quick draws, especially in the Sinkfield Cup, only 44.4 hours playing chess, but that is still a lot of chess for anybody. And yet, these players are giving us more and more exciting games with each round. So, with all of that fatigue, all of that chess playing, has it affected the best moves that they've been able to find in the middle game? So, here is excellent move percent in the middle game after the semi-finals. Let's take a look at classical first. It was 87.3% for Pragg, 66.7% for Caruana, and only 64.5% for So, and 82.3% for Keymer. Now, taking a look at the other time controls on this graphic, I noticed a bit of a trend, and that is that the excellent move percent in the middle game for the rapid games was so much higher for every single player in this graph other than classical. So we have 94.1% for Pragg, 93.9% for Caruana. And I know you're thinking right now, Ben, that makes absolutely no sense. How could they be finding more excellent moves in the rapid game than the classical game? And I would say you're absolutely right. It makes no sense. But my hypothesis was that one, it's a low sample size. We only have 2 games of each. But also these rapid games were very, very fighting. So, for example, let's say Stockfish is evaluating a position that is +4. If you were to play an inaccuracy or even a mistake, but the evaluation stays high, it may still get rated as an excellent move because you're so far ahead, so much more likely to still win the game, even if that evaluation drops to +2. So that could be included in this graphic. Same if you're on the losing side, you're not able to do much to improve your position, so more excellent moves are being counted. So to test this hypothesis, I looked at all of the Grand Chess Tour, all of 2026, excluding finals, and here is what I found. Here is the excellent move percent in the middle game for all of 2026 GCT. Let's take a look at classical first. 85% for Pragg, 85.8% for Caruana, and 88% for Wesley. So huge number right there, and 83.4% for Keymer. And then you take a look at the rapid games, and there that trend starts to smooth out to where you would expect it to. So 74.8% for Prague, 74.8% for Caruana, and then you just see that it is lower actually than the classical games. And of course, you know, as you start to average rapid games that may draw a little bit more than being so decided in those early moves, this is a trend that we expect to see. However, one that we still don't expect to see is why the blitz games, middle game, excellent move percentage is higher than the rapid for each of these players. Now, I don't really have a great explanation for this. I would say that they enter safer lines and they're playing quicker moves, not trying to just get tiny advantages in blitz, but just playing moves that make sense. And the excellent move rewards this. But I want to know what you think could be the reason for this in the live chat. That brings us back to our puzzle for today. Go ahead and take another 5 seconds to try to solve this one, and we're gonna go through those two answers in 1 second. So the first answer that you may have found quickly is F4. Of course, the only move right now is king to H5, and then white queen to H3 is going to be checkmate in that scenario. However, let's take a look one more. Can you find the other move? May even be easier for you. Just take the rook. If you take the rook, the king has only one square to hop to. That is G4, and then F3 is checkmate. Thank you all for hanging out. If you have any questions about the statistics, go ahead and throw them in live chat. I'll be hanging out. But for now, we have continued coverage of the 2026 GCT Finals right now.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our Grand Chess Tour Finals. We are in the final matches. Fabiano is playing Prague for all the marbles in Grand Chess Tour champion title, and Vincent and Wesley playing to see who is going to win an invitation to next year's Grand Chess Tour. Two great games, very positional games, Peter.
Very positional by now, and also I wanted to remark on the color coordinations with our players. The players playing the white pieces wearing something white, and the players playing the black pieces wearing something dark, so that nobody gets confused.
Good eye. I hadn't made that connection, but there you have it. When you're white, play with the white pieces, and when you're black, play
there we
with
go.
black clothes.
So shall we begin? I guess
sure.
Let's begin with the finals. Yeah, we left it after rook f4, knight g6. Capture did happen on the g6 square, a4 and c7, c6 as expected. So what do we think? Is it still game on, Maurice?
It's very much game on, in fact. And the fact that Fabi missed that golden opportunity, he went more direct. I think afterwards he's gonna regret it a little bit. And he's been doing that with his white games, hasn't he? It just could be more, could deliver more, could put more pressure, and then he allows his opponents to kind of just weasel their way out of it and be okay. He can't keep this up if he wants to win this whole thing, and this opponent he has is extremely dangerous and very much an opportunist, as we've seen. He'll take weaker positions, Prague, and just take them from you.
I mean, Fabi doesn't have that many white games left, so he needs to make the most of them.
Who does?
Right? Earlier, that rook f1 was inaccuracy. Instead, the g3 f4 plans we showed was much stronger, and he had a big advantage. Now, just a tiny bit. It's still a pleasant position, but I think Prague feels relieved.
Well, it's this thing, again, maybe it's generational, but for me, it was always the pursuit of a single goal. I am going to occupy the square. I am playing for a light square
domination,
grip. And this idea that you should be playing more flexibly, G3, don't commit yourself early. Maybe you want D4, and maybe in another position you want F4. And it was also this idea that in chess, there was a good move. Like if you read Bobby Fischer's book, My 60 Memorable Games, his incisiveness, his determination to always play the best move. I was raised with this idea that there is a best move. In fact, the chess engines are telling us, hey, in all kinds of positions, there's 3 ways to equalize. And there's no such thing as a best move.
Yeah, you at some point I think realized that it's a lot wider than we used to believe, and even in very concrete positions. And even today there's plenty of examples of that, like the Vincent's choice between Queen B6 and G5, G6. Those are as different as they can be.
Right.
Neither really gives anything, but it's stylistically you lean towards whatever is closest to you. And I guess Vincent, he is a very classical player at heart. And
Posting up.
Yeah, so he tried to keep control, and Wesley is now maybe completely fine after finding a sequence of good moves. And in the other one as well, I think it's difficult. I think Fabi realized that he is probably much better. And when you feel that you're much better, the desire to play concretely, the desire to kind of maximize your advantage right this moment, I think is very natural. It's very, I think, we internalize this very much, because one of the things that you get taught early on is a player with initiative must fight to develop this initiative, or it will dissipate.
Exactly.
It will go away. Which is why I think Rook F1, F4 is difficult to criticize. He is doing what we were taught to do. It's just that concretely, it's not that great.
And that's what I meant by the difficulty that I had making that transition, because that principle applies in open positions and sometimes in semi-open positions, but not in closed ones. Closed ones, you don't need to rush. If you've got space, you own the board, you just need to make sure your opponent can't break out, right? You just need to make sure that they don't have some easy moves that suddenly they make a pawn break, oh, I let them off the hook, or they trade off pieces. But if you've got a grip in a closed position, you can sit there and say, you don't have any moves. I'm going to build, I'm going to show my options, and you're going to sit there terrified, then you're going to try to break out, and then I'm going to punish you. And that's this business of what's been embedded in your brain. When you have the initiative or you have an advantage, you should be, as you said, opening up the game, playing for F4, playing with pace. But it's not true in most closed positions, which is what he had. But again, it's the refined line. Which position, type of position do I have? And being able to judge precisely. Also, it takes a lot of calculation, of course, as well.
Right.
But to what you're saying, Maurice, I think Fabi is one of the best, if not the best players, doing exactly that in every game. Like after Magnus, maybe he's the best, right? But in this tournament and at the Syncful Cup, he was missing exactly opportunities like this. So either he is in not best shape or he is fatigued. He's just tired.
Probably both.
Maybe both.
A little bit of both, yeah.
Guys, you're not going to believe this, but in the Vincent versus Wesley So game, Wesley has lost the opportunity to castle.
Finally, after all these moves.
I mean, Vincent took the queen on d8 and forced a recapture either with the king or the rook, and Wesley could no longer castle.
Has the most excitement left the game now? The queens are off?
Pour one out for both players and their kings.
But I saw this incredible study once.
Yeah.
Forgetting the name of the player who did this study. But it was this gorgeous study where the point was to sack a full queen on, I think it was d8, to get the king to capture, to then check the king to put it back on e8. And the only difference was you now couldn't castle.
Right.
That's the whole point.
Right.
And
it cost you a queen.
It cost a queen, but it was beautiful. Let me see if I can find this study.
Yeah.
But the right to castle. And it's amazing how much we've been talking about castling in the last couple of weeks. I don't think we talked about castling this much ever
in many of our
commentary, but it's been featured quite a bit, and maybe it's because of then that modern tendency to not castle or to open up your brain to the idea that your king can sit in the center of the board.
Well, just even yesterday, when you think about the Philidors and queen takes d8 check and king e8, Vincent got punished for losing the right to castle in that game. Peter, talk to the position that we have right now between Vincent and Wesley. Pawn position symmetrical, better white rook, better white knight.
Well, which knight is better is not that clear to me because black does have this gorgeous outpost on the f5 square. It's interesting that Wesley chose to take with the king here and not the rook. I wouldn't have done that myself, but I guess he feels that the king belongs on c7 and the rook might eventually end up maybe on f8.
Okay.
One thing it does open up is ideas of g6 and or f5. The engine actually does play f4, f5 here. It doesn't give very much, but it maybe preserves some pressure because if you take with the knight after knight takes f7, I thought the idea was to put it back on e5. But actually, if you play king e7, you have to contend with the idea of knight h6.
Oh, that's a nasty.
And the engine holds this, specifically after taking, and you can play king f6, let's say rook g1, g takes h6, and seems like it still is survivable, but you suddenly have to calculate. And if you take with the pawn, the point is we play g6 now, and if you play f6, we have knight f7 check, king e7, knight h6 yet again, and we've progressed somewhere.
Right.
And all of this would have been completely avoided, and if you took with the rook. And there's also the immediate g6, which is what Vincent does.
Yeah.
And now you absolutely have to play f takes g6 because knight f7, knight h6 is going to be a problem otherwise. But after the capture, I think Vincent probably wants to play rook g1. We put the knight on f5. Without that knight, without that gorgeous square for the knight, black would be in a lot of trouble. But the way things are, it looks passive, but we are probably going to be in time to play something like rook f8, rook f6. And every white piece is sort of on its objectively best square, and we're still not breaking through. So
it's the double pawns.
Yeah, if only we could somehow attack this knight on f5.
For our viewers, let's remind them of the brackets and what the matches we've seen, the semifinals, as well as the finals, Peter.
Absolutely. In the semifinals, Pragg convincingly beat Vincent Keymer after Vincent threw away a full point in the second classical game and lost instead of winning. And in the All-American semifinal number 2, Fabi was always slightly ahead after he won the bonus blitz match.
Right.
And once again in the blitz, he decisively pulled away and won 18-12. Which means that we're watching a final between Pragg and Fabi. Fabi trying to be the first person ever to win back-to-back Grand Chess Tours.
Right.
And very importantly, in the match for third, the winner of that will get an automatic qualification for next year's tour.
And this is what we're doing today, Peter.
We are watching Classical Game 1. There will be no blitz today. There might be some blitz tomorrow, but today, no. Today, only one game with a normal time control of 90 minutes for the first 40 and then 30 minutes for the rest of the game with increment from move 1. And if somebody does win, they will be 6 zip up.
That is that's just a huge lead in the match. And as we saw, it propelled Pragg to victory in that match. Maurice.
We've got what we promised. We were totally transfixed by Wesley's game and Vincent. We've been leaning a little bit to Pragg's game with Fabi. Now we're going to be leaning a lot on Fabi and Pragg together because right here, right now, after the move A5 by Fabi, we see a pawn break on this side, but black can play the explosive move D5 right here, right now in this position. And this move, I mean, you've got to calculate. First of all, this might look like a pawn, but black actually has different ways to play this position. One of the more fun ways that I've been looking at is the move G5. Yeah, I sacked on one move, but let's go. And after this, takes and D takes, your queen is hanging. You can move the queen out the way. But then this move E5 is a little bit annoying to have to deal with. C5 shutting things down. Knight takes, trades. And this position, black's king is a little bit exposed. I'm not clear what's happening here, to be honest. This one just looks like black should be okay with the troubled pieces. Engine's giving white a bit of an edge.
Wow.
That seems extravagant.
I think because B7 is potentially very weak in any
potential
kind of
weakness. Yeah, I would say so. So this move, bishop takes f6 and then takes, can be bet by takes, and once again, this move, c5 and g5. And once your rook moves, take here, and after queen to b3, king g7. And this one, the ancient says, is actually equal, which looks like it's very close to the position we just had, except for the structure on this side. Black could just be defensive and play this, or you could toss in rook to e3 to start with. And triple zeros here. I think d5 will equalize on the spot. It's a move that you want to play.
Right.
And this is without having to capture on a5, not to even worry about it. I mean, you could take here and then try to look for this move. Here, white can maybe play this kind of position. But I got to say, this one also looks completely insane. So d5 is going to lead to chaos or simplification and a very settled board. And he has avoided both and played the move knight h5 instead, not to give white any opportunity to capture the knight. And if the rook draws back, let's put it on f2 where it's useful. The move d5 is not as good anymore after takes. Even if you win this pawn, white can play, c5, b5. Looks like black should be okay, but the move rook d7 is also apparently quite strong, as rook c4 is now met by b5. And on takes, rook takes b7. And this b pawn is very strong. White has this strong bishop. Rook might come down. What a crazy position. We're about to see the explosion happen on this board. They've only played 22 moves. Fabi is down to 22 minutes, with Pragg at 25, and a lot to think about. We promised we'd be paying attention to this game more, and we knew that it would be time pressure that the players would be suffering from. And this is going to happen in this game. I'll tell you right now, there's going to be 10 minutes left, and probably about 12 moves to go. And they better not blunder. It could come down to a crazy time scramble.
Thank you, Maurice. And Peter, this is one of the things that I think you are trying to shut down. Let's say after the move rook f2, you as white, you were playing a4, but you also were playing b5. You didn't want black, Pragg in this case, to be playing either b5 himself or even d5.
Well, I think I don't think you have time to Fabi did play 3a4 3 moves ago, right, to stop b6, b5. But after c6, I don't think you're stopping both.
Right.
So by playing a5, he's trying to include the rook on a1 in the game, which I think is quite logical. And something I was trying to calculate is whether we can take on a5 here, and after rook takes a5, I was trying to calculate the immediate d5, but now my screen informs me, and of course this is much more logical, that I can begin by playing b6. I was trying to calculate this,
because of rook e1, yeah.
Yeah, because I thought I might actually be drawing this endgame. But it looks like after rook f1 maybe we do. Yeah, rook f1 I calculated cleanly apparently, but king h2 is very strong here. And the knight on h5 is so much out of play, we in some cases have to contend with g2, g4.
Gotcha.
This is trouble.
Okay.
But you can of course improve this line by throwing in b7, b6, kicking the rook away. You can put it on really any square. Even rook a6 doesn't stop me from playing g5.
Gotcha.
And another thing we are ignoring it, but specifically in these lines, white can never establish e5 followed by d4, because black pretty much always has the move d5, d4 in response, isolating the pawn on e5 from the bishop on b2.
And in this particular case, g4.
G4, I think rook takes e5 is just going to be. Here I'm even threatening rook e1 check, but I suspect that even with the rook on a1, the same thing would work anyway, because rook e5, yeah, like this is unplayable anyway. Even without rook e1 check winning the queen, this is still way too much of an attack for not enough material for white.
Gotcha.
So I think this is maybe what Pragg is planning. I think he wanted to make sure he never has to calculate bishop takes f6, as was already pointed out.
Yeah, Maurice.
And after, I'm assuming rook f2 is the most logical square. You don't want to put it on f3 because I think you want the queen to be able to reach those squares. And rook f1 looks strange, frankly.
Yeah.
So I think we are playing rook f2, and then the immediate d5 does lead to those positions where white gets a pawn on b6, and then the pawn on b7 is going to worry you for the rest of the game. You don't want that. So I think we're throwing in ba5. And then we're playing d5 next move in response to both of White's options. I think it's probably playable here as well.
Yeah, I think I should just point out what Nasi was showing. You put the rook on f3. She liked playing g5 with the intention of playing knight f4 in those positions. And
Yeah, you could absolutely,
Yeah, and
you could
throw in-
absolutely
yeah,
look at that. Yeah.
and,
Getting the knight over to f4 seems very, very
And
attractive.
suddenly, who's interested
Oh, yeah.
in the
I'm
king side?
loving Black's position.
Yeah, exactly. Who's interested in Black's position?
You see Pragg get up from the board there as well. He's feeling pretty confident.
Fabio's
This-
down to 18.5.
This position, if I'm White in this position, I see d5 coming. I need to put the brakes on somewhere.
Right.
Because if I have to play the move, as you mentioned, e5, and you can isolate my pawn with d4, and I can't back this up, I'm starting to feel worse.
Absolutely.
What am I doing?
Right.
I'd have to say, what exactly is White doing?
Let's try
White's
it
plan
again.
of a5 does not look that impressive right now.
Rook f2
The one way
takes.
to stop it is to take with the pawn, and then after g5, you can play e5, because if g4 here, we have queen g4. And with the rook back on a1 controlling the back rank, it looks
Well,
like we just dropped the pawn on d4.
We're pinning the rook on e6 to the queen on d7.
Very importantly, yeah, we're using this pin to prevent black from capturing on e5 straight away.
Exactly.
But you can play knight g. Whoops, sorry, it's a different position. Hang on. Where's my b takes a5 line? Here. I think we're probably after e5. We're playing knight g3 and putting it on f5 and claiming that we're still.
That's a beautiful square. You just showed me in the game between Wesley and Vincent, a black knight on f5. You kind of just
But
held
you did mention
everything
the cementing d4
as well.
here.
Oh, but then you're giving me a Thor.
Might even put it on e4
Put it on
then.
e4 now.
And then, no, that's a god of
That's a
thunder.
great knight and the pawn blockaded.
If you want to play g4, I think you probably force me to put the knight on f5 first, and you play g4 here. But I think black is just fine. These types of positions, I don't think black is too troubled.
This feels like a great French to me. French
Shifting to the
defense.
c file.
Yeah.
With the pawn blockaded and the bishop not being great on
I
b2 and
would
not even
prefer
a3.
it even on e6, but I can't really get it there very easily. But I think it's doing well enough on
Doing a great
f5
job if you
as
ask
things
me.
are.
Yeah. if you
Now,
ask
all
me.
these variations are suggesting that the position is trending in black's favor.
Right.
And I'm telling you, right now, if I'm Fabi, I don't see my natural pawn break, but I see his screaming at me with d5. This could burn a lot of clock for Fabi in the next few minutes. And we've been talking for some time. He's now down to 16 minutes. You don't want to be under a minute a move. That was an absolute no-no back in the day when we didn't have increment. To be under a minute per move in a middle game position. Yes, he gets to 30 seconds, but those 30 seconds fly by very quickly.
They certainly do. And again, from black's perspective, rook f2, ba, d5, these are happy moves. They come rather easily. And just what you were saying, isolating the e5 pawn by playing the move d4
Needs to be considered in every single position.
I really start getting eager.
And I want to say that it's kind of gratifying for me to watch Pragg do this, because I think the engine thinks c5, c6, d5 is not the best plan here. It quite likes waiting. It, for instance, quite likes the idea of queen d8, knight d7, perhaps plonking it on e5 and saying you can't touch any of my structure.
To your worst, yeah.
But as a human, the reason I liked c6, d5 so much is that we either force white to open the e-file, making a lot more sense of our rooks on the e-file, which are currently doing not very much. There's no much pressure against d3 and d4 if you don't challenge the white center. Or we're provoking e6, e4, e5. And in all of these positions where we force white to play e4, e5, it blunts the bishop on b2 so well.
Precisely.
And this is the best piece white has in the current position. This is the gorgeous, gorgeous bishop on the long diagonal, completely unopposed. And this desire to either open some files for our pieces, or at least force white to worsen their best piece, is why I was so drawn to the idea of c6 and d5. And Pragg seems to be leaning in the same direction.
And the move knight h5, a move I really hadn't considered, starts to make a great deal of sense.
Rook f2 played in the meantime?
I see the trend is definitely going in Prague's favor, as that is move 23, and Fabi has left himself with 15 minutes, less than a minute per move, we know he's getting the 30-second bonus.
I didn't like the speed of his last move either, and the body language speaks. I haven't said anything at all yet about body language for Fabi, but now it's time to talk about it because he's starting to show a little bit of nervousness and concern, not quite consternation just yet, but the speed at which he played rook f4 to f2 suggests that he's feeling the time pressure as well. Otherwise, you just kind of waltz your piece back. Maybe waltzes. Yeah, sure. Waltz the piece back to f2.
Yeah.
In this case, he zipped it back to f2, hit the clock real quick as though he was playing a blitz game. And the way his body language is starting to shift a bit, I'm starting to be concerned, or like internally he's concerned.
Television. Let's see.
I mean, we're seeing this in slow motion, so that I don't think really spoke to the speed of the move.
No.
We'd have to see it at real time in order to see just how fast he moved it and just how fast he hit the clock. And his body language before, he's scratching his head, he's starting to show typical Fabi. We've been watching him for a dozen years.
Oh, yeah.
Plus. He's starting to show a concerned Fabi look.
Yeah, the position's trending away from him, I want to say. Peter, you mentioned, okay, there's B takes A5, I get all of that stuff, but also there's ideas of B5 directly.
I think it's slower. It's a similar idea, but the one we want to challenge is on E4, not on C4. So I think if we are doing something in the center, it's probably connected with D6, D5. But in the meantime, let's check in with the endgame, because we have news from Nazi and the game between Vincent and Wesley.
Thank you, Peter. Yes, I'm going to update you on the endgame in the other game between Vincent and Wesley. Queens came off, so the position is now pretty balanced, but I just want to evaluate the position with you. White looks much better, doesn't it? Look at this knight on E5, beautiful. Look at this rook on H7, love it. Pawn on G6. But how do you make any progress? How do you win? So even if I play very passively with black, knight E8, I'll let you go C4, go knight F6. You don't have to move the rook. You can play this move rook G1, which is a very nice tactic. Of course, you cannot take, because in this case, after takes and game over, go here, please let me checkmate. Go here, please let me checkmate. And if you go down, of course, I just take on B7 and everything collapses. So after rook G1, you can't touch my rook, but I'm not threatening anything either. Again, you can just make waiting moves. Rook C8. C5, rook B8. You're not planning to go B6. No, you're just shuffling back and forth. King D3, rook A8. So I think I've maximized White's position. There is no other ideas, no breakthroughs I can see. Everything is beautifully placed, but we can't make any progress. So nobody likes to be this passive and play in such a passive manner, but my point is that Wesley can and still hold on to this position and draw the game.
Yeah,
would you guys agree with this?
Yeah, I remember Walter Sean Brown saying, White's all dressed up, but nowhere to go. And I like what you described the position. Like, you've achieved everything. You've got the zenith that you could possibly. You've got your knight on E5, your rook on H7. It doesn't mean you're breaking through.
Yes. And Wesley doesn't have to play this passively, but I just wanted to showcase that he could.
You were emphasizing,
yes. And there's no breakthroughs.
The other thing that comes through my mind as black, I'd like to shift the knight to F8. Not with the idea of taking the rook, but with the idea of king F6 and keeping white
pressure on G6, right?
Stuck to the G6 pawn. And he has played rook H back.
Yeah,
because he was going nowhere, Peter.
Yeah, I think the idea might be to switch to the other flank. Maybe he wants at some point to throw in B3, B2.
Makes sense.
Oh, sorry, B3, B2, B3, B4. Knight F6, I think, already on the board. We'll see what Vincent thinks about this. You kind of need to be fast, because I think if you give black a tempo, black probably is
challenging the H5.
Yeah, in favor of getting one pair of rooks off, because that limits your exposure. Because one plan in the line that Nazi was showing, let's say black is completely passive, and you're just shuffling, right?
Yeah.
The one plan I thought we might have here is I want to play knight F7, and then maybe I want to double on the E file. and swing it over to g5. I have a feeling it's probably not fast enough. Black will probably find a way not to blunder the pawn on e6.
Knight f8.
But you have to start you have to start moving, because maybe if you give me, let's say you give me one more move. Yeah, this is trouble now.
Right.
This is trouble. You are now kind of struggling to contain my very direct threats. But obviously, I am telegraphing them from a mile away, so you should be able to work out what I'm trying to do here.
Sorry, even here, Peter, am I actually losing the pawn?
No, but it gets very tied up. Like I probably throw this in.
Okay.
Because, the point I think was that if I play, let's say, rook e2, rook e8, knight g5, I get hit by knight h5.
Yeah, that was my
And I still haven't won anything.
Ah.
So I wanted to sidestep that fork on the
Gotcha.
f4 square.
So you could play knight takes
So white is not completely out of ideas. I just wanted to show this one idea to show that we're not absolutely married to the idea of parking the rook on h7 and keeping it on h7 for the rest of the game, even if black cannot shoo it away. But yeah, but I do have to say, it's such a Wesley decision. He had f takes g6 here, which, I mean, yes, the rooks look active, but we've broken up the structure. We avoid having that constant problem with the pawn on g7 being pinned by the pawn on g6.
Knight is beautiful on f5.
Yeah, we are about to play rook f8, rook f6. We have one weakness.
It's well defended.
Which is well defended. I
Peter,
thought this was so natural.
You said after rook h2, maybe Vincent plans to go on the queen side, but he just made the next move. He's still doubling on the h-file.
I mean, he doesn't have to hurry with before. I think, once again, he knows his customer. I don't think Wesley is looking to do anything active on the queen side. So he has all the time in the world to prepare before to his heart's content. I don't know.
For me, I still like the idea of parking the knight on f8 and going king f6. So knight d7, I'd find that move the most attractive.
We're never taking on e5, right?
No.
Even though I don't know how that loses, honestly.
Right.
How does this lose, by the way? Does it lose?
No.
I don't think
How
so.
do we make any progress with white? Yes, it looks gorgeous. Like, every single piece is better
Okay,
than
let's
it's...
play c4 and try to open up c-file.
Yeah, okay.
We covered the
c2,
business
rook
square.
c1, double.
Yeah, rook c2, I'll put
Rook h8.
one of mine.
Rook h8.
Yeah, but I'm trying to just, I'm trying
Chill.
not to make a single active move and wondering if that holds.
I see.
Appears to hold.
Interesting. I can
Okay,
play c5.
here it starts thinking there are threats. What are the threats? Like, okay.
Where's the king going?
Okay.
Go to g5 then.
I mean,
This might
it
be
kind
a-
of briefly hated it, but it's still not making any progress.
No, it's no progress.
Interesting.
The game has exploded in the finals matchup. Fabi,
Over to you, Maurice.
after the exchange, did take back with the pawn on a5, and then the move d5, the enterprising move. The Indians did not think it was ideal to play this way, by the way. They thought that it was maybe should be a little bit more concerned. This is the position I'm talking about with the move d5. It seems as though this, and we had talked about this being a strong move, but queen a4 is now available, a move that wasn't available on the previous moves because, well, it just wasn't.
It wasn't.
But now it is. And this trade that has transpired, if you trade, you don't want to see this position, as this pawn will become quite strong indeed. And at some point, there's be pressure on your b pawn. But queen b3 is less so. And in this position,
That's what Fabi played?
yes, queen b3 is exactly what he played. And he blitzed out those last couple of moves, by the way. He understands that the clock is not his friend. And he's now threatening the pawn. If takes, and king h7, he can hope for something with this move. But I think that black is already starting to trend as perfectly fine. The question is, does black want more? And in this position, you could play many things as black, literally. It depends on the direction you want to go in. One move you could play is g5 and let you take this pawn and then just play, well, I guess trading is the easiest, and go get that pawn back and say, I'm going to try to put some pressure here.
Park a knight on f4. I get it.
It looks sort of equal. I wouldn't want queens to leave the board without me having something at least. There is takes, and the possibility of the move g5, where you want to put your knight on the f4 square. This pawn will come under fire quite soon. The Indian gives g3 as the best move, and that one just opening up the king a bit does seem dangerous.
Challenge.
It does trap the knight on on h5, and if the knight goes back, we may be able to kill that thing and just say, okay, I'm not going to worry about this. I'm just going to start defending the position. But this position gets lively very quickly. So we have queen b3 on the board. Many options for black right now. Play aggressively with g5, move the king, capture the pawn. He's going to have to cycle through all of them with the minutes ticking down. 14 moves left, 15 for black, 14 for white. This is a hot position as d5 has really opened up the game.
If you don't mind me saying, I really like Prague's position. I know the chess barometer says 0, 0, 0s, but I'm looking at king h7. I've talked about, if you don't mind putting it on your analysis board, Peter, nice cocoon king. Time trouble is rearing its head. I'm looking at possibilities of a knight g. Yes.
Here, once we unpin the rook on e6, we can even play rook d6 without trading the queens. And
this was the dream.
yeah, this could go wrong for white.
Knight g3.
Yeah,
There's
this
some
could absolutely go wrong
checkmating.
for white. And interestingly, and Yasser was talking about the cocoon. Rook f7 looks very aggressive, but we actually have everything firmly protected.
Is it our turn to go on offense?
I suspect rook g1 check is the simplest, but I guess maybe we can even play something like queen d6 here, or queen d8. And queen d8 appears to be wrong, but queen d6 was probably fine.
It's interesting that the machine wants you to, it's trying to provoke you to play e4, e5, shutting down the bishop.
Yeah, it absolutely wants you to get the bishop out of play. And rook d1 check, I assume, is also completely fine. Yeah, as expected, you can do this. And then after king h2, once again, I can throw in queen d6 check. And in many cases, even this will be completely fine because there is no perpetual, but I can take on a5. And with the king as safe as it is after king g1, I can start giving checks, but I think I'm also not losing this position, frankly.
No. I think that this is
Your point being that black's not losing, even with this kind of play.
Right.
The question would be, can black get any more, given the focused concentration, actually, of the pieces? The rooks are on the open file. They're eyeing that e4 pawn.
Scrumptious.
Just want to grab it and go. And the knight looks like it could get active very quickly, either after g5, knight f4, or some way getting into g3. Black has zero problems here. It's can white sustain the position? And I think Fabi is aware, whatever I was doing with the f4 move, that has backfired. This is now save the position time. Don't think you're going to win this one. Black is well under control and looks like Prague has got that hunting posture as well.
Yeah, the crazy part again, I'm looking at the chess engine. The chess engine isn't moving. It's saying king h7, black, white is fine. Why is that, Peter? Because as human players...
The bishop is still very strong on b2, and we haven't really done it. I don't like queen b3. I don't think...
I think queen g4 was a little bit more incisive. Yeah?
No, you have to start with e5. I just don't like the idea of allowing g4, frankly. I think the moment any kind of a pawn trade happens in the center, black will always be very, very close to immediately being fine, even if we're not talking about black being better. And the only way to avoid it was to play e5 straight away, because you do need to be able to meet d4 with queen g4. And the reason, as our viewers may have noticed, we have completely removed the conversation about e5 from the current position. Because with the inclusion of something like this, if you play e5, I can once again play d4 very comfortably. Queen g4 is no longer a move that is legal.
Right.
So you lose the pawn on e5, and it's lucky for white. White has queen a4 here, which still equalizes, but you do have to make that move to equalize.
Exactly.
For all these reasons, I don't like queen b3, but I think Maurice is absolutely correct in terms of what Fabi is now thinking about his position. Because I think he didn't play e5 because he realized knight g3 exists, and he wasn't sure if he's worse or not.
Right.
He really isn't. He's actually still pressing. Even if you don't see queen a4, you play, let's say, king h2, knight f5, you play, I don't know, queen b3, you're not worse. But you're starting to introduce some element of risk into your life.
No question.
And he thought, no, I am going to offer simplifications, and I am now playing with safety in mind.
To fine line, that idea of being the predator or the prey, and when you figure out how to shut down your opponent's initiative just before you lose control.
Yeah.
And you don't do it only, of course, with the position. You also do it with the trend of the game and also with the clock. You have to bring all that together in a moment and say, this is the decision I'm going to make. And you're starting to feel that about this position. Fabi's not thinking, I'm trying to win now. He's thinking, if we stabilize, I should be okay. And especially with the clock times being what they are. And that said, Pragg had a healthy advantage on the clock last move and the move before that. But look at what's happened. Down to 14 minutes himself. And he hasn't decided because there's so many choices. And that's often a problem, right? The sin of too many choices. I know there's a better way of saying that. But you end up, it's like going to the grocery store and there are too many cereal boxes. Which one are you going to grab? This is the problem that Pragg has right now because he looks like he has a plethora of choices to choose from. Which way do you want to take the game? Oh no, my clock is now under 14 minutes. When did that happen?
Yeah, I'm playing King H7 and let's go. 14 minutes less now for Pragg in this one. I was just going to say, big changes just occurred in the Vincent versus Wesley
and
game.
I wanted to show you a position before Vincent's last couple of moves. And it's a bit of a study, and I'll briefly show how we got there, because I said Vincent knows his customer. I was once again maligning the good name of Wesley So because he did not open did actually open something on the queen side. And I want to show you this position, and I want to ask you, what would you like to play with white? And this is like a one-move study, which I am a bit surprised Vincent didn't solve it. I'm not saying he would have won with the right move, but this is, I think, a very solvable thing, because you ask yourself, what is Black's next move if we do nothing?
I'm afraid of d5, d4.
Precisely. Black will play d5, d4.
And knight d5.
Exactly.
And I got
you need this square for the knight.
Is
there a way to stop it?
Yeah, blockade the pawn.
Yes, we can play king d4.
Yes.
And
blockade the pawn.
I guess he didn't like knight d7, though. I guess if we're trying to figure out why he didn't do it, he thought after knight d7, there is no real way forward. But the engine suggests, and this is very interesting, you can actually play this for a win.
What?
Because we had
Rook h8.
Yeah, we always have rook h8, or rook c2 followed by rook c1. We're not running any. It's probably still a draw, though. But instead, he played rook c2.
Okay.
And now Black does get. Hang on a second. Something went wrong. He should have played d4 straight away. Rook takes c2 apparently is a big mistake. d5, d4, as we mentioned, should be played in pretty much every single position, followed by knight d5. If you play rook c1, now I will take on c2, and I made you make a move you don't particularly want to make. But Wesley took on
gave up the
c2
h-file, maybe?
and played d4 here, allowing rook d1. And he is supposedly back to being worse if rook d1 is found, because we are not getting to the white pawns quickly enough.
So rook h8.
Although you probably still hold after all of those moves. Rook a8, rook c8.
Rook a8 even.
Even rook yeah, this is how the machine, nobody does this though. Machine says there is no progress. We are too tied up to the pawn on f4.
And actually
Black is finally protected.
Yeah, actually.
But I don't know if this is
that's not intuitively obvious.
How humans play this position. Yeah.
I thought we were playing rook d1, knight d5, rook takes d4. I thought we were going rook h8 and trying to get an active rook.
Rook h1 or thereabouts?
Yeah, rook h1 is fine.
I think white starts aiming the king.
Wait a minute. Who invited the king to b5, right?
This is beginning to look dangerous, actually. If it gets to b5, and we get to play 4a5, fixing the pawn on b7.
I'm not a happy camper.
Yeah.
That is true.
Rook d1, in the meantime, has been played. This is move 37, so 8 minutes for Vincent is not really a problem. Yeah, Black will have to play very precisely.
So
In the other game, Pragg
yes,
did play your move, Yasser, after about 7 minutes thought or so.
say move faster was better.
I knew you were going to say that. You said, play king h7, just go.
Let's go.
He decided finally that he would play.
Those 7 minutes.
Yes, keep the 7 minutes, and now he has to pick up the pace a bit. And he has played this king h7, rook d6 has Pragg, and Fabi back queen c4. We're expecting to see rook takes d3. Will be forced on the next move. So we're expecting to see that happen. And here, white starts to have choices. They'll have to make 12 moves. Fabi had his plan in mind very quickly. Let's get it going. Let's get it going.
Right.
I've got to get a position that's reasonable. Black is fine. White looks like should be fine. This path has led basically to this position because of Fabi putting on the brakes.
Yeah, tap
So
it.
no. Let's just liquidate. I'm not playing this one out. So it's looking more and more drawish, simpler to play.
Yes.
And Pragg will say afterwards, yeah, it was a game. It was just a game. Played well. That was all.
Yeah.
Nothing special.
But pick up concretely. Is it rook takes d6, rook f7, Peter?
Rook F1 is also fine. E4, E5. I don't think anybody plays E4, E5 though. It's just
After
so
rook takes
strange.
d3, right?
So strange to do it on your own without being forced. But Rook F7 I think is simplest. Rook F1 is also pretty solid. Just
Because that line where we were sacrificing the exchange on e5 and taking the pawns on e5 and a5, that looked very easy.
There's also, I think, pretty much a perpetual there because you can, although maybe not, yeah, if white wants to avoid the perpetual in this position, I can go king g1, queen e3 check, and rook f2, right? Although black does have knight g3, and it seems like this does not look like we're playing for a win. Yeah?
Oh,
Yeah.
you d-
Probably best not do that.
No.
It's still a draw, but probably best not to fool around with this. So we play king h2 here and we shake hands.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This seems like a very logical continuation because if you play queen d6 here after e5, the engine starts suggesting it's either the exchange sacrifice or maybe the slightly awkward move queen a6, which I don't think we particularly want to make, even though I can believe black not being worse here. But
Strange way to play for an
yeah,
advantage. huh?
exactly. Yeah. If it doesn't feel like we believe we're better here, and if we're not better, why not make a forced draw with rook d1 check?
Agreed.
I'm curious what the danger is right now. Something is going off in his mind that he hasn't, and there it is. He did not capture on d3, and I was wondering what was going on because it seemed like an automatic move, but he's playing far more aggressively, and it turns out that he may have blundered rook f7. This last move allows rook to f7, and how do you play this position? If you take the queen, takes, and takes, you're down a pawn, and where do you get it back?
Hold on. Are we following your board, Maurice? Because you skipped a number of moves.
Peter could make the moves as well if he wants. Rook f7, rook c4 takes.
No, this is so strange.
But
This
now-
is
wait
just a
minute.
pawn up at the moment.
now why
And
you-
how do you get it back? Because you don't have rook d4.
You don't.
And it looks like you're not getting him back. It looks as though rook c8 was highly ambitious.
I don't know if it was. I think it's just a blunder. Because we're also not playing for a win after queen a4. I don't think there's any ambition here. There's just a miscalculation. He didn't like something about rook takes d3, and I thought he thought he was finessing something. And
This is
and now
a
after rook f7,
huge potential turn of events. If Fabi spots rook f7 and calculates that position, which he may not even been looking at rook to c8, quite frankly, but now that the opportunity is there, Fabi could take over the game after this move.
Well, reverse it for a moment. Had Pragg played the right move, rook d3, the move we paid most attention to was rook f7.
Yes.
So rook c8, we're still looking at rook f7. We almost pre-moved it, in fact, in anticipation of
I'm
rook
actually
d3.
curious what rook c8 achieves.
I don't know.
Well, okay. He wants to.
is trying-
Obviously, he
he-
wants you to play queen b3 so he could play rook takes b3
Yeah,
with the tempo.
I think he wants to get the queens off the board, and yeah, rook f7.
Fabi is not one to miss a move like rook f7, and Prague's in deep trouble.
Opportunity like rook. Wow. Sorry, you.
Yeah,
Peter.
no, I think he wants to either get the queens off the board, or obviously, if white moves the queen somewhere where it doesn't control the f7 square, we will, like here, we will take on d3.
This
and
is
we're a lot
nice.
happier than we were because we even stopped rook f7 from happening altogether.
Right.
White is actually still fine after rook f1, even here, but no, it's just a kind of a glitch. People have been playing chess for a month, and
Maybe he got too optimistic too. I mean, when he was playing knight h5, he had visions of knight g3 and rook h1 checkmate. Long term.
For me, this argument just like doesn't hold water specifically because queen a4 exists.
Of course.
And like you are making a draw after takes rook d3, but black is definitely not better here.
And why wouldn't you want your rook on e8 in this case?
Yeah,
where it would be better placed.
Yeah, I'm very receptive to the idea of Pragg playing for a win past the point where he needs to kind of cut bait, but this doesn't look like playing for a win. This just he thought this was more precise than rook takes d3, and it just isn't.
And now the current position, rook f7, and once again, Maurice was saying, rook takes c4, rook takes d7.
Yeah,
and b takes c4.
You have to, because if you play queen e8 after queen b3, you can't really attack anything. You have rook takes d3, but white wins in a bunch of ways. Like rook takes g7 is the simplest. And now that bishop on b2 is just going to decide the game. White is a pawn up, and white is also eventually will give mate because the bishop is completely unopposable.
Beautiful long diagonal. Yeah. My goodness.
Yeah. I think he suddenly realized that he is busted. And now he's looking up to say, what did I do and how do I get out of this one? Because if he had seen rook f7 before he played rook c8, the move is so huge as a response that he would have had to have had a response to this. Yeah. It's too big a move. And he has no response. And he spent quite some time, went under Fabi's time. Maybe he rushed rook c8. Maybe he started feeling the time pressure. But now he's going to really feel the time pressure with this move on the board and him having to defend a lost position. And he has taken the queen. But
deep breath and rook c4, but the endgame is objectively lost. We are a pawn down. It's also an endgame.
But it feels like we're more than a pawn down because the double pawns, it's like white has 3 pawns and black has a single pawn. It feels more than just one.
Yeah. This is a dream development for Fabi.
You bet.
And I know we all picked Fabi to win this thing.
I'm ashamed of you all.
Hey, you picked Wesley, okay? At least Peter and I picked Pragg.
Nobody.
He's still in it with a shout, but still, this now, if this Fabi, just got serious.
If Fabi converts this, which he should, frankly, this is a very, very bad endgame.
How should Fabi convert this, Peter? What is the technique?
The cleanest appears to be, I mean, we want to prevent the knight from comfortably attacking our pawns. We also want to kind of maximize the activity of our pieces, and the engine does it very nicely. It starts by playing rook b1.
Rook b1?
That's
I thought you were going to go a6 or something.
I guess rook d2, bishop g5, bishop b5 immediately loses because I will take on b7 soon, and then everything will collapse. And the idea is after knight e6, trying to get it to a good square on c5, we go bishop a3, and then we want to play e5, bishop d6.
Oh, I can.
And then we are actually just like 2 up objectively, despite all the double pawns.
If I get to lock down e5 and bishop d6, never mind rook b6. How good is that blockade?
Yeah, you can kind of chase the bishop around to prevent that from happening, but the bishop will eventually get rerouted to good squares. And an additional problem for black is that if you trade, let's say, even if let's say you trade both of those for the a pawn, right? You probably lose, right? These positions just never hold if it reaches a7.
Right, with the bishop on g1 or something of that nature.
This
never
holds.
This is dead. Yeah, this is dead. It's costing you at least a piece, maybe a rook.
This is a massive turnaround, and Worst was very much behind Pragg in this game. He was in trouble much earlier, but by that point, he just needed to make the most obvious move in the position and calculate cleanly from there. And honestly, the calculations after rook takes d3 were, like the main line we were all calculating was just black giving checks for the 5 moves straight or 7 moves straight from here and making a very comfortable draw. Very strange miss.
If you don't mind me asking, what is knight f4? The current position, why didn't he play knight g3?
Knight g3, white goes e5 quite happily.
And now you go knight e2 check and bring your knight to... Oh, you still put your bishop on a3.
Your machine even goes king e3.
Yeah.
And king e4 if you take on g2 and starts making progress.
Oh.
White has so many runners.
That's the problem, yeah.
Pragg's only hope now is that Fabi doesn't find all the best moves.
Well,
because he is in so much trouble in this position, and it does require. I'm going to oversell it. It does require a little bit for White to consolidate this position.
But I do want to say, having thought about it for a while, the engine actually finds a very cute way of winning this. The engine now started going c5 with the intention of just playing c6 next move and creating a passer on the a file as quickly as possible.
That makes a whole lot of sense. I mean,
and
c5,
if rook c7, we have bishop e5, knight e2 check, king f2, rook takes c5, bishop d6. And why is this so winning, though? If rook c2, we have king e3, and I guess the knight actually never comes out.
It's kind of trapped.
Yeah, so best move is rook c6.
Okay.
And now we go... No, nobody does that, though.
This looks...
This is very difficult
opaque.
to look. Even if it is winning, it is kind of opaque. Yeah, I very much agree with Maurice. No.
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 But hold on. c5, you had me at c5. Couldn't I have done a little bit better after rook a7? Like, I don't know.
Not really. I mean, you have rook d1, but I have knight e6 in response. No, you have to go for bishop b5, and maybe it is, strictly speaking, winning, but not in the way a human player would instantly recognize and trust. So, no, we're not doing that.
Gotcha.
Fabi's selling into the idea that he's winning, but how?
Right.
Exactly what moves, what does he need to do to control the game? And the variation you just showed, Peter, that looks outer space. That is not very natural to do. I think he wants to consolidate the position in the best way. He'd love it if his king were on e3 maybe, or your knight was out of there. Bishop e5 comes to mind as another move just to chase that piece back. It doesn't feel right to play moves like c5.
No, not if it...
And give away the pawn.
Yeah.
And let the rook come in and the knight come in and all that. That's just not logical. So maybe Pragg has a little chance, a little bit more of a chance here, because it's not entirely obvious. Even rook b1, which is a lovely engine move, I'm not confident that that's a move that Fabi wants to play at and finds, especially the rook doesn't even attack anything on the b file. The rook it's well defended.
I think...
By the way, in the other game, we should just point out that Wesley did create that uber solid structure, fortress for defense, and it looks like that game will be drawn. But all eyes on the finals. Fabi trying to get 6 points. Huge win if he pulls this off.
And yeah, I do agree with you that this is one of those plus 2 point somethings which aren't normally in an endgame where, rook and bishop and an extra pawn and against rook and knight, and the engine says plus 2, and you assume you can sort of do it with your eyes closed and just by trusting your instincts. I don't think it's one of those. I think it is possible to misplay this position. You have to be somewhat precise, but yeah, of course it's winning.
Yeah. I would find the move rook a3 to b3 attractive. I mean, rook b1 is a hidden move to try to bring you know what I mean, to try to bring the rook into
But now after knight d3, you don't have bishop a3 anymore, and the knight lands on what I think is objectively the absolutely best square, which is c5.
Can it stay on c5?
That's my question.
Yeah,
bishop c3, knight
bishop c3,
c5.
The engine even throws in some move like g6, g5, and says, now it's not that easy for you to make progress, because you've kind of, these are your squares. Get used to them.
Nice.
You're a little bit stuck, and the best move appears to be e4, e5, which is not something that we necessarily want to do. Might still be winning, but it might actually make our job quite a bit harder.
My biggest dream was to get a king on e6 if I'm black.
Oh,
If we could just play king from h7 to e6 in one move and say, okay, I'm back in the game. White doesn't want to lose tempi.
But there will be a6. When your king gets to e6, I want to drive that king away. The king's too strong. The king's too powerful.
And he found
gone c5.
the magical c5.
Now Pragg needs to play rook c7. If he doesn't play rook c7, he might as well resign.
By the way, 8 moves to go until the time control, and Pragg has to find the only moves.
But he'll have 8 minutes.
Yeah, and beginning with rook c7, the important part is realize that rook c7 doesn't drop a piece. And from that moment on, his play will become incredibly forced, and that will make it easier to find, because pretty much every single decision, if he plays rook c7, will be that or I resign.
Well, again, we're looking at c6, b takes c6, a6 is the uber threat.
You can't afford that.
You can't allow. Well, if a6 rook a7, Peter, is that so simple?
I don't think we want to play a6 yet because it is actually kind of vulnerable there because both knight c5 and knight c7 are now threats. But we can keep it on a5 for now. We play, I don't know, king f1. I think this one we win long term.
Really?
I think so.
Well, just a moment. Just if I can blockade on a6.
With which piece? I think the plan is actually like king e2, rook bishop c3, wait for you to put something on a6 and play rook b1, b6, not even b6, not b7. There's still two passers, right?
Also in the current position, could Pragg play more actively? Go knight e2 check.
King
Put the rook on d2.
So rook d2.
Well, here I'm
Bishop
still
a3
afraid of c6.
appears
Not
to be
winning
the
any of the
cleanest.
pawns? Not winning any of your pawns?
You might be, but
That's not fair.
If c6 lands,
nice.
I think the idea is that if c6 lands, the game ends. So
My rook's going to be too far, right?
Yeah.
So if I go knight c3 check,
yeah, this is exactly the example we're looking for, where we go
Yeah.
c6, b takes a6, and it'll cost you a piece.
it'll cost me a piece and I'm not getting both your pawns.
No,
I'll only get
no,
h3.
one will survive.
Yeah.
Yeah, one will survive. After knight b5, you can even style a little bit by playing bishop d6.
To not give me rook g3?
Yeah, to not give you rook g3 either, or knight c7 even. The point being that if you play, it looks like the knight gets to b6, and it does get to b6, but it costs you a rook. And
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm still catching up with you guys. Go back up a moment there because I could have started with rook g3 check.
Yep. I can run forward. I can
Both
run
our
forward.
pieces now miles away
miles
from
away
being
from.
As long as I'm not getting actually mated in the center of the board, I'm
That's-
perfectly happy with giving up the entirety of the king side because this
Gotcha.
now looks like a queen. Not
Yeah.
Well, I
That's
mean,
a girl.
the problem is the knight's dominated because rook g5 here does get the rook behind the pawn,
yeah, it's not.
but
nice,
the
nice
knight's
to show
dominated
this,
by
yeah.
this move,
Yeah.
and you're not coming back with
Okay.
any hope even.
You can go knight d4, I guess, but white isn't even obliged to win. Like I can remind black that there is another runner potentially.
And he did not find rooks to c7.
Yeah.
He's played his knight to e6, and he's going to be tempi down.
Yeah, and the engine even says c6 is not forced. Rook c1 might be exceptionally strong as well. Rook c1 with the idea of playing c6 in a better version. Rook c1.
How impressive is Fabi finding this move c5 when the engine didn't find it immediately and assessed it as the best move? And then after a while, it decided,
It caught up.
actually, this is the best move.
I'm not sure it is. I think after rook c7, Fabio would have found it quite tricky. It oscillates. It went to +3 at some point and then dropped down to 1.5. And rook b1, I think, is a solid 2.5. Rook b1 is a very difficult move, though.
Knight e6.
And this is actually kind of similar to that rook f1, f4 moment from earlier, right? Because Fabi has a bunch of good moves, but he feels that he might be winning by force. So he settled on something which looks the closest to winning by force. And after knight e6, he might be correct. But after rook c7, it would have been a lot more challenging.
And the move here, c6 and takes, cannot be followed up by a6.
No.
I think rook c1 is easier, what Peter was
Exactly.
showing.
Yeah, I think rook c1 now is very,
Just
very
to throw
strong.
away the pawn and not push the other pawn does not make sense.
Yeah,
Right.
and I think the problem for black is if you go rook g2, we go bishop b5, you go rook a2, looks like you've achieved something. But now you will actually lose your pawn on g7. Now you lose not because anything
Rook
queens,
c1 is
and
much
rook
easier.
c1 played, but
Yeah.
but because white will just play rook c7 and collect the entire king side.
Right. And rook c1 with, you know, again, if you're playing c6, you're following it up with a6. You come to a full dead end that a6 is not
You lose that
achieving.
pawn if you push a6, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So then you go, well, wait a minute, I can go rook c1 and c6 and I can keep my pawn on a5. This looks like Bobby's cruising to
Can-
victory now.
Can Pragg block with knight d8?
Yeah, but then we establish control, right? The point is we are no longer winning by force in 5 moves, but we are getting some kind of a position like this.
You could have put the bishop on d6 also.
Yeah,
maybe.
But that drops a5, right? We need to protect a5. Do we?
we?
Maybe we don't. Clever. We don't, because then this one,
Just another pawn.
this one gets to e7.
Again, black
Too
king
many
needs to be on
runners.
e6.
Too many runners, yeah.
Too many runners.
King on h7, out of play completely.
Yeah, if this was already on f7, black
Yeah,
would
of
probably
course.
be completely fine now, but we can't stop e5, e6. So yeah,
So I said, teleport that king.
Oh.
We need some Star Trek technology, but that king, unfortunately, is not leaving h7 quickly enough.
Well, this is the problem with the cocoon. You got the double pawns, which is great when your king's being attacked. Not so great when you're playing an ending against two runners. You don't have any passers yourself. And
Now Fabi has got a whole different body language. He's well aware that he is cruising.
Right.
Those last couple of moves, ultra precise, powerful moves. And his young opponent, blundering rook c8. One move is all it took.
yeah, Prague does go
And
19.
now he's just trying to defend with his life.
the
And-
desirable bishop e5, rook e7, though, was that completely
This
clear?
was, there's all kinds of small studies here.
No.
All kinds of small studies, which
A6.
BA,
How-
BA
Maybe bishop
C6 even?
d6 first? Because knight
Bishop.
c6.
Bishop d6? And knight d4. All kinds of
this
small
line.
studies. This is what I missed.
Yeah.
But we can begin, of course, by playing bishop d6
By the way,
first,
bishop
and then
e5 on the
c6
board.
next. Yeah.
Fabi has played it.
Sorry, is that completely clear to yourselves? Rook takes, c6.
Yeah,
knight
with the double
takes?
pawns it is. Yeah.
It's the H pawn with the dark square bishop.
Whoa, whoa,
No,
whoa,
I think if this one is on f6, it's a very much an open question if it's winning or not. But with the pawns as they are, I think g7 falls. Yeah, I think this is pretty trivial. But your question is well understood.
Yeah,
because
right,
If
right,
I could,
right,
if
right,
I could, for our viewers, imagine this pawn is on f6.
And I will put my rook on.
I'm not even altogether convinced it's winning. And if it is, it's going to be very study-like.
I remember Daniel Naroditsky had an extra bishop against Bu Zhangji, and he's 3 versus 2, and he couldn't win it.
Yeah.
And it was just a remarkable. He was victimized by a study.
The
Anyway,
famous one,
do we have
the famous
bishop
one,
E-
of course, is h5, g6, f7 versus h and g and the light squared bishop, which is a proper study. There's been well publicized, because the idea then is to get your pawn to g5 and sacrifice your bishop to get the winning pawn ending. But black knows that's your idea,
Right.
and black has ways of trying to avoid it. And in the end, it becomes a very, very beautiful little kind of a study-like endgame.
Look
Fabi
at
is just
Fabi.
ruthless right now.
Wow,
Yeah.
he just
Take
finding
my pawn, please.
every
I think
good
probably
move.
rook f1, yeah.
Wow.
Probably rook f1 and we push.
You know, it's ironic. He played rook c1 with the idea of playing c6 in that last position that you just played rook f1. The move rook a1 to play
Also pretty
a6.
good, yeah.
You know,
Definitely one of the better choices here.
Caught my eye as well. It's like not so easy to get the light square blockade that you want.
Just really don't want black king to come out at all. I want him
Yeah.
to stay on g8.
Even-
And the
this.
hilarious
Even-
rook
oh,
b1.
wow.
Yes,
Even this
you
is
found
completely
it.
winning.
Take with the
yeah.
pawn, rook b6, yeah.
Hilarious.
No, Fabi gets it from here.
Yeah,
I
he
think
breaks
all the
the
problems
blockade.
have been resolved, yeah.
No blockade
Well,
for you. No fortress for you.
I think he would still be somewhat pushed if Prague found rook c7. I'm just trying to locate it on my screen, because if you don't play bishop b5 here, if you allow this, black will take on c5 next move, and this might not be winning anymore. So you absolutely have to play bishop b5, and now we have this very long forced sequence. Check, take on c5, the rook ending is drawn. Even if you take on g7 first, it's still drawn. So we have to play bishop d6. We have to provoke e5 because we need squares for the knight. And in this position, machine says rook b1, rook a6, rook b5, and says we're going to win this. But you know,
Takes some work.
yeah, there's
I
still
wouldn't-
some work
It's not
left.
trivial.
It's much better than what Prague got in the game.
I mean,
for sure.
equal material to begin with.
Let's start there.
We actually won some material back, and
G5 king.
yeah, g5, king g6. Machine says king e4, and we will win.
That's the tempo. Could I just put my king on e6, please?
Yeah, I know.
Because you just took the tempo that I
Let's
needed.
ask, yeah.
There we go.
Even this apparently is still winning because of how bad that rook on a6 is, and there are some mating threats now. But
I wouldn't.
this wouldn't have been trivial, no. But what Fabi got now is
vastly superior.
A lot simpler.
To what you've shown us.
Yeah.
Is King G8 on the board? It is.
It is, yeah. Fabi has 5 minutes for
Time
5
control?
moves.
Yeah.
Well, 6 minutes
That's
for 5
more than
moves.
enough. He's over the minute per move mark and with a crushing position. And beautifully played. Those last few moves were just like hammer blows.
True that.
I wonder which one he chooses, because Rook F1 and Rook A1 both have their own
I think A6 also
advantage.
works. And Rook
A6,
B1
B8,
right
Rook
away.
B1 is winning, yeah, if you want.
Ooh,
Too many good options now.
that really.
Rook F1 is
Kills
the
it.
most human
Yeah,
response, right?
feels like Rook, Rook,
No, Rook A1.
Rook A1.
Yasser's choice.
I thought it
Yasser's
was
choice.
most direct, but I have to admit, Rook F1 was just as good. if
But I
not
guess after
even
Rook
better.
F7, we still play Rook A1. It's just that we've also locked in the king.
I would like to do that, by the way.
Yeah.
Lock in your rook on F7 so the king can't go to that square. Yeah, Rook A1. And
Again, the other game has completely stabilized, and it looks like Wesley's going to get his draw. Fabi,
Look at Fabi's
though,
accuracy.
this is 6 points.
98% today. Not bad.
And
Right.
Prague actually with one double question mark
Just
move,
one,
so it
yeah.
drops down to 92.8. He wasn't playing poorly. Actually, I think until Rook C8, if you look at that graph, Prague was maybe slightly ahead even, because he only had 2 dubious choices and Prague had, and Fabi had 3. But that Rook C8 obviously.
But it goes to show how one inaccuracy or one bad move, there's no coming back.
At this level, very
no.
often you will not be allowed back into the game. Yeah.
Exactly.
But it wasn't just one bad move, guys. It's a move that blundered a pawn. And it's one thing about making like an off positional move.
Right,
But
that's
something
true.
where the guy
It
just says,
blundered a pawn.
boom, boom, give me the pawn.
Yeah.
And my bishop, even without the pawn, his bishop is better than the
down.
knight, generally speaking.
Right.
But to have just a free pawn in your pocket and then just to be able to make free-flowing moves with accuracy and even not the most accurate moves and still be better, you can't make moves like that. Rook C8,
Yeah.
he will sit back and say, why the heck did I play this move, Rook C8?
What
and miss
happened
Rook
there?
F7?
Yeah.
Agreed.
Rook G8 played, and yeah, the simplest is just to go A6, Rook A8, Rook B1.
Yeah.
Immediately Rook B1.
Rook
looks good
B1,
too.
Rook B1 straight away is also actually pretty good. Yeah.
So Knight A5, now there's Bishop C7.
Or Rook B, yeah, Bishop C7 is cleaner than
Rook
yeah.
B5, yeah.
Rook B5, Knight C4, you still have to calculate maybe for one more move. Bishop C7, you don't.
But again, show it to our viewers if you don't mind. Peter, you go Rook B1. You're happy to take on B7 and black.
Yeah.
If he takes on
This
A5, it
drops
allows
a
bishop.
piece. Yeah, the engine says you can make some kind of a waiting move like Rook C8, and then after Rook B7, Knight A5, you haven't resigned yet, but you will. After
B7.
something like this. Okay, I blundered Knight B3, and apparently this has become now a different kind of conversion, even though still winning.
Okay.
But stronger was to play.
Rook B5 maybe, and then just push E5.
Yeah, machine. I would actually be reluctant to do it, but machine says the simplest is just do this.
Wow.
Because you don't lose any of your pawns, you get the king to those squares, and then you just get the king over to b5, and the black position collapses. There's no passers on the kings. Like, we are legitimately 2 up here, right? It's not 1 up.
Yes.
We're 2 up here.
Yeah.
And bishop versus knight and 2 up is not going to present too much of a problem, actually.
It
Yeah.
does feel like you want to keep that rook on the board, though.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
such a powerful rook.
Such a monster rook. The rook and bishop.
It goes against the grain to trade the rook on b7 for the rook
Right.
on c8, but it might objectively be the cleanest way to convert that position.
Exactly. No, the one I thought was I was charmed by was A6, Rook A8, Rook B1, so that I was breaking the fortress after BA, Rook B6. Yeah.
Well, you still have rook c8, so you'll have to play this out. You are completely and utterly winning, but black actually gets the dream of
King
the
on
king on
E6.
e6. Still completely lost, of course, because yeah,
Right.
this doesn't hold. Eventually, the threats will resume.
Rook B6, King D3.
Rook b6,
and,
b7, or the
and I'll
idea
worm
of,
my way around. Yeah. And Prague, I think, is resigning himself to his fate, that there's no way to create a fortress. That's what the conclusion is.
I could also just push the E pawn right now.
king f7. But then we have a6, rook 8, rook f1 check.
Check. Yes.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so e5, king f7, or rook b1, actually. Yeah.
Rook b1's the easiest. Yeah.
Rook b1 is probably the cleanest now. Yeah. And if you go rook d7, now we can go a6, rook b6, and that immediately wins a piece because you no longer have that rook c8
Yeah,
support.
and c6 is coming. That's
So,
nice.
yeah, e5.
That's nice.
3 minutes for
e5.
Fabi.
e5, very decent, yeah, in practical
Looks like a
terms.
great move, actually.
That's clearly what he's calculating because he sees a6, he sees rook b1.
Yeah, he sees all of it,
Yeah.
of course, yeah. But he did
chose
end
rook
up going
b1.
with rook b1.
Yeah.
Well, now especially that the rook is no longer defending b7.
Yeah.
Calculations get easier. Knight a5, bishop c7.
Yeah, to even find the move rook c8, it's just sitting there trying to defend this position with black is so disheartening.
Sorry, you're saying rook c8 is the best move right now?
Yeah, everything else I think loses a lot faster.
But then rook b5?
Yeah, okay, and yeah, well, I don't know.
King comes to
I,
e3. and-
I don't really have moves for you.
Right.
Rook going to e8.
He's going to rook e8.
Rook
We can
e8.
once again we can take on b7. I think the simplest is to take on b7. Although bishop c7 actually allows you to take on b7 without
And keep
giving
the
up any
a5
of
pawn.
those two.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, but I think he probably does this, and after knight a5 we can go.
Rook b4. Or rook b8.
rook
We know that that's
b8.
winning,
Well,
yeah.
We know, yeah,
You know,
all of those things.
all of the good stuff.
Let's see how Fabi approaches this, because really there it's very difficult to make a mistake.
I found one. e5.
Yes,
Knight takes e5.
rook takes b7 then.
Rook e1, right?
know.
Rook e1, he found a mistake.
I'm not playing. Why is e5? Because knight a5 and then back to c6. This actually gives away some of the advantage. But even this rook ending is lost.
No.
Oh, it's
Now
just
that's just plain
movement.
unfair.
Because you have to park the king on h7,
Oh, no.
and we are going to be, I guess, in time to run all the way to d7, and black can't really do very much about it at all. This is heartbreaking. Even this is completely lost, because you can't even peek out. Like, you get the king to g6, and then it gets checked from the side, right, and you lose faster.
Oh, no.
Like in this position, I'm also threatening rook b6, c6, which is an
no.
additional source of problems for black. Yeah,
oh.
just a kind of
Like even the one cherished
trick, yeah, quote unquote trick you have doesn't
dream.
work either.
Yeah.
This is a great case of amazing bishop versus bad knight, and also active rook versus passive rook, right, at the same time. And even the kings.
I remember there's a brilliant annotation by Alekhine. Alekhine?
Aljochin, yeah.
Alekhine. Alekhine. His opponent made a move that Alekhine found very puzzling. And he's looking and looking and looking. His opponent had set this brilliant trap. It's fantastic trap. And then Alekhine kept analyzing and calculating, and he decided the fastest way to win the game was to fall into this trap. It was like, it cracked me up as a kid. I just like, oh man, that's just so unfair. I set this brilliant trap. The guy fell into it. It didn't work. Did he play bishop c7?
He played bishop c7, and now the pawns just kind of queen on their own.
Right.
You can go rook a4, rook e4, rook a4, but then
Okay, that's the best way of resistance. But it's rook b6 is the
rook
issue.
b6, and you can never take on a5 because it costs you a piece. And
Right.
let's
Why?
show this,
Rook
because it
a1?
doesn't actually cost you a piece, but once again, the knight is going to be a little bit too far away. Bishop b5, and then c6, c7.
And again, the black king is so far away.
It is a single tempo, but as is often the case, we only just need one. We don't need two.
Exactly.
One is enough.
And we have
taken on
rook
e4.
Rook takes b7.
Might play rook c4 instead of rook a4.
Yeah, probably loses.
The problem
loses slower.
is that bishop b6 and
Defending both pawns.
rook c7.
No, he played rook
Pushing
a4. I think he is done with the game, frankly, and doesn't really want to sit there for an additional.
Any
hours.
takers for bishop b6 with the idea of rook c7?
I like it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Also very good. Yeah, whichever Fabi will choose, we'll see.
His next move is move 40, by the way. He will be
yeah,
getting
he
extra
has,
30 minutes.
He just has to calculate the rook a1 check and knight b3, and that his pawn is sailing home.
Trying to read Prag's body language, I think he knows this
Oh,
game
he's
is over.
done.
He's just thinking, where did I make a mistake?
he is
I mean, he
very
knows where the mistake was.
Yeah,
Rook
that
C8.
rook c8.
Yeah, and this puts Fabi
Well, 6 points.
yeah, well ahead in the match and well underway to be the first person to defend his GCT title.
You know what this means, though? Tomorrow is another classical game, and Pragg has white pieces. He's coming tomorrow, going all in.
With something, yeah.
And also, Pragg just has to win one rapid game if he doesn't win the classical game to just be 2 points behind. So this is a long way to go, but still, 6 points in the first game is massive.
Yeah.
We know that. And Fabi did not win a single classical game last year when he won the title. He drew both his games, first against Irene,
In the finals, yes.
and then in the semifinals, and went on to win.
The
I
blitz.
forget exactly what the rapid and blitz score was.
Right.
And he drew against Maxime, and they had a war in the finals, and he could have lost that very last game
Right.
in blitz. So last year was quite contentious, and he did not win a single classical game. To come right out the gate in the finals and go, boom, take this, young man.
A little bit of a gift, though. I mean, rook c8.
Oh, a lot of it give. Rook C8
yeah.
was
Yeah.
just such a weird slip.
Very unlike Pragg to me, because it really looks like a sort of a one-move tactic, frankly.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Peter, since you know Pragg better than all of us, he doesn't make mistakes like that often.
Not very often, but we all make them, and this is where, and it feels like we're making excuses for the best players in the world, and it feels a bit unfair. You know, poor babies, they had to play chess for 3 weeks straight, but it does accumulate.
The fatigue.
It absolutely does accumulate, and things like this start slipping in.
Ooh, Pragg at least is laid a trap. You go
he
a6.
found knight e7. This is move 40, by the way, so Fabi, if he wants to, could take a bit of a pause here. But the simplest, I guess, is just to put the rook on d6, so the knight on e7 never comes back, and then we push.
Dominate.
And then we push.
What's wrong with immediately a6?
Yeah, but
You have to calculate knight d5.
Knight d5, and at least
Well,
we're asking questions.
Oh, nice.
calculate
Can't even
is
take.
maybe an overstatement, yeah. We don't have to calculate very much, you know.
There was a couple of times when you were cleaning up on the king side there, Peter, with the rook and the bishop hitting g7. Here you're just promoting the
I think,
pawn to
yeah.
on the queen side.
We don't mean to give up a6 and win the entire king side. I think we are going to be claiming a
Yeah.
piece for that pawn on a6.
Oh boy. So a6 is very strong.
But everything is winning. Rook d6 is winning. Bishop d8, another move that probably comes close to forcing an immediate resignation, because if you play knight d5, I'll play rook d6, and I'm playing c6 next move. Like I'm actually now progressing towards the queening squares.
Very
See
much
Fabi
so.
checking the clock, checking the score sheet,
Yeah.
allowing his time to go down so that he doesn't have to feel
There you
the
go.
tension of the ticking seconds. And he double checked, and he seemed looking around, very relaxed, getting into a new mindset. It's time to execute. I don't need to rush and get some water.
Yeah.
Let me chill. You see Chris Bird just show up over there as well, looking at score sheets, making sure everybody's up to date. But this one is simply over.
Yeah. I remember Bent Larson playing a game with Bent, and it's one of those very strange time controls. I think it was from, an open tournament or something. So instead of 40-2 or 40, it's like 45 or maybe 50 minutes in 2 hours. Anyway, we get into time scramble, and he makes the last move of the time control, and my score sheet looks, but that time scramble, and I don't want to rush my move. Like I have a situation like Fabi has now. I know I'm winning, but should it be c6? Should it be rook b6? I really want to take my time. I check my score sheet so carefully.
times.
I just wanted to make sure, like I hadn't written the move twice or something.
For them, it's easier because they also have the monitors.
Yeah, they have
That
the
is-
screens.
read that
That's
move
where I
40
was
has
going
happened,
with this,
yeah.
that they do have the DGT monitor
Because you
board.
can mess up your score sheet. You could have
Exactly.
skipped a number.
Skip a move or write a move twice.
But there are times when, and I remember Anish Giri complained about this in an Olympiad, where the monitor or was it a World Blitz? There was some event where the monitor was on one side and the player sitting on across from me could see the monitor easily and see the move number.
The other guy
but the other person's like, I got to turn around and check, and you can't do it in the flow of the action.
Right.
So I think it was a faster time control.
Right.
And that, I'm curious if the club has that as well, because Fabi keeps looking at his sheet, but not looking up at a screen. Maybe the screen faces
camouflage
Prague
away,
and
yeah.
not Fabi. Is that possible?
Possible.
They also have this new thing now that Leonard came up with. At their table, they can see what was the last move, what number. You know how they have the names under the table?
Yeah.
In the middle now they have a screen with the position.
Oh, yeah.
Like
Okay,
we
but we
have
actually-
on our
I
board.
actually-
Why don't we
actually
see
don't
this?
like
Why
that.
can't our camera pull this up so we can see?
Like we see on our, we see the players, but where their names are, we can also see their times, their score.
This is a bit contentious, but I was always actually of the opinion, and this splits the players roughly in half. I was always of the opinion that providing additional information to the players is not ideal and shouldn't be done. Yeah.
Right.
It is your responsibility to keep the score sheet. It is your responsibility to know whether you made 40 or not. And in particular, it came up because the modern clocks have two settings, right? You can get your additional 30 minutes for the second time control the moment you reach move 40.
Right.
Or you can get it after your clock runs out. And I was always in favor of the second one. I felt it was unfair to get that additional bit of information.
Peter, I hate to say it, but we show our age when we make remarks like that. I'm someone who doesn't even believe in increments. People just laugh. Like, what are you talking? We did fine without increments. Yo, Grandpa, get out of here. We got increments. We like it. Shut up. Yeah. But your point, I mean, I've heard arguments, why do you even need to write your moves down?
Exactly.
We got digital recording of the game. It's automatic. If you flag, you flag. Why are we sitting there doing this archaic thing of writing down moves? And there it is. Yeah, Fabi could have just simply gotten up, looked at the screen, and said, "Oh, I made move 40." Mm-hmm. But again, the millennial generation is not quite. Although he should have had enough time to get used to this. So there's the screen that they have.
And I mean, it's very good by the club because this number is not for the players. This number is for the spectators. Who might be wondering how many moves have been made, and it's very good that this information it's clearly aimed at the people watching the game, not for the player, for the people playing the game. But it's there, and I want to be grumpy about something today, so I'm choosing to be grumpy.
You're really
about
trying
this.
to pick a fight here.
Yeah.
The other look I hope we can get is the screen. That's not the screen we were discussing.
Yes.
No.
There's another screen.
There are a couple of them, I believe, in the room.
I know, and I'm curious to know, are they facing both directions?
I think so.
Because I did see one during the Rapid or the Rapid and Blitz that was at the back of the room. And I've seen players get up and go look because they may not be able to see it from a distance. But I believe the club has that too. The club has so many screens now. It's unbelievable.
Well,
every floor,
fantastic.
multiple screens from all over. Anywhere you are in the building,
Right.
you can see and watch the action, not just the spectators here, but you could be downstairs. There goes another one of those screens.
This is directly opposite from them, so I think both of them
we can see
have a
Chris Bird.
view.
Yeah, it's clearly on the opposite wall.
Yeah,
so
so
it's
very
I
easy
think
to
very
see.
easily visible
Okay,
for
so
them.
those we see, they can see.
Yeah.
What about? Is
There's
that the
one on
only
the
screen?
left side, too.
Closer
It's
to
on the
one
other
side.
Yeah, as well.
Yeah, it's maybe slightly awkward for Prague to turn around all that way, but if he really needs to, I'm sure he can. stretch
Peter,
to that.
because
Oh, there's another one over there.
Oh, and there's
even
another one there.
Ryan Yang, a deputy arbiter there, you can see lots of.
Those are big screens, so you can see
yeah.
that from far away.
They're very, very visual. That's for sure. Because you were rules, I'll challenge you, Peter.
Okay.
On this one. So there's a rules in chess that you have to keep a correct score sheet.
Yes.
You got to keep it correct. Now, there's also allows you the rules that when your clock ticks down to under 5 minutes or something, you can make a check mark. But then at the end of the time control, the arbiter comes to you and says, update your
Yes.
score sheets. Okay. So there was the candidates match between Petrosian and Korchnoi.
I knew Victor was involved in this.
So the Victor with the white pieces, he's in time trouble, and he's marking his score sheet. And Victor makes his 40th move, and then Petrosian makes his 40th move as well. Both clocks they still have time, right? They move 41. And the arbiter, Harry Gollenbeck, he comes to Korchnoi and says, update your score sheet. And what? Korchnoi immediately makes his 41st move and blunders. The Soviet delegation protests that the arbiter interfered with Korchnoi and informed him that he had made time control. And in those days, they sometimes blitzed till move 48.
Yeah,
You know,
I have seen that.
even though he blundered on his 41st move, they still didn't like. He could have blundered on his 42nd move, his 43rd move as well. Interesting. Was the arbiter correct in informing Korchnoi that you have to update your score sheet? He'd made the time control.
I mean, it's
Tricky
his
one.
job to do that.
Tricky one.
But at the same time, how do you do that without giving it away that you made the time control?
Well, there's some kind of a loophole there we discussed it, Michael Steen, Victor Korchnoi, and I. We all had this deep, insightful chat over the rules of chess about when should the arbiter say, update your
Is that
score
when
sheet.
they decided to add increment?
No.
So this problem would go away?
No, but
that
listen.
came much later.
Look, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Because if you get to make check marks,
Yes, which is legal.
right? You're
Right.
free to make check marks until the 40th move.
Right.
And then you also don't want the arbiter to enforce any rules about writing the moves down. That means we would say, listen, okay, fine. You have to write all your moves down, and I won't say anything. In which case you might say, no. I want to be able to just ignore writing the moves down and just make check marks.
Right.
So I don't think you can get both.
Well, you're supposed to keep an updated score sheet.
Yes.
So you have to make some kind of a check mark or...
That's not updating the score sheet. That's inaccurate. Your check marks, not the actual moves being written down.
Right.
We've got
If you,
really
do you want
deep
that?
into
Do
this.
you want that? Right?
Can we
Okay.
just explain?
Much as I'm enjoying this
I would
conversation.
channel challenge the panel.
We also haven't seen the
some
other
moves.
game, yes, and Vincent's game
Let's
also.
take
Yeah,
a look.
I think this one
okay.
is headed towards
That was-
towards a draw. Let me find it.
When we say stump the commentators.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is the current position. After the fortress we were describing got established, Vincent pushed before b5.
Okay.
Black played king d6, rook c5, and actually got the king over to c7 to reintroduce the idea of knight takes f4.
Okay.
Vincent played knight d3, rook c4. I thought he was intending to play rook c1, but he clearly did not believe he was better in that endgame, so he went rook h1, knight takes f4. And now if you take, I think we can simply take. We don't have to worry about. I was checking this, and I
is the
think.
question.
Oh, okay, this loses to. I blundered a5. Okay, I was wondering about that. What don't I see?
Ooh, so black has to take the a4 pawn.
Yeah,
Instead of f3.
you have to take on a4, rook g7, king d6.
How intuitively obvious is this? We're giving white this what looks to be an immensely powerful.
Oh, this
hand.
is shocking.
Oh, this
Because
is-
we actually have time to play rook takes b5.
Wait, what do you?
Check.
How? What?
Yeah, that is. And interestingly, I think after g7, rook c5, king d4, we might have to play e5. No, we don't. I was wondering if this loses. But we have rook
We
c5.
have check.
But
King
we have,
f7.
no, we have king f7, g6, which we probably should hold quite comfortably. Or rook c5 check. So there are still some things to consider.
Some tricks.
You can also throw in king b3, but then f3 becomes a check,
With a
which I
check.
assume means that black holds very, very comfortably.
Wow.
Because it's the same position, but with a full extra tempo, and we're not going to lose it.
Gotcha.
Let's say, and just for clarity, we can even now, I guess, can do. We're still losing this to a5. But we
Remarkable.
can play king. I'm assuming we can we at least do this, or this also loses. Even this loses
Still
to
a5.
a5. What?
We are not.
Okay.
Oh, you're not
And the
hiding
king
the
has
check.
no hiding place. That's beautiful.
No
Okay.
That is
king
very
b3
much
by
studied.
But
Vincent.
yeah, but
No.
Vincent played knight takes a4, so now yeah.
With no
Can he
choice.
include rook b4 check? So
What does it do?
king c3, rook f4,
forcing-
it comes with a check.
Yeah.
I'm
we could.
provoking you to go to the third rank.
Yeah, we could. Yeah.
So I can take on f3
Although
with a check.
I mean, I can shuffle in this direction,
yeah,
right?
now I
And-
have to. Yeah. Just to test their opponent.
Yeah. But yeah, rook b4 is a draw, but I think Wesley probably calculated rook takes a4 cleanly enough and knows that holds, and he's not going to bother. That would be my assumption at least.
Yeah.
And the other one, the good thing for I think
Fabi?
both of them and for us is that Prague is not really going to spend too much time thinking about things here. After rook d6, he's gone king f7, bishop b6, knight f5, rook d8, knight e7. We just came from d6, so I guess Fabi wants to go rook a8. But it's good enough. You go rook a8, you play a6, a7, and then you play rook somewhere, and then you pin the knight on the a file, and I think eventually this is going to be winning, because black cannot really avoid losing material to that pin, I don't think.
I'm really anxious to go on break, but before we do it, that suddenly that game of Vincent became a lot more intriguing. I mean, at first it was just described to me as a total fortress and
Check included.
everything else.
Wesley good at chess. News at 11. Yeah, Wesley good at chess. And I know why he's done it. If you play
Please.
king c2 here, and we do the same,
Okay.
we now don't have to finagle anything because we have rook a2 g2.
We should point out this is the Wesley game we're looking at right now.
Yes. We have switched over.
Yeah.
We think that that Fabi is comfortably, very comfortably winning that game. But for a moment, this
and
game
here
of
after rook
Vincent,
b7 we can simply go king c5, and after g7 we have rook a2 g2, which we did not have earlier. And this is
that is a very nice wrinkle for
this is a
Wesley's
very comfortable
fans.
draw.
Yes.
Yeah, nicely played by Wesley. This most likely will be a draw, and the other one we expect Fabi to convert without too many
Yes,
alarms.
Bobby did play rook a8. There is no stopping a6, a7, rook moves, and then queens. There's just no way to deal with that anymore. There's no knight maneuver. There's no funny business. There's
No
nothing.
fortresses, nothing.
This
let me
this last move, telling,
Telegraphing. A6.
telegraphing.
A7.
So
It's very compelling.
What
Knight
black
sees-
wants is this. And then you still have to put them in Zugzwang maybe, because now if you, although this still wins, right? No, it doesn't, does it? Yeah, I have knight b5.
We're going to have that bishop against 3 pawns.
Well, I
he's
got the
not-
knight to d6.
Knight to c8.
It's still winning apparently. Even this is winning, but we don't really want this. But the problem is, I gave black a tempo with king h2 on purpose. Instead, I can go rook c8, rook c7, check. And if you begin with king g6, whoops, not g6, then I can play rook c8, rook a8, and the rook is not on a3,
Right.
which costs black a piece immediately. So yeah, this game is about to be over.
Prague did play knight c6, and Fabi just pushed the pawn.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll probably see resignation in just a few moves.
By the way, I'm all about a6, a7, but also rook c8.
Yeah. Also, yeah, king e6, but now a7 simply. King g5.
d5?
King d5.
I'm
But
hiding.
rook g8, rook a8. Yeah, we're still winning
Still
the same
winning,
piece.
yeah.
Yeah, we're still winning the same piece.
All right, we are going to go on our third break, and before we go on the break, no, not
I think
yet.
this game is ending,
We're
yes,
not?
sir.
Oh, sorry, I got this beautiful piece of paper in front of me that is saying a break, but nope, no break.
Nope.
We go on break. The guy resigns, and
Is he going to resign?
we're
No, he's not. He's not
about
going to
to
resign.
lose.
He's not going to resign.
He's going to
No.
lose.
He's playing kind of
his-
quickly.
He's
Unless he
gonna
thinks
play
he has a
King D5.
reputation to what
Prague is
Fabi's
not going
doing.
to prolong this unnecessarily. So yeah, he'll go king d5, wait for the rook to go somewhere, and then back to a8, and he'll resign.
Sorry, say that again, please.
He'll play
Peter?
king g5, wait for Fabi to play rook anywhere, and knight takes a7, rook back to a8.
And rook back
and he
to
will
A8,
resign.
and
yeah.
then he's going to. Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm
Okay.
pretty sure this is how the game ends. Yeah.
All right.
Probably looks as serene as you're going to get right now.
He does, doesn't he? And he did play king d5, as you suggested, Peter.
Rook g8, I guess, so that if black wants to go rook takes a7, we start collecting straight away, even though it doesn't really matter at all.
Sorry,
Rook g8.
So in case of rook a7.
Rook takes a7.
Instead, Pragg wants to play rook takes a7 for whichever reason.
Exactly, rook g8.
There we
And he
go.
listened to you.
There we go.
That's the very accurate move as well.
Yeah, knight a7, rook a8, shake hands. We are never taking on g7, even though it's also completely winning.
Rook
Crazy
D8.
that it.
I'm just
rook
thinking
g7 's
rook
winning,
d8
yeah.
check. Do not ask me why.
No, it goes back to a8.
It goes back
and-
to a8.
And we all stop here.
There's a handshake.
We called it right. The resignation did come.
Very, very important victory for Fabi, who is now 6-0 up in the final match.
That's just a huge score.
One bad
Oh my
move,
gosh.
one bad enough move, rook c8, cost Pragg the game in what was just looked like such a peaceful coasting position. It all was great.
Yeah,
Drawing with
knight
black.
h5.
Let's get out of here. I try to beat you tomorrow. Now I have to beat you tomorrow if I want to even up the match, or otherwise, you're gonna have to get it all done in the rapid portion. Fabi in complete control now.
Yeah, and Pragg is I think they discussed this whole line with rook d1 check, and he says I can take on a5 in the end. And yeah, there's also perpetual, but yeah, if you take on a5, you also don't lose.
Right.
But you know, if you are going to lose a classical game, of course it's ideal to lose first one. Not
With
like
black.
Vincent, who lost second, and then going into rapid and blitz down 6 points was almost impossible to catch up. Pragg gets white pieces tomorrow in classical, and it's in his hands to play a risky opening maybe and play for a win.
He's going to have to. We don't have any audio of them, do
I think they are respecting the other game and talking very, very quietly.
Of course. Yes. We're in the same right now. I'm just
They're whispering. Yeah.
I'm just hearing a few whispers.
We do know what they're talking about, though.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
we can guess,
Oh,
yeah.
yes. Oh, yes. As it was that critical decision of rook c8. And he had plenty of time, Peter. It wasn't like the clock was the...
It was just a pure blunder.
Yeah,
was the
when
issue.
he began thinking after queen c4, I think he had like maybe 13 minutes.
lot
He
of
spent
time.
maybe a third of those and played rook c8, which was a very strange sequence.
So the conclusion is that this opening Fabi played is a good opening to play for a win.
It
I'm joking.
gave him
Excellent
a
opening.
little bit of a pull.
Knight h4 was the key, right?
It was a very good practical decision, as it turned out. Yeah.
Yeah.
But then I think when Pragg played knight d4 to c6
Yeah.
instead of
Yeah.
g5, he backed away from the requirements of the position, which was g5. Let's switch over to our remaining game, and that is Vincent versus Wesley.
Yeah, Vincent
Rook
is
b4 check.
still thinking after rook b4 check. He's down to 8 minutes, by the way. Wesley has 36. Wesley has been very efficient with his calculations here. Yeah. Vincent is not running any risks whatsoever, but he is down to 8.
Maybe it's a bit
8
easier
minutes?
for Wesley since he has to find the only moves, or in some positions he does. But Vincent has a lot of choices. Unfortunately for him, they all are triple zeros.
Where, how could Vincent possibly wrong foot?
I don't think he can, frankly. I think it's just
There's
now
no-
very, very straightforward.
There's no trickies at all, huh? I was thinking of a king a3, rook f4, a5. But I'm
You wanna play
taking
for a loss?
No, yeah, exactly. I'm taking a lot of. I'm not picking up the g7 pawn.
No, I think that might be a bit too much.
Feel king c2 here, probably.
Yeah, I think we try this. King c2, rook f4,
okay.
rook h7. And once again, rook a4, the only thing that doesn't lose.
Okay.
But we have specifically played rook b4 check, I think, to have this, so I think Wesley understands. Yeah, I don't think you can. Yeah. King A3 chosen, by the
King
way.
A3.
Interesting. Rook F4.
Okay,
Does he want to
there.
play Rook H3 or something? No, Rook H7. Yeah. And now after Rook F3, King B4, we can even just give those checks on the third and fourth forever. Kick the king away.
I like those checks. Okay, so go ahead. Rook F3, King B2.
I think he wants King B4. King B2, and the problem with King B2 is we can even do this.
And then black pawns start moving E and F pawn.
Yeah, like this is very comfortably drawn now. Because
I mean, we always have checks, so that's good.
Blundering King E6, A5 will probably still lose us the game, but we don't have to.
Right.
We're not obliged
You can
to
go
blunder it.
go passive.
Yeah, no, this is just very, very safely drawn for black. So I think the intention probably is to go King B4, Rook F4, King B3, and kind of be done with it.
Makes sense. Yeah, I'm just no tricks. With the pawns on G6 and G7, so I'm. No, I got nothing.
By the way, we were saying before
Yeah.
how difficult it was to win a classical game in the finals.
And it is.
There had only been 2 times that it happened in the same year, 2019.
Yeah.
And now we've seen 2 games already, and the final's not even over yet. So
And
we're seeing something special here.
well, we're still not beating the 2019 record, but we still have 3 games.
We're tied right now.
Yeah, we're tied right now. We have 2 games tomorrow.
2 games to go.
Assuming this is a draw, we still have 2 games to go. And I will say, today really has been the quietest day of classical chess so far. And it has produced a decisive game compared to, let's say, day 1 when both games were crazy.
Right.
I think more decisive games is thanks to Gen Z.
Yes.
They like to play.
They're the ones. Well, Vincent.
They don't like making draws.
Yeah. Well, Vincent's opening today. Rook G1, G4,
Yeah.
H4, and G5. He pushed very, very hard, and I thought he was taking outrageous strategic risks by giving up his castling rights.
When in fact they were calculated strategically.
Yes, strategically well calculated.
So the only trick left here is after Rook G7 for Wesley not to go King D6.
Right.
I think Wesley's considering giving those checks, but you really don't have to. I think if you do this, like the king is sort of not in the almost not in the square of the f pawn.
Right.
So it's maybe time to give a lot of checks on the G8 and G7 squares.
Maybe you should be perpetual. You should be the one throwing in a perpetual check. But as we watch this game closely, we're going to throw it to Maurice with a special guest.
We are with the reigning Grand Chess Tour champion, Fabiano Caruana, after a big victory against the young gun, Fabi. We don't see a lot of wins. We had talked about that in the finals. Now we've seen 2 already. This one, though, looked like it was trending towards a draw, and suddenly this move, Rook C8, landed on the board. Your eyes must have lit up when you saw this move.
Yeah, well, already I was a bit surprised that he played King H7 because I thought that this sort of thing should be equal, more or less. I mean, I was going to play E5, but yeah, it feels like kind of equalish. But the thing is, when I played, like when he went for this C6 D5, like first my thought was he's going to play Queen E7, Knight D7, something very positional. But then he went for this very sharp idea to break open the center, sometimes sacking a pawn, sometimes getting his knight a bit stuck, but it can also get very active. And suddenly the game really comes to life. So I was mostly looking for something kind of safe because I actually didn't like this position. Like, yeah, I see the computer says you can play some Queen A4, but I thought if he gets Knight F5, D4, I mean, and if I play D4, then things can actually turn very quickly. That's why I played Queen B3, which is a very safe move because here I don't risk it all.
And were you concerned about the clock at this point? Because you were down to about 10 minutes and the position is just blown up.
Not too much, just because I thought my position is safe and I felt I had it under control. Like I was calculating various things here, take g5, for example, I was thinking about g3. And everything seemed more or less safe. Like, I thought his knight is not getting into the game. He's pinned. I can often kind of bother him with the trade of queens, after which I never risk. So I wasn't worried.
I just want to
Looks like,
interrupt
sorry,
you.
just for a moment, the
Sorry.
draw has actually transpired in this game. Looked very solid. Right, finish your thought.
Actually, I thought that Vincent had very serious pressure at some point, but I don't know if that impression was correct.
It seemed like it was always balanced, but he could have played more explosively in that game.
Okay. Yeah, I was not too worried here. But certainly, I don't know if he missed rook f7. I assume he did, because after the game, he mentioned this exact line, which, you know, I thought I was pressing here, but he had seen that this exchange sack is very safe. I mean, he can go
There's even a
here.
perpetual here if you want, yeah.
There's no perpetual because queen 3 rook f2, right?
Yeah, but then after knight g3 you have
Yeah.
to give up the exchange. So it's not a perpetual, but not in the way you would like.
Yeah. But even in general, if black takes the pawn, I probably never win this position. So he's in general, and he saw this. I think so. He must have just blundered rook f7, because otherwise, if he realized this is draw, he was just trying to find an even more accurate draw.
Is that what he said after the game, that he saw that this was a draw?
Well, he mentioned it. I don't know if he hadn't thought of it after, but he did mention exactly this exchange sack, because I said, okay, e5, and then he was like, yeah, rook e5, and it's draw, which is correct.
Wow.
So, yeah.
But he did. But then this move rook f7, he must have missed.
He must have missed it, because, or unless he thought that he can play queen d8, and the thing is that I'm threatening mate, yeah. So he has to go very passive, which I thought he might do, because at least here, in the game, in the endgame, he can just lose without any counterplay. While here, at least, he can cause some mess. But
Doesn't look good though.
no, it's not very good. I think that I played this correctly. I mean, here I did think for a while, because I do have, I was thinking for rook b1, I was thinking of bishop b5, but this is very forcing.
How far did you calculate c5 rook c7? The one final question I guess we have is.
Rook c7?
Yeah.
I don't quite, okay, so this is the line, right? Here, 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 right? Yeah, I guess this is a better try. I mean, I thought my king gets active and I should be winning, but...
I think you're correct, but I thought this was probably slightly more testing.
Yeah, for sure. But the thing is, I thought that I didn't see anything else which looked very clear-cut besides c5. So I thought I should go for it, and I was actually thinking knight e6 was like the most natural move. So of course, it's between these two moves he has to decide, because rook d2 is obviously just losing. I mean, yeah, bishop b5. I think there was here in king h1 or king f1. So he has to go for one of these two, and I guess the one he chose was not as good. I mean, I didn't see how to win here, although I assume that normally it should be winning. I'm kind of up a pawn with a passed a pawn and bishop, but I don't see how to advance my pawn. But yeah, this knight...
What you did was very powerful, it looked like.
Yeah, because now here this is even more powerful. I mean, this is just crushing. So he has to blockade with knight d8, and then once my bishop gets there, I think here there was like a clean win, a6,
Yeah.
take, but there's a nice trick here, which here I shouldn't do this. This is
We pointed that out.
so I go here first, and then he can attack the bishop. He can go behind, but I eventually have rook b1. So what he did, I mean, he can't allow the pawn here. It's just I just play e6, e7, and rook f1, pretty much regardless of where he tries to place his pieces. So it was forcing, and this does feel like it's winning in a variety of ways, but threatening a6 really seemed very strong. Yeah. Actually, I'm wondering, because I thought in the opening I had such a huge advantage, and what did I mess up?
It never...
Rook
oh yeah,
F4.
your move rook f1 seemed like the mistake.
A culprit.
Yeah, I was thinking he would go for this position, because
Yeah, this we love for him. I mean, not love necessarily.
I would have
but
played knight f5, because
it
here
seemed better than that.
I thought queen a4 was like,
Right, exactly.
was very here, and then bishop b2, or b5 I was thinking, but then c5, take. I mean, I just thought that this is equal in all cases. So I was going to go for this complicated position here. I wasn't sure where he puts the rook. I thought maybe rook e7 to have like rook e8 at some moment. And then I thought queen a4 is very annoying, because if queen f3, there's queen b3, which I thought he gets a lot of counterplay. And some endgame, yeah, I thought it's probably okay for black. So, But then he went back. Of course, this can't be the idea for black to go back and forth.
Knight back.
So G3. After I played Rook F1, I had this thought, maybe I should play G3. But it didn't come to mind until after I'd played Rook F1.
Typical,
Yeah. Yeah, this is very strong. I just get F4, and he doesn't have counterplay. I kind of overestimated this position. I just thought it would be really pleasant, and then it's actually very difficult, I think, to prove an advantage here.
Well, thanks for all the amazing lines. 6 points is 6 points. That's a big lead. Last year, you didn't win any games in the Classical, and now...
In the last 8 years, I haven't won. Is it 8? Yeah. I played for the first time in 2018. It's not 1 year, 8 years.
Okay, so 2018 you didn't win as well. Thanks for that reminder. It's 6 points just feels like a headlock. Is it that certain?
No, not. I mean, first of all, I have black tomorrow. It's if I survive that game, if I draw, then it's a really good situation. But for me, at first it's like a mini classical match. First you have to get past the 2 classical games, and the 6-point lead is really nice. I wouldn't say that it's a guarantee of anything, but it's a really nice situation.
Yeah, rapid win is 4 points. So that...
Yeah, rapid can easily almost equalize it. Like if your 6-point lead gets minimized to 1 blitz game. So just a really nice way to start the match, but I'm not counting my chickens just yet.
I'd like to point out that our esteemed panel, of all of us, none of us picked you to win again. It's nothing personal, but I think we were calculating that back-to-back victories would not be so easy. Your thoughts about?
I won't take it personally.
Definitely not personal, Bobby. I really wanted to pick you, but.
Well, I don't know. What do you want me to say?
You could call us idiots.
No, I won't say that until after the event's over.
All right, touche.
Well, I want to specify that we left you open for this dude over there.
Right.
Like you were wide open to be picked.
I was the last one to choose, I admit. So they all picked somebody else before you. So don't try to put it on me. But absolutely, you're showing why you are indeed the reigning champ. Good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Our congratulations to you as well, Fabi. Very, very impressive indeed. Results, Peter.
Results are in for today. And they are, as you can see on your screen, Fabi winning that very nice game against Prague where he was better and then he was no longer really very much better and then he was winning and he never let it go afterwards. And a very interesting, very hard-fought draw in a game between Vincent and Wesley, and we are going to talk about that in a moment.
Can we see the results from the semifinals as well? Because as I was listening to what Fabi was saying, and I was comparing the semifinal results for just a moment, because I think there was actually a kind of a funny moment if we look at the semifinals.
The semifinals were both drawn?
No, I wanted to say that imagine that Vincent had won the classical game.
Okay.
Then he loses to Rapids and gets caught up. In other words, Vincent is the one who has the 6 points. 4 points, 4 points, 4 points, 8 points. Okay, then it came down to the blitz, and guess what? Vincent, welcome.
We are with Vincent Keymer after a tense draw, more or less, against Wesley. Well, I say tense because the opening was so interesting, Vincent, in this game. And the panel was having a go at it because we were complaining. These guys don't want to develop their pieces. They don't bring the queen out early. The kings are not castled. And yet you were very comfortable and at one point had an edge. How much did you prepare this kind of position?
Yeah, I mean, a little. I know that, h4 is a little risky because there's this g5, which is supposed to end up in some crazy forcing lines.
When you say supposed to end up, is this something you had prepared?
Yeah, but not immediately before the game. So it's like, I remembered that this was supposed to be the way. And but I kind of gave up at some point because it got too crazy. I just assumed that no human in their right mind without knowing this position would play like this as black. So I kind of left it without going into very details, because I guess it could also be dangerous for white. But yeah, I mean, then during the game I started wondering, because I know bishop e4 was a move and queen d1, like what actually happens if he just takes the pawn. But yeah, I guess rook h1, and I mean, to keep the pawn like this, it's very sad. This guy will just be there forever, and knight f6 is a move I didn't know, which usually means that I'm kind of comfortable already, but of course it was also, I mean, very natural. So yeah, take, that was so.
And Yasser was arguing, stop, please. I got the open file, my pieces are all perfect. Your king is stuck in the center. Why are you comfortable here?
This queen on c8, I think that's the main issue, because it takes quite a lot of time to untangle this. And I mean, also, as we saw in the game, once he manages to get his pieces out, castle long, I am the one who has to be worried. But right now, black has some issues, and that's what I was playing for. Okay, I was thinking maybe I should have done this. But yes, CD was, it's weird. Like, usually this is always bad because we have such a juicy square on b5, but here, yeah, it's just too important that this king will be safe on e7. So, okay, this seemed like, oh, okay.
And now we're getting to some fun positions. Could we back up just one moment? Because we spent a lot of time, we burned a lot of commentator time looking at the move g6. Did you look at this move at all?
No.
No? You're so sure you calculated all this all the way down. It was some crazy line that would takes knight e5.
Takes with the bishop.
No, sorry, takes with the bishop, yes. Sorry, takes with the bishop. Knight e5 is one move, bishop h5, king e3. That we were saying Vincent's happy with his king there.
After FG?
And there's,
what's the point?
well, here you could still play for knight e5 and pray for some play.
Rook g6?
And rook g6, exactly.
Okay, now I mean,
Yeah, but
And there was another
things are
line,
like-
just to show you a little bit of fun as we were, you know, wasting our time since you didn't even look at the move. The line was this one, takes with the bishop, takes, yeah? Am I wrong?
Correct. Correct.
Takes,
this looks
takes,
interesting, yeah.
takes, knight e5, this position.
Yes,
This
but I
was
mean, for me,
tasty.
of course, FG would be much more worrying, because I mean, this bishop on f5 is what gives the
It's the
black
rock.
position stability. Now, I was considering whether to include rook h1 here or not. That was my main question, because I was trying to figure out. But in general, that yeah, maybe bishop g4 is annoying. I mean, this was also something crazy. Yeah, and here I thought at first I'm good, but there's rook a6, because here it's like, it's not winning. f6. Okay, somehow the king gets out, but I mean, it's like it's so close, but still
Right.
not
Just
quite
saying
there.
the king d1 looks
So
right.
I thought that it's better to start by queen b6. Which
So you were more in
apparently-
control mode than our wild tactics we were looking at.
So actually, it's a good position, yeah. Yeah, but it's. I need a little more, and I would be very, very comfortable. But yeah, it wasn't easy. Like 95.
Now Wesley
Yeah,
seemed to
I
defend
can
quite well
go
right
back,
about
but
now.
Queen c7 and long castle, and then it's not clear. I mean, I have to worry a little, because this EF structure, of course, it is weak long term. I mean, it's not a good structure. It's more like, I mean, this d6 is so beautiful. It was a, yeah.
Yeah, but once we got to the end game, it seemed to.
Oh, f5 was an insane move. Yeah. Oh, I thought f6 was also maybe a little dangerous, but yeah, just fg. I mean, I expected this to happen, and
That would have been very
I
solid.
was hoping to get something, but I couldn't really figure it out. So, but at least I knew I was comfortable. But after f5, yeah, I mean, maybe it's not as bad as it looks, but it really felt very nice. And then c5, maybe you should just sit. But yeah, I was not sure whether I should do this or not. This was the question. Yeah, maybe I should just try this and then.
Not so easy though.
Yeah, because he always gets out with d4. It's.
Yes.
I mean, if I would get a5 and king d4, then somehow, but also in the game, he was just in time. And of course, is yeah, but okay, nothing is clear.
No, this move d4 really shut a lot down. The sacrifice of a pawn and then the knight on d5.
Yeah, somehow it's not as good as you'd expect it to be.
Yeah, it starts looking good according to the engine, but then it just.
I mean, if I get like one move to make a5, then I think it's really dangerous for black. But after this b6,
Very precise.
I mean, yeah, my position is pleasant, but I think practically there are very good drawing chances. So it was kind of
actually
unlucky.
it never deviated from drawing
Also,
lines. It
rook
seemed like.
c5 was annoying.
Yeah, there were no moves after this. It was just. I mean, there were, of course, tricks. Like you could get maybe an a5 trick in there if possible, but it didn't seem like you would have anything else.
But this is losing.
This is the
Yeah.
a5 trick.
No, I mean, I was, of course, hoping for this, but yeah, clearly there's no real chance to believe. I mean, I thought it's important that he actually gets this check on A2, always to get behind, because otherwise it's at least humanly not so easy. But yeah, rook before check, what was, I thought, very precise. And then, okay, of course, just went to the 8th rank. I mean, usually, you tell your kids, go
come up.
active king, but yeah, there are exceptions to the rule.
Trick.
So
it's a great top 10 game, even top 6 in the world game from 2 elite players. Yesterday, or over the last couple of days, you really had a tough time. There were just some roller coaster set of emotions. How difficult was it to come back from yesterday and come play today and play with passion for chess?
Yeah, it was easier because this is a new match. I mean, the last match I basically just threw in one move. That's
the knight d2 check.
Yes, it's very simple in a way. But yeah, I mean, okay, this is such a blunder. I mean, I've had a few bad moments in this tournament, but this one I think is clearly taking the win there. I mean, it's just basically I get a little edge over 3 hours, kind of outplaying him from a position and a structure that I like, and then just throwing it all away in one move. And not only that it's like I throw away the win, but that it's lost immediately. And so instead of going to the rapid with like a comfortable position that I can just enjoy my life, I have to go for like a must win, which is not easy. And then of course also he went to the end game, which was unpleasant. And then I don't know, it's always difficult because this end game, in a way, after this f4, I have to be precise to get an equal position, but I don't even want the equal position. So it's I got kind of carried away by trying to win the game and then lost, and of course then it was like pretty much over. But at least, even though the match was over, I managed to win a few blitz games, which didn't really help, but at least it gave a little better feeling for today. And I mean, it's the only way I can play. I don't know how to do it otherwise.
It's not first place, but third place matters a lot to get invited back in the tour, plus another extra 25K as well. So is that now sufficient motivation? Like, this is a big deal.
No, I mean, motivation is absolutely there. It's more like how much energy is left to actually fight. That's the biggest issue because, I mean, we've been here for a month. And,
but you're the Gen Z and he's the millennial. What are you talking about?
Yes, no, I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying we all feel it. And I think you can also tell by the quality of the game that there are little more mistakes happening than usual. I would also claim that move like 92, probably I wouldn't have done in normal circumstances, but even in like this, I never should do it. So that's not supposed to be an excuse. It's more like maybe part of the explanation. But yeah, of course, there's motivation left. The third place is very important. And yeah, I think we are both going to fight.
All right, we look forward to that fight. Good luck in the rest of your games.
Our congratulations as well, Vincent. A really, really great fight. We enjoyed calling the commentary. Very, very nice. Thank you. Once again, the results, Peter.
Let's take a look.
And by the way, I was the only one who liked his opening choice today.
Oh, yeah. Try to get on his good side, right?
Well, he is my pick.
And day one in the books.
Day one in the books.
A very nicely played, very unusual game between Vincent and Wesley, ending in a draw.
Right.
And this massively important victory for Fabiano Caruana, who beat Prague in their final match. And now Fabi is well ahead with a score of 6-0.
Give us a snapshot of tomorrow's action.
Let's take a look at what will await us in the morning. Another classical game ahead of us,
right,
with the same time control, the same 6 points at stake, and potentially in the match between Vincent and Wesley, if they draw with colors reversed, they will play an additional blitz match with a time control of 5+2. And the rules there will be a coin flip to determine who plays with white in the first of those blitz games,
right,
and they play until somebody wins, and that somebody will be granted additional 2 points, so they will enter the shorter time controls with a score of 8-6.
And just to be clear, even if Prague evens the match with victory, they don't play bonus
They don't.
splits.
Yeah, it's only in the case of 2 draws specifically. And
well, Peter, it's not looking good today.
No.
The others, they just keep quiet. But Peter and I are wondering if this will become a fight. And nobody picked Fabi.
That
Thanks for
might be
putting
your
us on the
closing
spot,
comment,
Maurice.
actually.
Yeah.
How could we, I mean, he's the defending champion.
You know, I
after
have one
all.
excuse.
Okay,
I
please.
used to pick him for 2 years for every event, and he would never win. So I was the jinx. So I was like, I'm not going to pick him so he can win.
Not
That's
going
my
to jinx
excuse.
it.
Yeah.
Okay, and we ended up jinxing
That's what
ourselves.
we're going to all claim. We didn't want to jinx Fabi.
Right.
I picked who I wanted to pick.
Right.
He's done great so far. We'll see. And, you know, he said, I'm not going to say anything. I'm not taking it personally.
Yeah,
We'll just wait until it's over.
Wait till the closing ceremony.
Right at the closing ceremony. You bunch of morons. Idiots. We'll see. It's still a long way to go, though.
Absolutely. Nice finals, Nasi?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm so excited that we got a decisive result today, and tomorrow's
Yes.
going to be so critical. Can Prague bounce back and give us absolutely incredible final day? If they go into Rapid and Blitz with even score, can you imagine?
A lot of fun.
A lot to look forward to.
Absolutely. You're not going to want to miss the action tomorrow. Tell your friends where you're hanging out. Be sure to join us. And in the meanwhile, good night from St. Louis.
Good night.
All right.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.